Over the next 8 episodes, all included in this one bumper-sized movie, I'll be continuing my journey on the Just Create SMP, including building a huge, fully automated storage system and workshop. I'll also be building a giant factory to produce gold, zinc and copper, as well as finally tearing down my very old workshop. So sit back, relax, grab a cup of tea, and enjoy this Minecraft movie about the best mod in Minecraft. Over the last 8 episodes on the Just Create SMP, I started my mega base, building a huge underground structure that will soon not only have a massive power station and a huge cobblestone generator inside, but it will also be home to a massive storage system and workshop. During that time, I also built a very efficient iron farm that's been running in the background, generating me an absolute ton of iron, as well as a very powerful guardian farm, which is also home to a gigantic tree farm that generates far too much guardian stuff and a whole bunch of wood. It's quite impressive, really. And in the very last video, I set up a system to transport all of that wood via my boat over to my new base area, where there are some vaults that are just going to be storing it temporarily until we can move it into the big old storage area that I haven't built yet. And that's when everything went wrong. You see, I'd spent so much time AFK over here at the Prismarine and Guardian farm that the storage downstairs filled up. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of items of tree block stuff and Prismarine stuff that I'd been saving up down at the Guardian farmy tree farmy bit, ready to transport over to my base. And as you can see, this is all currently turned off, but let's not worry about that. What we should worry about is that I lost everything. I'm talking I lost every single log and leaf and strip log, all of the bone meal, all of the prismarine blocks, all of my squid ink and fish. It was all gone. Every single bit of it. And why was it all gone, you may ask? Well, I would like to blame it on my incredibly laggy, rather large boat, but unfortunately it's not my boat's fault. I encountered a bug. That's right, peeps. Typical FoxyNoTail style. I am the only one on the server that has suffered from this. I cannot replicate it on anyone else's systems, but for some reason on my system, when my boat transports items from my tree farm to here, or even the shopping area where my shop is that sells the Prismarine stuff, and the chunks are not loaded by a player, when the ship arrives at its destination, i.e. here, or the shopping area, all of a sudden all of the cargo on board, i.e. the packages containing the logs in the Prismarine, vanish. They don't spill out, they don't pop out, they're just no longer in the boat. As a result, Mr. Beardstone and I spent a good 3 hours trying to troubleshoot this and figure out what was going on. We even completely removed my boat, built a little temporary boat in order to try and set up the system to see if that would work, which it didn't. We even removed the post boxes and used some portable storage interfaces to see if that would work. But no matter what we did, including force loading all of the chunks that the boat was in, using both commands or power loaders, the items vanished every single time without fail, unless there was a player there to load the chunks where it was offloading. Which is bananas! Bananas, I tell you. Many, many, many bananas. So yeah, after all that hard work of all that AFK and all that hard work of setting up these transport networks to get my items where I want them to go, as soon as I log out, everything goes. It just disappears. However, I then came up with a solution that worked. What I did was, instead of using power loaders at my base and over at the shopping area in order to load those chunks, I threw a power loader actually onto my boat. Yes, you can do that. If you put a power loader onto a boat or contraption, it will load the chunks wherever it goes. And we've got one right here next to my little drivery fellow. And it worked twice while I was offline. And then deleted all of my items all over again for no reason. So of course at that point I reached out to the Create mod developers to try and find out what the issue was, to which my response was, yes, that can happen, which is not ever so useful. Apparently there are bug reports for it, but as far as I'm aware, it hasn't been fixed. And that leaves me with a big problem, a huge problem in terms of transporting all of my items from here to my base, a huge problem in actually restocking my shops over at spawn because I can't get the items there unless I'm going to go with the boat every time it goes, and even worse than that, It throws a spanner in the works of the transport system I had in mind for taking items around my huge base area using a monorail to pick up items from each of my factories and take them over to storage. I just don't trust that that's going to work. As I've said, peeps, none of the other players on the server have encountered problems like this, and Mr. Beardstone and I went through it for hours trying to figure out an actual solution and came to the conclusion it must just be me, which is not impossible. It could be a user thing, it could be an ID thing, who knows what the problem is. All I know is that we need a new solution that doesn't involve trains and boats and things like that, and I've been racking my brains over the last few weeks while I've had some time off trying to think of how we're going to do that, and I haven't really come up with anything substantial. But good news, peeps! During that time I have had chance to be AFK again, and as a result of that I now have restocked everything. Everything has been running, which means I have a ridiculous amount of all of the things we need. So we have wood and prismarine things for days. We'll just know where to put them or take them. I can't take them anywhere, which is a problem. Speaking of problems, obviously you guys in the comments are cleverer than me, and there are a few things that you mentioned that while I was building this tree farm that I've now seen the comments of that I probably should have implemented. One of those things being, instead of chopping the bamboo down all the way down and then using deployers to replant it, if I just chop it off at the actual second layer like this, I don't need any deployers to replant it because it's just not going to actually unplant anything. It's just going to chop off the second layer. So that's one smart thing you guys came up with. And the other smart thing you guys came up with was how I could have done all of the lines and circles on my tree farm, which took me forever. Of course, I could have just set up a contraption from the center of the farm with a little valve handle on it and just adjusted that valve handle to the degrees I needed for my angles and lines and followed that with blocks. That would have been way easier and way smarter. But I didn't think about that. I stupid. But today, peeps, I'm not going to be stupid. Today, I am going to come up with a foolproof, non-buggy system to get my items out of here and actually over to the storage system in my underground base, which is what we're going to be building next. And I can finally build that because we've got all of the wood and all of the iron I'm ever going to need in order to make all of those vaults. Let's do this. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? So vaults then, we're going to need a lot of them. So I need to get some systems automated temporarily in order to make them, and that's going to revolve around this that I already had set up for making barrels. The problem with this though is I have no wood in the system, even though we've got all of that wood outside, which means I now need to connect that wood outside into the storage system so that it can use it to make the barrels. Fortunately for me, we've already got a whole bunch of chain conveyors and things set up out here, so let's just add some more, I guess. Let's just, I guess, throw one on there and link that to there. Next, we need to stick a packager on there and then just stick a frog on top of that. But of course, then we need to link this to our storage system. So let's just come over to where we've already got a stock link. We've got one there. Link this stock link to that stock link and then just stick that on there. I'm also going to set this frog to only send packages so it doesn't put anything back in there. And now if we go back inside, we can see it's already sending packages through into the system. We need to make sure that we're picking a wood type that we've got plenty of in there so we can make plenty of barrels. So what have we got? We've got mostly stripped dark oak logs in there, so that's what I'm going to use. And there we go. After switching everything out to dark oak from birch, we're now making barrels on the auto crafter nice and easily. They're all coming through lovely. So now what I need to do is start making the vaults. And for that, we need iron sheet. We already have a system in place to make iron sheet, although I turn it off because it turns all of my iron into iron sheet if I turn it on, which is stupid. But for the sake of today, we're going to need to do that anyway. So let's just set that to say we always want 9 stacks of iron sheet. That should then start sending iron out over to our iron press, which it is doing. They're already getting pressed. That's good. And that means we just need a factory gauge down here with a vault in it. We're going to link that vault to the barrels. We're going to link that vault to the iron sheet. And then we can go to mechanical crafting, set that to FNT craft, and then we're going to say we want 9 stacks of that as well. And what I've got to do now is make sure we got plenty of iron in the system. So of course that means we need to pop over to the iron farm that we've got over here and start requesting iron from here. And I'm going to do this temporarily so I don't have to muck about with frogs and trains and whatnot. I do need to go and link up my chain to this chain conveyor over here. Let's just get you on there. And we'll stick another one, let's say here temporarily. Yes, that can connect. I guess let's stick a packager on there. Can we connect to there temporarily? It's a bit cheesy, but I think it'll work. We can. only send packages, and then I need to make sure that this stock link is actually linked to that network. And I saw you, creeper, out of the corner of my eye. Don't you be interfering with my stuff. So now if I put that stock link on there, it will be able to drag all of the different types of iron out of this vault and then take them over to our storage system when it needs them, rather than pulling them out of our storage in here. So that means we no longer need this making any stacks of stuff. We can pull it straight out of the iron farm over there, and now we can make all of the things we need. Send over your iron sheet. In order to process our vaults a little bit quicker, what I'm going to do is add in a second auto crafter. We've already got this one here, which is making the barrels. And if I ask that to make vaults as well, it's just going to all get backed up and very confused. So what I'm going to do is add a temporary one in over here. And we're going to start off by placing down the crafters like this. This one's going to output into a barrel, which needs a packager. That packager then needs a frog on top of there, which is on only send items. And then this one needs redstone power to actually send the items out. For that, we're going to use a redstone link with our little timing thing on there so that it's not sending out every single item it makes, just some of them. And now that means I can't get my power over to it, which I put in place. So let's just move this across one by one block and just move this bit of chain drive across here like that, and then stick that on there, and there we go. That's all powered. Our mechanical crafters are ready to go. But of course, we've got to get the items in there. In order to do that, we're going to stick a packager at the very bottom, but we can't have packages going directly in there. They need to be repackaged first because they come out of the system in different packages, which means they need combining. In order to do that, we're going to stick a chute on top of that. We're going to put a temporary block on top of that with a barrel on top of that, remove the temporary block, stick a repackager facing up into that barrel, and then all we need to do is stick a frog directly onto that barrel. So it puts the frogs directly into the barrel. They will then get repackaged, and then the repackaged packages will go into there and into there. We're going to need to power the repackager, and we're going to need to give this frog a name. We're just going to call it FNT Craft 2. But in order to make it all work, I need to remember to link all of the crafter bits behind the back. Otherwise, this packager won't put items in there, which means if I flick that, that's going to start taking things out of there. And there we go. Now we are making vaults. Wonderful. And just a short while later, we now have 4 stacks of vaults, which is nowhere near enough. But it's a good start. And while this is going, I can start thinking about exactly how I'm going to be laying out that storage system. So let's go and take a whole bunch of vaults. So back under the mountain, we have a level dedicated for storage, and this level is also going to have these little transport networks in place in order to take items from the storage system to the factories we're going to have around the outside of the mountain that can process things and bring them back to storage. And there's a few things we need to figure out. First of all, we need to make sure that when we build these things, they don't all break like my boat did and start deleting the items, and that's going to be tricky in itself. But the things we need to really think about is how we're going to get the packages like through floors and things without it just literally going through the floor, but more importantly, how I'm going to lay out the vaults. See, I want this to be an organized storage system. I don't just want tons and tons of vaults with all of the different items in. I want each one of these sections to have vaults of different types. So this one might be wood, this one might be stone, that one could be other things, and so on and so forth. And yes, I'm sure we'll have a storage area that is just total junk that just doesn't go with anything else, but I want to try and keep as much of it as possible, as separated as possible. And in order to make organizing this a little bit easier, I've brought myself a clipboard and some signs, and this clipboard basically lists all of the different sections of things that I think I need. I'm going to need an entire section just for logs and strip logs, another one for all of the wooden things like planks and slabs. We're going to need one for the basic stone types. We're going to need one for all of the other basic stone types like slabs and stairs, and then mob drops. So a whole bunch of things. And now I've gone around this entire area with all of these signs designating each one of the chunks to what it's going to have in it. And I think we've got just enough chunks if we do every single outside chunk and the 4 corners of the inside chunk. So as you can see on the wall here, we've got wood 1, wood 2, going all the way down to the stones, and then going all the way across there and all the way across there. And then in the middle, we're going to have all of the random sort of junk and mob drops. And that should work out okay. But now we've got to squeeze a whole bunch of vaults into each one of these sections so that we've actually got plenty of storage for each one of the item types. So we might as well start over at the wood section over here and see how many vaults we can fit in here. And not just how many we can fit in, but we've also got to make sure we've got a system in place to deliver the right items to the right vault so we can, oh geez, we're going to need a lot of frogs and packages. And here we go. Something like this I think is exactly what we're going to need. So we've basically got 6 big old vaults in there. I've added chain drive all the way around the room, all the way into the corners. And of course we've got some conveyors on the front, because what we need to do is send our packages into this one. So this is FNT Store Wood 1. They're going to go into that vault. Then they're going to come out of this vault, come along this conveyor here. They're going to go down here where there's a little chute from this vault into that one. Then they're going to come across here and into that one. So they'll start filling up from this point all the way back up to there. And that means we can make use of all of the vaults nice and compactly. And obviously each one of them needs a frog on so that we can get the items out. So these frogs are not named. These are just on only send packages. And that's the same for all of them except for our input frog. And by doing that, we've got a nice little storage system. Now, I could technically probably squeeze another 3 vaults on top of this, but realistically, I think 6 vaults for each of these sections is going to be more than enough, because I've earmarked 20 sections for all of this storage, and that means we're going to need 120 full-size vaults. That's absolutely ridiculous, but there we go. This is how we play Minecraft. So now what I've got to do is replicate this system into each of the empty spaces that we've got, and that's going to take an awful lot of time to do by hand. So I think the schematic cannon is going to be my friend. The question is, though, have we got enough vaults? So each full-size vault is 9 blocks long, and it takes 9 vaults to make the big front bit. So that should mean each vault takes 81 vaults, if that makes any sense at all. It doesn't really make a great deal of sense, does it? But let's find out. Yes, it does. 81 vaults to make 1 full-size vault. And we need 120 full-size vaults. So we need 9,720 individual vault blocks in order to make all of the vaults I need. That works out at just under 152 stacks of vault blocks. And going over to check on our little system, we have 30 stacks. Morning. What the hell do you think you're doing? I say so. You're not allowed in my base. This is not for wandering traders, sir. Don't you be making my base all laggy, mate. Jeez. Right, anyway, in order for me to move on to the next stage, while all those vaults are still crafting, I'm going to take a schematic of the existing setup we've got, so that all I've got to then do is basically blast that into existence 19 more times into all of the other chunk spaces that they're going to be in. And then I'm going to need 19 shulker boxes worth of all of the items for each one of those things in order to then, oh my goodness, this is going to be a nightmare. Right, okay, I'll go get my schematic stuff. And then, oh jeez, oh dear. And I've crashed. No, I haven't crashed. Hey. Oh jeez, this was a bad time for it to freeze. Oh, now I'm here again. Maybe I have crashed. Ow. So first things first, we should take a schematic of these things. And there we go. I think that's everything we need inside of this. The chain drive will probably be different on the other ones, but we'll add it in anyway. And now I just need 19 more of those. It's shulker box filling time. Oh, jeez, the lag for some reason. It's because of all the vaults. No, it's not. The vaults are not laggy, mate. They're really laggy. No. It's the wandering trader's fault. Because he's here, because he exists. So back at the workshop, I've got 18 shulker boxes down here and another one just here underneath this schematic cannon, which has the schematic in it that I just took. And behind that, there is a packager with a frog on it called FNT Cannon. I've got myself a little stock link set up down here. So all I need to do is get my clipboard, figure out what items I need from there, make sure that that's actually printed the list okay, then click on this fellow. He's going to send it to FNT Cannon. That's all going to end up inside there, and then once that's actually gone in there, I can double check that it's got everything it needs, and it looks like it's got most of it, so let's just check by sticking the material checklist back in, see if there's anything else we need. There is not, so that one is done. Let's put this out of the way somewhere, shove it there for now, and then we can shove the next one of those into there, put the checklist back in so it's all nice and empty again, click on this chap here, send all of that over to there, and I've just got to do this a bunch more times. Well, this thing has been going for a while, and so far I've managed to amass 11 shulker boxes worth of all of the items we need, but the shortage is definitely the iron vaults, which are just not crafting quick enough. I also completely ran out of iron sheet, so I'm now pressing a bunch of that to make some more just to speed this up a bit. And we're getting there on this next barrel. Shulker box. Yes, shulker box. That's what I said, the shulker box. But there's a couple of things I need to do while this is running because I've just about run out of rockets. I've got absolutely no sugar cane at all, and I could really do with buying a couple of bits. So I'm going to go shopping. The problem with that is I've hardly got any diamonds at all, 38. But fortunately for me, I've got a shop. Let's go and see if anyone's actually done any shopping at my shop. And here we are over at my little shop of fish with Keith, the shopkeeper. How many diamonds do you have? 82! That'll do. So how's my stock looking then? If he's got that much, we don't know how much is in those because it's not loaded at the moment, but it looks like we've still got plenty. Oh, we've got no bone blocks. Excellent. Good. Right. In that case, I can definitely go shopping. And I'm going to start at the fireworks shop, which I think is this one with the TNT outside. Now, 6 for 576. That means there's no stock. Out of stock? Out of stock? There's no one stocking the fireworks shop? This is no good. Let's go see if there's any in the train station still. Because they used to sell stuff here. You've got no stock. Out of stock. But this just won't do. Oh, the other thing I needed was redstone. Let's hope Mr. Beardstone's actually keeping his shop. Oh, wow, look at this. The mini golf system is coming on quite nicely. So I'm looking forward to seeing that soon. But before we do that, we're going to go to the redstone shop and buy a bunch of redstone. 1 diamond for 64 there, or 5 diamonds for 512 there. 50 diamonds worth. That'll do. Cow, take my diamonds. There we go. That's the last package. And wow, we got 3 full shulker boxes for that. That's, nearly 3 full shulker boxes for 50 diamonds. That'll do me nicely. Thank you very much, Mr. Beardstone. And speaking of Mr. Beardstone, I should probably go and see him about those rockets. Find out why there's no stock, because it's half his shop, I believe. But before we do that, I'm just going to hop over here for a second because there's something I need to do. Well, that's weird. I just sort of flew by here, accidentally touched the ground, and then all of a sudden my pockets were full of sugar. I don't know how it happened. Something weird going, but I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to leave before I cause any more problems. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone!
What are you two doing here?
Ah, well, you see, I need both of you because you two are completely useless.
I mean, coming from you, Foxy, that's a little bit.
I thought we settled in court that you were. Your lawyer made it clear.
Well, okay. Well, why have I only got 25 rockets and you are short on diamonds, my friends? Because your rocket shops are completely out of stock.
Ah, it's not my rocket shop. That's nothing to do with me. I just take my rockets directly from the factory. No, I don't.
Oh.
No.
Oh, so you're completely useless.
Yeah. Yeah, I just steal my rockets direct from the factory.
Well, go and stock your shop and you might earn some money. And I don't know. I'll give you all your sugarcane I stole back. Right, Miss Beardstone.
Yeah, before you get to that, Foxy, stock your shop. You're out of bone blocks.
Yeah, well, I can't stock it because I can't get anything to spawn because it just vanishes. You know this. You were there. We spent 3 hours on it. We didn't fix it.
Oh, that whole thing's still a thing?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you got to manually restock it then, Foxy.
I am indeed. Yes. But before we get to that, Mr. Beardstone, have you seen what happens if you put a bit of cardboard in some water?
I have. Foxy, come here. Look.
Oh, no, look.
Yes.
Oh, jeez. Your putters have all got wet, Mr. Beardstone.
They have. Honestly, thank you so much for doing that mod. I was playing around with it while you were on holiday. I built this wonderful shop, which will eventually sell them. But there's also a driving range, so you can try them all out.
Oh, fancy. Can you want to just let me have a quick go?
Oh, yeah, on the driving range, you can do whatever you want. That's fine, yeah.
So can I just take one out of there? So for those of you that don't know, Mr. Beardstone's making a mini golf game, but unfortunately, due to the fact that the putters that he's using, which are these cardboard swords, use knockback. Basically, they have them hard coded in. The shortest you can make your ball go is, hang on a minute.
You did it again.
Is that far? which is too far for a mini golf game, isn't it, Miss Beardstone?
That's way too far for a putter, yes.
So being the kind friend that I am, I made Mr. Beardstone a little bit of a mod so that he can get his cardboard swords wet, and as a result, they don't go quite as far. That one goes half the distance, and then if I get another ball, then and I use the little one, the putter, this one goes half the distance again.
Oh, it's so cute.
And then that means you can just sort of make your shots like actually go where you want them to go, which is fantastic, really.
It is, and it's very helpful, especially on the last couple of holes I've just built. They're a bit tighter. So, yeah, but I'm going to have it, Foxy. So people they can only take 3 clubs into the game.
Brilliant.
So, yeah. So, there's a bit of strategy to it, depending if you're doing like a friendly game or if you're doing a speed run. You got options, Foxy. Options.
Yeah, I like it. That's fantastic. Yeah. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. And for anybody complaining that this is Just Create and we shouldn't be fiddling with things right in our own, there is no gameplay advantage to adding in a putter. Absolutely no gameplay advantage at all, because all they're used for is whacking people.
A wet cardboard tube. I asked people, I said, Foxy's made a thing that can make them hit less. What do you reckon? And it was a resounding yes, put it in the thing. It doesn't affect any of the game apart from mini golf. So Everyone was a resounding yes.
Wonderful. Now, if we can add teleporters in so that I can move my items to spawn without them being deleted, that would be really handy, Miss Beardstone. It won't break the game. It doesn't add any gameplay advantage. It'd be really... What am I supposed to do? I can't stock shots.
Honestly, I don't understand why your system doesn't work. I mean, I'm using the system stand built, which, just to say, is exactly the same as what you're doing, and it works fine.
The only difference is mine's underwater. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking maybe minecart chests, but then they won't load chunks. So they'll just stop.
I honestly don't understand, Foxy. You're just going to have to, stock your shops the old-fashioned way.
Which would be handy if I was allowed a backpack, Mr. Beardstone. Well, now that we've got that all out of the way, I'm going to get that redstone plumbed into my system so that I can actually make things that require redstone. And then what I'm going to do is turn all of this sugarcane into paper. And then what I'm going to do is do a bit of testing. And now we've got 7 stacks worth of vaults while we were doing that, which is handy. So now I should be able to get the rest of this shulker box filled up. Let's send those. And yes, testing. So here we are on a creative download of the world where I'm going to be doing a bit of testing. I want to test how we can get items from my tree and prismarine farm over to my base, and more importantly, the spawn area, so that I can actually sell them. So what I've done is I've moved my boat out the way, created a very small temporary boat with a very basic schedule, basically saying, stay at the Guardian farm, unless you've got packages, in which case go and deliver those packages. Very simple. It's got a barrel on there so I can see what's in it. It's also got a portable storage interface on it so that I can test whether that will work instead of the post boxes. On here, I've got a redstone requester ready to actually send 64 pale oak logs from the tree farm over to my base, and we've got a couple of little stock tickers here so we can see what's going on. This one shows me the contents of what's here at the tree farm, and this one shows me the contents of what's over at the dock, just over there. I've also got these set up to show me at a glance what's at the tree farm in terms of pale oak. We've got 1,004 stacks of it, and absolutely none at the dock at all. So if I give this a flick, that should send a package of pale oak down through this system, and eventually the package should make its way into that post box. This boat should pick it up, and we should be able to see it on that boat go all the way over to the dock. But there we go. It now should be on the boat. It is. The boat is going. It should be relatively close to the station. We should see it pop off into here. There we go. We now have a stack of pale oak logs in here. Or do we? Yes, we do. So let's see what happens this time if I do it again, but I don't load the area. So I'm going to request that, and now I'm going to go into spectator mode and run away to unload those chunks. The simulation distance I've got set on here is just 5 chunks, so if I go over to here where I can no longer see my base, I shouldn't be loading anything at all. So I went and made a cup of tea, and now I've come back, and let's see if it's actually managed to deliver those items. If we hop down here, we should see there are 1,002 in there, and still only 1 stack in that one. So no, it didn't deliver them. We should have 2 stacks over there. Let's check to see if they're in here. They are not. So yes, as per my previous tests, even on the single player world, my packages get deleted if I'm not loading the area. The next thing I want to do to make my life significantly simpler is to break my way into where the station is here, and I'm going to pop down a command block and a comparator to basically tell me when the train's arrived at my base. And providing these chunks are loaded when the train gets here, that should trigger in the chat, which means I don't have to wait for hours to see if the boat has actually arrived where it needs to go. So let's make sure this chunk, where that is force loaded. There we go. That is now force loaded. That should work. I'm going to do exactly the same thing over at the Guardian Farm. Put that there, pop that there. Train at Guardian Farm. So if I break that and place it again in the chat, you can see it says train at Guardian Farm. Good, that worked. And just for the sake of completeness, I'm going to do that test again to see if it makes any difference now that I've force loaded the station area on that one. So I'm going to flick that lever, run away, unload those chunks, and now hopefully I will get a message in the chat when the train has got to where it needs to go. And there you go. As you can see, the train has successfully made it to my base and back to the Guardian Farm. So let's see if it's actually delivered anything. Just one stack still. Let's go and see if there's anything on the boat. There is not. Let's go see if there's anything in the mailbox. There is not. Is there anything in this barrel here? There is not. Speaking of this barrel, I actually want to connect this to the little stock network over here, because that's the test we're going to do next. Stick that on there and that on there, and now that's linked to that. So if I put a piece of stone in there, that should now show when I look at that. It does. Excellent. Before we try using the portable storage interfaces, however, the next thing I want to try is putting a power loader onto the boat, because that worked briefly on my other one, so perhaps it'll work again here. Stick that in there. That should work absolutely fine. Reassemble the train. You can see that's glowing, so it's working. Give him his schedule back, and we're going to do exactly the same thing again. Request an item, fly away, and just wait for the chat to come up. And there we go. It's done the loop again. Let's go and see what's happened. Do we have any more items over at my base? Oh, this time we do. So that actually worked. But will it work consistently? Because it didn't. We're going to set a timer to go every couple of minutes, plumb that into there, and now it's going to request those items every couple of minutes, which is exactly the same system as I had set up previously. So first of all, what I'm going to do is empty out the storage over here to get rid of those pale oak logs by letting it all go out through those chutes. There should be nothing in there again now, apart from that stone which is in that barrel. So now all I'm going to do is just leave it going for a little while and see how many stacks we end up with there. And just so we know, there are 1,000 stacks in there, so however many is gone from there, we should expect to see in there. Simple. And a few minutes later, I can see that it's done at least 10 trips in the chat. So let's find out exactly how many has been delivered. We've got 10. So with the power loader, it seems to work. But I did have this set up previously, which is why there's a power loader on there, but it still managed to delete all of my items when it was doing it. So I don't trust that this is going to be consistent, even though the tests prove it is. So how about that portable storage interface then? What if we take the power loader back off there and try that and see what happens? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to do. In order to make sure the train doesn't just keep doing loops around and around and around, we need to alter the schedule to say, go to the Guardian Farm, don't go unless there is at least one package on there, and then go to my base and then come back again. So that should work. Obviously, this portable storage interface is also going to need force loading, but it is within the same chunk as the train station, so that shouldn't be a problem. There are 988 pieces of pale oak wood in the system. There are none over there, so what I'm going to do is manually flick that, do the old run away, and then wait for the stuff in the chat again. Oh, jeez. And for some reason, even with that schedule, it's gone round and round and round again, so something strange is going on. I'm not entirely sure what that is. We've only actually sent one stack from this system, which should be one package, so we should only have one package over here, unless it didn't connect and didn't get to drop it off. No, nothing in there at all. But yet the package is still on the train. It hasn't actually been dropped off. That's a bit weird. So I guess I should probably follow it to see what happens, because I'm assuming the portable storage interface is not going to line up with the one over there, which is why it's not been dropped off. At least it hasn't been deleted, so that's the good thing. And let's see. No, they do line up. And it's now been delivered. So even with the chunk force loaded, it won't deliver the package unless a player is present. That's not ideal. But what if we put the power loader back on? Cue the next test. Power loader in, train assembled, schedule back, empty destination, check stock, request items, fly away. And there's only been one loop this time, so that should mean it's successfully actually managed to drop it off over at the dock area. Let's go and find out. Yes, it has. So with the power loader on the train, it can use a portable storage interface to unload it, even though that chunk is force loaded. That's weird. Why do force loaded chunks not actually seem to force load the chunks? Right, anyway. At this point now, these are all the tests that Mr. Beardstone and I did together. We spent 3 hours doing exactly the same thing as we're doing now, but not only sending it over to the dock area, but to spawn as well. And we thought we'd solved it in exactly the same way, by throwing a power loader onto the boat, which does seem to work. But it didn't, because I went away for a couple of days, all of the stuff that I'd AFK'd for had vanished, it wasn't here, it wasn't at spawn, it wasn't in my dock. And not just the trees either, the Prismarine too. So I still, even after this testing, and the testing I did with Mr. Beardstone, don't trust it at all. So I want an alternative method, and that's really why I came here. The testing I've just done was just to prove to you what I'd do. Oh geez. Anyway, yeah, alternative methods of getting items from here to there. Let's try something else. So in my mind, there are 3 different ways we could do this. Of course, we've got the very vanilla way of using a chest minecart with a loader here. If I put some items into there, they're going to get loaded into that. Once it's finished loading, it's going to set off, come over here and unload it all, and then this little system here will send it back again once it's empty. Very vanilla, doesn't rely on any contraptions, but my worry with this is it won't be able to travel through unloaded chunks. The minecart's just going to stop as soon as it reaches an unloaded chunk, which means it's only going to travel if those chunks are loaded, which is probably fine between the tree farm and my base while I'm online, but it's certainly not going to get all the way from here over to the shopping area. The second way of doing things is certainly a lot newer, and that is to use just chain conveyors with packages on. We've already got infrastructure at each end to load them on and unload them, so that shouldn't be a problem. But again, I'm worried that they're not going to make it through unloaded chunks, which then takes me back to basically a train, but instead of having an actual train with stations and post boxes and train track, using a minecart rail and a contraption. This, I think, should work a little bit better, although we all know that contraptions do have issues in unloaded chunks. I mean, just check out my carrot farm, just stopping every time I turn my back because it can't figure out how to use rail properly. But I'm hoping that something like this might be a little bit more reliable than an actual train, and we should be able to make this go through unloaded chunks by throwing a chunk loader on it instead. So basically my tests for now are, can packages make it through unloaded chunks? Because Mr. Beardstone's power station uses chain conveyors all over the world to transfer power, and if that won't work, will this be reliable enough to make it there and back again? Obviously, I'm really rooting for the chain conveyor here because that's going to be a lot easier to build infrastructure between here and the spawn area than laying down an absolute ton of powered rail. So there we go. We've got some chain conveyor connecting that area over to this area here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is test it while I'm actually here. So let's just request some items, and here they come, winging their way across here. And if we follow those, we can see they're going to make it all the way over here, no problems at all, up the final bit, into the frog, and we have delivered that package, which means we now should have 64 payload logs in the system. But can it do it if I'm not there? First of all, I'm going to unload all of the force-loaded chunks. There is a power loader over here, and there's a power loader over there. And now I'm going to request those items, do the old run away, and see if it actually gets there. Any marks, get set, go. Run away. Okay, it's been a couple of minutes. Let's go back and see if it has been delivered. I can't see it on the chain drive anywhere, so that's probably a good sign. But are there 2 stacks in here? Now there are. So that went without me being anywhere near it. Okay, this time I'm going to send a bunch, but there's something else I want to do first, and that is to put a little system in here to turn this off and on again. I'm going to put a clutch in there with a redstone link on there in receive mode, and we'll just give that 2 packages for now. That shouldn't be a problem at all. And then we're going to go over to where we run away to. In fact, we'll go all the way over here, pop a redstone link down here with those on there, pop a lever on there and lock that, force load this chunk here, put it there instead so it's in the middle of this force loaded chunk, lock that, stick the packages on there. So now if I fly back from here over to there, the clutch should be locked and that should stop the chain conveyor, which yes, it has. Now what we need to do is request a bunch of items, fly back over there, unlock this, wait a couple of minutes and see if they've all been delivered. A couple of minutes has now passed. Let's lock that again. Let's fly back over there and see if they're all still on the chain conveyor or if they've actually been delivered. It doesn't look like there's anything on here. Are there loads of items in here now? There are. We've got a whole bunch. It worked. Brilliant. Okay, so we've got a nice, easy way of transporting items around without them being deleted by a boat. But there is one more thing, one very last test that I want to try. And that test is simply, was the issue I had with my system before because my track was underwater. So I've added in a track above the water all the way over there. I've added in 2 new post boxes, 2 new stations, so everything should work as before. So I've disconnected the chain drive. I'm emptying out this system here. So yeah, there's nothing in there at all. I'm going to remove all of the force loaded chunks. And now all I got to do is request an item, and hopefully we'll see that come down here, go into this post box and go on the train. Here comes the package. That's going to go into that post box. It's already gone on the train. The train is leaving. There we go. It went in, which means in here, yes, we've got a stack of pale oak logs. But will it do it if I'm not there? Request an item, run away. Are there 2 stacks of items over here? There are. So is it really because my track was underwater? I'm doing it again. I don't believe it. There should be 3 stacks in here. Oh my goodness, it's done it again. What? I don't believe it. I do it again. Well, I've left it quite a while. It's done at least 10 trips. The commands are actually going off the chat now, so I'm expecting to see at least 13 stacks in here because there were 3 already. Let's check it out. There's over 1,000. What does that mean in terms of stacks? It's going to be easier to check on this thing over here. 17 stacks. It's worked perfectly. So all of my issues, all of this testing, a waste of time because the issue is it doesn't like being underwater. What? Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone!
Yes, Foxy?
So I've been away from the world for a few hours doing a bit of testing in a single player copy of this world. And you know about the issues I was having with the items getting them to my base?
Yeah.
Well, I have found a solution.
No way.
Solution number 1 is you can use chain conveyors with just packages on, and they don't unload when they go out of unloaded chunks, so that's good.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, the reason why my track wasn't working is because it was underwater, Mr. Beardstone.
It is the water thing.
Yeah, I made a new track out of the water in single player, replicated the issues I was having with the underwater one as in the packages going missing, built one on the outside of the water, works perfectly.
Right, so it's something to do with boats.
No boats.
No boats, but I love boats.
No boats.
Oh, that's what you get for trying to do something different, Foxy.
Yeah.
You should have just built a train like everyone else.
Just thought I'd let you know, Mr. B.
No, that's good to know. That is very good to know. I mean, I do really want to do boats, but I also can't be bothered to. No, well, I know that now, but I can't be bothered to dig out under the ocean to put the track in because we haven't got steam and rails. So that's why I've not done boats or flying things or any of the fun stuff.
Yeah. Stam!
Hi.
Quick! Don't build a boat.
Why? Yes, why don't build a boat?
Because that makes all of your items get deleted. I figured it out, Stam. The reason all my items would have been deleted
is it because of the boat?
The track was underwater.
What?
Yep. If the track is not underwater, they don't get deleted.
How is that?
No.
I mean, I know I'm doing a lot of river transformations, but I actually did not plan to make a boat.
Good. I was close. I saved your life. You're welcome. Well, have you got 3 rockets for me, have you?
I mean, you didn't... I don't have... You didn't save my life, and...
I did! You could have lost everything, Stam. You could have parceled up everything you had into a boat and sent it off somewhere and lost it, and now you know not to do that because of me. So I've saved everything you've ever done in Minecraft. You're welcome. Reward now, please.
I mean, you can... Yeah, your reward is the shop is stocked. You can head on over there and spend some diamonds.
Bye, Stam.
Bye.
And so finally, with a little bit of luck, this should be the very last one that is filling up, and that looks like it's done it all. Let's just check the material checklist. Yes, we now have 19 shulker boxes, all full of everything we need to make 19 of those storage system chunk things. Amazing! Now I just got to spend another few hours schematic cannoning them all into place. So of course I've got my cannon, my table, my gunpowder and my schematic. Now all I need is all of these shulker boxes and a big old time lapse. telling you there's something wrong with schematic cannons. I expected to have to replace the frogs to get them connected to the chain drive, but I didn't expect all of the vaults to be placed wrong, half of the vault blocks to be missing, and also the belt to be missing as well. And it hasn't got anything left in the shulker box, which is weird. And behold, it did it again, missing a load of blocks, placing in the vaults all wrong, and not putting in the belts. So this time I'm going to get rid of a bunch of things, make a new schematic of it without the 3 vaults next to each other like this, and then I'll just have to replace a whole bunch more on each one, and hopefully it won't keep deleting items. Stupid schematic cannons. There we go, we now have 120 full-size vaults all connected together, but they're not a storage network yet, because I haven't added any display links and we haven't actually created one. So I brought a few bits and bobs with me, and just for now we're going to create a very temporary little storage system just here. Let's put a stock ticker down, connect all of these stock links that I've got to that, and now I need to put one of these stock links on every single packager that we've got, which there are 120 of. So this is going to take me a minute. And here we go, the last little section, just going in. Now every single vault is connected to our storage network, which should mean if I look at the storage network, we can see there is absolutely nothing in it because it's all empty. And that leads me to the next thing that we need to do. Because I want to designate each one of these little segments to its own type of block, I can't really just have a system that throws all of the items into this system willy-nilly and then just plonks the items anywhere. So we're going to need even more vaults. We're going to need an input system setting up in one of these chunks that can then take all of the items that are generated elsewhere or from the workshop we're going to have upstairs and then decide which one of these sections of vaults to send them to. And that's going to be relatively easy, but I'm going to need a lot of filters. So first of all, let's get ourselves a brand new vault system set up. I've got plenty of spare vaults here, so that shouldn't be a problem. And I think this little section here should do for now, so I'm just going to plonk a big old vault in it. Just like that. Now, this vault technically doesn't need to be massive because it's not going to have to store a great deal of items, but it does need to be big enough to have a lot of belts coming off it. But it is going to need an input, so I'm going to chuck a couple of packages on here so we can input more than one package at a time. In fact, let's have 4 of them. Then I'm just going to connect these frogs over to this line here, just like that. And these are all just going to be called FNT storage. So any packages we send to FNT storage will get picked up by one of these frogs and shoved in here. Now we need to get them out of here and into the right one of those, which is just going to involve a few belts. And we're going to need 20 different belts coming off this, which means I've probably put this in completely... Yeah, this would be better off in the middle. I'm just going to be a minute. Oh, jeez. And there we go, we've now got our big old vault in the middle with the conveyors coming out of each side, which are then taking the items from there into these individual vaults down here. They're then going to go into these packages and these frogs are going to take them where they need to go. So all I've got to do now is put some addresses on each one of these packages to tell it where it wants to go. So to make life a little bit easier for me, I went round and clicked on all of my named frogs with this clipboard, allowing me to see a big long list of all of the different storage vaults we've got in here. And now I've gone round and put all of these signs on for the addresses on here with some wildcards just to make things a little bit cleaner and easier, meaning that we don't actually need 16 frogs on this to actually send things to 20 vaults. We only actually need 14. because some of the things have multiple vaults, such as store wood 1 and store wood 2. We don't need 2 frogs to send to that, we just send them to store wood and it will go in either of them, making things nice and clean and tidy, which means I can get rid of these belts and those funnels. I've just got to get power to this now, which shouldn't be too difficult. And look at that, they're going in the right direction. That's very handy. Now I need to connect the ones on the other side, so I'm going to need some more chain drive. We'll just bring that down here, but this is going to need inverting. So let's just throw a gearbox in there, and now we've got all of those connected. So now we've got a fully working storage system, kind of. We still don't have an input system for this, i.e. somewhere to put items in to actually put them in here, and we don't have a workshop where everything's going to be processed. And of course, all of my items are still back at my main base area and I need them in here. But before I start putting anything into this input system, every single one of these funnels is going to need filters. So we're only taking the right item to the right place. And that's going to be a lot of work. Literally going through every item in the game to decide where it's going to go. It's going to take ages. Fortunately, however, I can cheat a little bit because I already spent a ridiculous amount of time previously doing something very similar. Oh, I'm stuck again. Oh, jeez. Come on, let me up. There we go. For my stock ticker here. It appears to have crashed. Oh, there we go. In this stock ticker here, I have a whole bunch of filters already set up, allowing me to basically make it so that when I click on this, everything's in nice categories. So I've done most of the work for myself already. I've just got to copy those filters, which is a lot easier than it looks. For example, if I want my gems and ingots, I can take that filter from there, grab a brand new filter and just pop that in there. Then I can pop this one back in there. Spend ages clicking the little move up arrow to put it back where it was in the first place because this thing has no memory, which is rather irritating. Eventually. Nearly there. Here we go. We're getting there. Just a few more rows to go. It doesn't take very long at all, really. I'll have this done in no time. There we go. And now I've got a filter with a filter in it, which is exactly what I need. So I've just got to do that 20 or 30 times. Oh, geez. I'll see you next time, peeps.
Mr. Fox.
Hello?
Hello?
Where are you?
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Is your voice chat broken again, Foxy?
No. Is yours?
Nope. Nope.
Can I help?
Do you have gold?
Nope. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I created this ridiculously big storage system with 120 vaults in it, which is ridiculous. It's also empty, which I would like to change today, but in order to do that, I don't want to move my items over here until I've got a workshop in place up here. So my plans today are to build a ridiculously large workshop up here, but I don't know if I'm going to get all the way through it because I'm going to be lacking a lot of materials. Particularly, gold, which I've hardly got any of at all. Redstone, which it looks like I've got a reasonable amount, but that's going to be eaten up in no time. Brass, I've hardly got any of. Zinc, I've hardly got any of. And andesite alloy, I can probably make quite a lot of. The only thing I've got in decent quantities is iron. And as we take a leisurely stroll around my existing workshop, you'll notice that quite a lot of these things have brass things on. And brass is pretty expensive. Oh, I didn't mention I've also got hardly any copper. Looking over here, I have 24 stacks of copper ingots. The other thing I could really do with doing before I start building that big old workshop is probably to put in an elevator into this so I don't have to keep trying to fly up and down that tiny little hole because it's quite painful and it's costing me a lot of rockets. So I think that's where we're going to start, in which case I'm going to basically have to demolish quite a lot of the floor up here so that we can have a nice big elevator that'll take us all the way down to where we need to go. So I brought a few building blocks and some create bits with me, and the first thing I need to do is get power up into this room here. And thinking of this room, I think that where I've got my little bits and bobs over here would be a nice place to actually have access to our storage system and all of the things we're crafting as sort of a central hub point later on. So I don't want to get rid of any of the floor around here, and we want to make sure we got plenty of space to access that. But I do want the hole for the elevator to be much bigger than this, because if we hop down to these floors, you can see we've got a whole chunk space there where the elevator's got to meet up with, so we're going to have to build out this floor a little bit, and then down there we're going to be parking on top of that water. Now, that could be interesting. So let's hop back up to the top and do a bit of the old smashy. And there we go. We got a nice big hole that goes all... I don't think I've centered it. Have I not centered it? Fly up from here. Yes, I have. It just looked weird from the edge. Anyway, yes, we've got a nice big hole. I've put some copper grates in there with some sea lanterns behind to make it nice and light. And now we just need to build an elevator on it. And get that power up here. Let's do that next. So I'm going to go over to the side here. Yeah. And power. Here's one I made earlier. It's very slow power, though, because that's coming directly off the thingamabobbies. Thingamabobbies? Yeah, the thingamabobbies. But we can use it. Just need to grab one of those, throw in a little bit of chain conveyor up to the surface, cover up the hole in the floor, stick a speed controller on, and then we just need to get that up to the top without it looking too awful. Do you know what? I might move that and just have that going all the way up. Then we can go all the way up this little crevice we've got here. We can even power the little fan that's on the back of the building. And then we can come across and put the speed controller up here. And with that there, we can pop on our elevator pulley so that when we build the elevator, that'll go down and connect to it. Excellent. And we want this going on nice and quickly. And we don't want this looking too weird. Let's give it some support. That'll do for now. Right, okay. The elevator base then. I want it to fill this entire circle, and I want it to basically just be a flat platform that we can stand on and go up and down, which will look a bit strange when we've got the elevator pulley just sort of dropping down onto the center of it. But I can't do it from underneath unless we were to use sort of mechanical pistons and make a different type of elevator altogether. But if we did that, then it wouldn't fit because of all of the stuff down there. So we're just going to have to see what we can come up with and make do. First of all, though, we are going to need an elevator contact in the floor on each level so that the elevator knows when it's reached its destination. So I'm going to throw that in on this side here, around about there, and then have another one facing that way, and they're connected. And I think for design, I'm just going to throw a ring of the copper grates around the outside. Oh, you didn't have any copper? Well, I had copper grates left. Shush. Leave me alone. A little bit of polished tuff on the inside of that. And I guess the rest of it we can do out of the tough bricks. No, I can't. I want this to look more industrial. Forget that. Forget the tuff. Elevators made out of tuff is stupid. We'll have industrial iron blocks in the center. And around this point here, we'll throw on the weathered industrial iron blocks to sort of blend from that copper color. Might even just pop those in the corners as well to make that look a little bit more circular there. Now we've got an elevator base. Right, on top of this then, we'll have a support so that we can have a roof on it, which I don't really want, but we'll have to for the elevator pulley. In each of these corners, throw the elevator controls on, I'll say about there. And then I'm going to put some temporary blocks around the edge. And then I'm going to throw on some copycat boards with the copycat grate and see if we can make this look like a little barrier. It might look a bit much. I think andesite bars might have looked better in those, but I don't think I can put andesite bars in the copycat boards, and I don't have any to test with. Quickly nip home, out, quickly nip back. Now, remove some of those, see if those will go on. No, they won't. I might just leave it as the raw copycat material because that does look like quite a nice little barrier block. And now we need something for the elevator pulley to attach to. And I'm thinking, ideally, if we just plonk a few more temporary blocks on the top of here, grab a few more of these copycat boards and throw them in there. Maybe with a bit of texture. Get rid of that. And then throw some more of those on the outside like this. Maybe with the weathered iron blocks. How does that look? A bit weird. What if we totally wrap the top of this in these things? That doesn't look too bad. I just want it to be like a service elevator rather than just a bog standard square rectangle thing. So for now, while this is good enough, I'm going to glue it all together, assuming these blocks will actually glue because they do have to technically be connected. So let's just do our best. And I also need to remember to connect the redstone link to everything as well. So let's just glue that on quickly and then pop that block back. And I believe that should all be glued together now. So if I come up here and click on that, it'd help if I spun it round first and then click on that. There we go. It's actually connected. That's good then. This is lit up, so that's good, but we've got no other floors to go to. So I need some more redstone contacts further down. So the redstone contact is here. We'll need to go there. There we go. That worked. And then for the next one, it will need to go... Oh, geez. There. Yes, that works as well. Right, let's just name this storage, this one workshop, and this one entrance. Okay, let's see if it works. If we go to this and we go there, we can go to workshop. It is moving down and it does line up. That's good. We do obviously need to build the floor out to make sure it meets. And if we go down to storage, there we go. It's landed down here nicely as well. Lovely. Oh, that worked out nicely. It's just a shame about the weird elevator pulley thing that goes all the way to the top, but let's not worry about that. Let's go back to the top, grab some building blocks, and then make it meet up at the other levels. And realistically, I don't think we need much more than this. All I've done for this layer here is just to add on this little walkway with some rail either side, and then on the floor above, I've not done a great deal more than that. This one didn't have anything around the outside, so I've put a barrier around the whole side, and there we go. Now we've got an elevator that goes to every floor. My only concern is, if I actually put my brightness down to what the game wants it to be, my elevator is going to be very dark, and I'm a little bit concerned, even though this is technically an entity, that we might end up getting things spawning on it. So I'm going to take it back to the top. I'm going to disassemble it, but oh my goodness, how dark it is up there. I should probably get some lanterns. And I think the first thing I'm going to do in this room is add in some girders at this layer here, where we've got this sort of transition to the other type of block. Throw some supports down into the corners. And then before we get to the window on each side, I'm going to put another one of those with a shaft around about there with a bracket on it and a lantern. And I'll do the same thing over here. Just like that. There we go. And I'm going to do the same thing on these sides as well. And I think I should probably add some there where the door is too. And possibly at the back of the room. Now we need to come up to the top and just add a few in the center around here just to light that up and make sure nothing spawns up there. And then I need to disassemble my elevator, and I'm just going to add a lantern or two under here. So I'm just, oh geez, I don't know how I'm going to do that now. I tell you what we'll do. Oh, it's gone invisible. Oh geez, it'll be all right. Let's get rid of those ones on the corner and just do exactly what I've done up there, but on the corners. Now I just need to make sure I've actually glued those lanterns on. And technically, once this is a contraption again, these lanterns shouldn't actually emit any light, but it'll make me feel better. Okay, let's turn it back into a contraption and find out what happens with the lights. There we go. It is a contraption again. The lights are technically still on right now, which is a good sign. Let's go down to the next level and see if the light comes with us. But it seems to. It's sort of maintained its light level, but I've got a feeling if I actually check the light levels here, they're not going to change. No, they don't. So technically, there's very little light on here at all. So yeah, they're not actually creating any light, but you can see the light in the game, which is kind of strange, but there you go. So there we go. We've now got a fully functional elevator that goes all the way up and down. The only thing I need it to do now is to be able to call it from the different floors. Because obviously, if I'm at the top and this is down at the bottom, let's just send that down to the bottom without me. Now I've either got to float down there or I'm going to have a bad time getting down. So this is where we need redstone links and some buttons. On each one of the redstone contacts, I'm going to throw on a redstone link. I'm going to put that in receive mode and I'm going to give it the red wall, signifying that this is my workshop area, and a redstone contact. Oh, that's, oh geez, no, I need to do a different one for each floor, don't I? You moron. Huh. Well, that can be red wall and a redstone contact. So now, if I put that on there with red wall and a redstone contact and a button, and press the button, that should call the elevator. There we go. It worked. Now you just need to do that on the other floors with different ones and probably do a better job of making that button slightly less disguised. I also need to do something with the fact that the redstone link on this level is just floating in midair. We should really have that disguised somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it yet. We'll figure that out later as we start building in this area. And seeing as though this is going to be a workshop area, I guess let's have red wall and a wrench. I can't give it a wrench. That's annoying. Okay, how about red ball and a clipboard? No. Oh, no, it's okay. I didn't know I could copy and paste settings with a clipboard. That's news to me. Right, I don't want to use that then. So any items I've got I can actually use that signify workshop? No, I'm going to go and get from upstairs. Do you have any workshop style items, my friend? A cogwheel. Okay, so you can go on there. And for now, because we don't have any infrastructure in here, I'm just going to plonk this on the floor just so that I remember what it is. And now we can call that elevator back. And then at the bottom level, we need to have a vault on the redstone link, and I haven't got any of those with me, so I've got to go home again. Vault and a bit of red wool. So there we go, a fully working, complete elevator that takes us exactly where we want to go, wherever we need to go there. Now it's just time to have a bit of a tidy up here, and I will do something at some point with this room up here. It's not just going to end up being a big old empty room. And like I say, I do want my storage system to actually output to here and allow me to input from here as well. And in order to do that, we're going to need a system to be able to get packages up here. And we're going to need somehow to get those chain conveyors up here, and that's tricky. See, I could use belts and chutes and things to move the packages, but that would be ridiculously slow. So what I need to do, and I also need to get them up here, is find a better way of getting my chain drives to change between the different levels of this building without just going straight through the floor like that one is. I mean, we are going to have to use angles, but I'm going to have to make it look a lot better than that. Speaking of looking a lot better, I need my brightness back. It's too dark. Ah, that's better. So a little while later, I've been a little bit busy. As you can now see in our main area, I now have a system to actually get items out of our vaults. Not that there's any items in there at the minute. And I can also put them back into the vaults by putting things in here and clicking the button, and that'll send them down into the system. I've added 2 of these here. Our first one is basically what I'll be using to actually bring things to this chest, and this other one I'll be using to send things to smelters and presses and things like that. And the advantage of having 2 is that this one's always going to set to FNT receive, which is this chest, and this one can be set to anything I like. And if I remember to use the correct one, then I won't be accidentally sending all of the things I want to appear in this chest to be smelted, which I do quite often in my other workshop. The way all this works is relatively simple, although I'm going to have to break a couple of things to show you. Behind this, we've basically got our stock tickers and a couple of frogs sat on some packages, and right behind that, we've got a couple of chain drives coming in, which if I put all this back together again and run outside and round the back, you go, hello, spider. It's nice to see you. What a lovely day to be a spider. Right, yeah, round the back, we've got basically the chain conveyors running down into the ground where I've actually made some space for them to go down. You don't have to. They'll happily go through blocks, but I thought it looked nicer. Ah! No, no, no. You little monster. I ran away. Rude. Anyway, hopping back down here, you can see these come to these ones, and then they fall down here and they come into our workshop level, which then connect to these. And then I've put chain conveyors absolutely everywhere around the entire room, interconnecting all of the floors, allowing us to basically transport packages anywhere we need. And as you can see, these ones then connect down to these ones, which then connect through the floor down to these ones, which go to our vault level, and they connect all the way around this level over to our input section, which means everything's just about ready to start filling up this storage system, apart from the fact that I haven't even started work on a workshop yet, and I don't want to move my items down here until I've done that. There is one more thing that I need down there, however, and that's a whole bunch of levers. And I need these levers basically in order to fix my little input vault that we put in, that's going to be sending all of the items to the other vaults down in the vaulty storagey bit down there. Vaulty storagey bit down. Oh, shut up. Why do you always question everything I say? Look, my brain needs words and things, and they're hard and stuff. Basically, this bit down here, I've got to put levers on every single one of these frogs, otherwise they're not going to actually do anything at all in terms of taking items out of these vaults and sending them over to the other vaults. So there we go. That's that side done. And now I just need to do this side. And there we go. They're all ready. So we can now test it. So what I'm going to do is grab some create bits like this andesite casing, chuck it in there, press the button, and then free cam to follow it along. Should see the package coming down here. There it goes. It should come down then to the next level and go around here. It gets sucked in by that frog. It should come out of one of those, go out of that frog there, and then go into our create storage system, which is over there. And it should come all the way down and go into there. And it did! It was very fast. It was hard to see, but let's just go and make sure it is actually in there. And if we look inside of this vault, you can see there are 64 andesite casing. It worked! But can we get it back out again? That's the question. Let's hop back up to the top. Click on this little fella. There you go. You can see they're in there. Click on receive, and we should hopefully, if we go down with a bit of free cam, see all that happening in reverse. There we go. It's already going up to the second layer. That should then, yeah, then come up to the third layer. And it's already done it. They're there. Amazing. Oh, Good. So we've got a fully functioning storage system. All we need now is a workshop. Been promising that for ages. I know. It's taken so long coming. But unfortunately, peeps, I can't make a workshop. I don't have enough materials. What the monkeys is this thing floating in midair? I know we got some weird, like, visual glitches going on with track and stuff, but I don't even know what that's supposed to be. That's weird. Huh. Anyway, I was coming down to my iron farm because this thing has been running away in the background generating an absolute ton of iron. But of course, as usual, there's a problem. Every time I log out, even though the chunks on here are all loaded by this power loader, all of the packages end up just getting stuck on here. And that's not just happening in here where the iron farm is, it's going all the way back into our storage system, which is causing me a little bit of a headache. You see, all of the chunk... Ow, stop it. You see, all... Hello, dog. You're supposed to be in the minecart. Anyway, all of the chunks in this area are supposed to be loaded as well. And up to this point here, which is the chunk border, that should all be loaded. So all of these packages should be loaded. So I don't see any reason why this train is having an issue, or why my iron farm's having an issue actually processing all of that cobblestone while I'm not online. But yeah, every time I log out, like overnight, which is when this happened, all of these back up. And it's nearly 1 p.m. in the afternoon today, and this thing has been running through trying to gobble up the rest of it. And as a result, I've had to put a fail-safe in here to basically say, if this has got cobblestone in it, lock this timer so it can't request any more, just in case I forget to turn it off when I log out, which I do every time I log out. So hopefully that'll solve the problem, but I'm gonna have to wait here for a while for all of that to filter through so that I can move on with what I want to do next. And what I want to do next is gold. So we're going to need red sand or soul sand. I also want to do copper, so we're going to need dripstone. And I want to do zinc, so we're going to need tuff. So while I'm waiting here for all of this iron to go through, I'm going to come up with a plan. Well, I've been busy basically coming up with a factory plan to take cobblestone and do lots of things with it, as well as a little bit of lava, in order to generate a zinc and gold and copper. And this is what I've got. Basically, we're going to take our cobblestone from our existing cobblestone, crush that down into some gravel, and we're going to take that gravel, crush that down into some sand, which is going to give us clay and flint. We've already got some flint from our iron farm, which we're then going to combine with the flint we get from this into a little vault, and that's just going to stay there for a minute. We're going to wash our sand down we get from crushing the gravel into clay balls, and we're going to combine that with the clay balls that we get from crushing the gravel into a little vault here, and that can stay there for a minute. We're also going to take some gravel, take it over here, press it with a little bit of lava and some of that flint that we've collected, and then we're going to turn that into andesite. From that andesite, we can then add in a little bit of cobblestone and lava in order to make tuff, and then from that tuff, we can crush it to get zinc. That's one of the things we need done. Gold and copper, however, a little bit more of a squirrely mess. From our little vault of clay, we're going to press that into some clay blocks, cook that into some terracotta, crush that into some red sand, and then we're going to grab some of that flint, combine it with the red sand, and turn that into granite with a little bit of help of some lava. We're then going to take the other half of that red sand and wash that into gold, and that gives us gold. And then with that granite, we're then going to mix that together with a little bit of lava and a little bit of cobble to make some dripstone. We're going to crush that down to get some more clay, which we can then send back into the system, and some copper. So all in all, we're probably going to end up with a very small amount of each one, because that's a lot of processing to go through, and most of these things are based on percentages, i.e. you don't get 100% out from what you put in. But I think we should be able to turn that into a relatively simple factory that we can then produce all of those things from. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Jeez. Now I'm going to design that factory in this world. This is the iron farm we've got, and I'm thinking we could probably do something similar to that to start with, to get us a whole bunch of gravel, and then then do other things with that. I'll be back in a minute. A little while later, and I have something in place that does a quarter of the things that we need it to do. This machine here makes red sand, and it makes 18,219 red sand per hour. And I didn't even know you could do this, but you can put display links on funnels and actually get their output in terms of items per hour, per minute, per second, and the total that have gone through. Fancy. So this works in a similar way to my iron farm design. We've got cobblestone at the top being ground down 9 stacks at a time into gravel, which then gets ground down 8 stacks at a time this time into sand and clay and flint. The clay gets spat out and put on this bottom belt and shoved into this little vault over here. The flint gets spat out and shoved into that little vault there, and the rest of the sand all gets washed through this little washing machine into clay balls, and they also go into this vault here. So we're basically just generating a whole bunch of clay and a reasonable amount of flint. If the flint overflows, we've got a little overflow system here so that we don't back up all of the system. That gets burnt in lava. The clay balls come through here, get pressed into clay blocks, they get smelted into terracotta, they go into here, then they get crushed into red sand, and that's how we're generating red sand. So for 9 stacks of cobble at a time, we're only actually getting around about 4.5 stacks of red sand per minute. And considering from that, there's only a 12% chance of getting 3 gold nuggets from it. That's not a great deal of gold. And the other problem is we also need to split some of this red sand off into our granite making machine. And that's why we're going down from 9 stacks of cobble to 8 stacks of gravel, because the other stack of cobble needs to come off and go into the andesite making machine. So yeah, this is gonna not produce very much gold at all. So I think I need to go bigger. But before we get into that, there are of course more than one way to get gold nuggets. At the minute, we've been going down the washing red sand path to give us a 12% chance of getting 3 nuggets, but of course we can wash soul sand, which gives us a 2% chance of getting 1 nugget. But it's dramatically easier to make soul sand than it is red sand, and you get a whole bunch more soul sand back for the amount you put in. So this system behind me basically does exactly what that system over there does. It's got 8 lots of crushing wheels, crushing 8 stacks of gravel at a time. They then get turned into sand. They then get haunted into soul sand. That then gets washed, and then we get the output here, which is just turning all of those nuggets into ingots. And you can see that gives us a whopping 16 ingots per minute, or 0.31 ingots per second, which isn't bad, and in an hour we'd have over 1,000 of them, and realistically there's a lot less going on here. But now that I've done that, I decided to go back over to the red sand and just turn all of that into gold rather than worrying about granite, and as you can see, that gives us 5,000 ingots per hour, which is substantially faster than doing soul sand. So I don't need to worry about a soul sand setup at all. We do need to worry about this one, and I do need to make it better. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do next. Oh geez, I was just spent ages doing that. I gotta do. Oh geez, what a waste. I thought it would be faster. What a waste of time. Well, I'm not gonna lie, a few hours have gone by, and I have created a behemoth that does loads more gravel and cobble and sand than the other one, and I've got it all coming down from this pyramid vault. Our cobblestone goes into here, it gets split 2 ways into 18 sets of crushing wheels, then that gets crushed down further into sand through 18 more. The sand goes into this vault along with the clay and the flint, and this vault as well. Underneath here there are washing machines that wash all of that sand, which then gets turned into clay, and that clay then comes out of there and there and over here and gets split through these funnels into 11 different presses, which are constantly running. Those presses are turning all those clay balls into clay blocks, which get gathered into this vault, which then spit them out through this little lava washing machine, turning them into terracotta, where they come out of here, get turned into red sand, get washed, and then get turned into the gold nuggets and the dead bushes. Once that's happened, they get pressed, and then I spit it all into lava, because this is just for testing. And I expect this, because it has 18 sets of crushing wheels as opposed to just 8 over there, to produce significantly more gold. However, whilst our red sand is hovering around about 60 to 70,000 depending on how that ticks over, and the other one is only at a mere 17,000, our gold amount that we're getting, this is counting the ingots coming through, is only 5,500. Whereas on the other one, it is 4,500 to 5,000, depending on how it ticks over. As a result, according to these numbers, that means that this particular farm here, the small one, is generating gold ingots at the 30% ratio to the amount of red sand we're generating. However, over here with our 50,000 and our only 6,000 ingots, the math doesn't add up at all. That actually works out at about 6 to 8% efficiency getting our gold ingots from our red sand, which means according to my little devices that are calculating all of this, this farm is producing way more gold ingots than is possible. So I don't believe it. I don't believe these signs for a second, and I don't trust these are doing a very good job of calculating things at all. So I'm going to do my own tests. I'm going to time it, which means I I need a timer. Okay, I've modified the little lava pit on both of the farms so that instead of throwing all of the gold ingots into lava, we're just running them across these drains into this vault that's got a threshold switch in it. When the threshold switch gets to 10 stacks of items, it's going to send out a signal, which we're going to receive all the way over here on this little lamp here. So this lamp signifies that farm over there, and this lamp signifies this farm here. Exactly the same thing is going on in here. I've just inverted the redstone link signals so that we know which one's which, and here I've got a little lever which is going to turn on both of the farms. As soon as I flick the lever, I'm going to start my timer, and when the lamps go off, I know which one's reached 10 stacks the quickest and how long it's taken, and then I can work out actually how many gold ingots we're getting. So without further ado, in 3, 2, 1, go, and stop, because it's going to take me ages to get 10 stacks worth. So let's start this again, and let's, instead of having 10 stacks, we'll do 4. Just get everything out of there that's already in. Do the same thing over here. Let's not forget to turn that one to 4 as well. And that means I should only be waiting about 4 minutes and not 10. Let's start again. In 3, 2, 1, go. Well, I've waited over 13 minutes, and while this farm finished in just under 5 minutes, this one is still going, and according to the threshold switch, there's only just over 2 stacks of items in it. So I think the signs behind me might be a little bit wrong, but I want to do a little bit of a different test because I don't think that was entirely fair. I have upgraded the test setup significantly for no reason other than I thought it would be fun. We've got 2 more displays and even some Nixie tubes. These displays show how many ingots are actually inside these vaults using a little smart observer with a display link that just runs to those. So I can see at a glance exactly how many ingots are going in, and I know when it's reached a stack. These Nixie tubes are actually counting how many items are in this vault, which is being fed just from this as a timer. We've got a timer behind there that's going to put an item in there every 20 ticks or 1 second, so we can see the time on here. So that's basically my seconds counter. That's currently locked with this little redstone link here, and that's controlled by this. So when I flick this lever, the timer will start, both of the farms will turn on, but when the threshold switches reach 2 or more stacks, these lights will turn on and their individual farm will turn off. So then I can actually check exactly how many's in each one. So as soon as I flick this lever, that should start counting, although Nixie tubes do have a bit of a delay on it, so it's not going to be entirely accurate, so I'll use my stopwatch as well. But here we go. Go. How long is it going to take to get 2 stacks of items? And you can see the 18 cobblestone crushing system is absolutely trouncing the one with only 8. We're now 3 minutes in, and the 8 cobble crusher farm still only got 48 ingots in it, so I don't really see the point in continuing the test much longer. We can clearly see that this one is the absolute winner, and that these display boards are completely wrong. According to this, it's generating nearly 2 gold ingots a second, and we know that's not right because it's actually generating 1 in every 1 and a bit seconds. So how many does that actually mean we're getting per hour? It's about 3,178 per hour, which is significantly less than that, but it's plenty because that's nearly 50 stacks, or like 2 shulker boxes in an hour, which doesn't seem like a great deal, but when this thing's just running in the background generating plenty of gold, well, I'll have plenty in no time. I am disappointed in these little sensors though, not being even remotely accurate, but there we go. Anyway, that's still only half the job done. I've then got to divert some of that red sand off, as I said, and some of the gravel off, as I said, in order to do all of the other bits. So I'm going to be a little while getting all of that in place next. And so a very long time later, I've made Spaghetti Town. It works very nicely and it produces everything I want. I've got 2 display boards here showing us the output of the gold, the zinc and the copper, and these are all the materials it's generating as well. As before, we've got the system that takes the cobble and turns it into the sand and turns that into clay balls, into terracotta and into red sand, and this is where everything changes. The red sand were then split in 2 ways. The majority of it is coming along this belt into this little storage vault here, where it's just getting washed and turned into gold and dead bushes, but they're getting burnt in lava. 3 out of the 64 are going into these tunnels here, where they're getting split into these basins here, which are producing our granite. So we're basically getting 3 red sand on that side, and on this side we're taking some of the flint that we got from these vaults. Rather than burning it in lava, I'm now taking it across this elevator into this little vault here, down into this vault here, where we still get way too much of it. So I've actually got a pit of lava underneath once it gets overly full. That comes out of here, goes into there, gets split 3 ways, and helps to make our granite, which then pops out down there, goes into that little vault there, and then comes straight back out again to then be mixed with some more cobblestone, which we're bringing over using this frog with a little factory gauge on there. And we're sending cobble in there, granite in there, pumping in a whole bunch of lava, and that is generating us the dripstone, which then just pops off here and goes into there. The dripstone then comes out of there, goes squirrely around here, gets crushed in there and produces our copper. But it also produces clay. So the clay then hops off this belt as the copper gets pressed into ingots, joins the belt again, then goes over here and then goes back into the start bit so that it can be used all over again. And then the ingots just go into there. The gold nuggets get pressed into that one and go into there. And then the other one we're doing is tough. And that's a squirrely mess to get to tough, because tough all starts somewhere over here, if I remember correctly. We've got a cobble coming in. That's getting crushed into gravel. Over here, we're using some more of the flint and that gravel to make andesite, which gets stored in there. The andesite then gets mixed with even more cobble to make the tough, and then that goes all the way along there, underneath there, into that vault, where it then comes out, gets crushed, and then goes straight into there as zinc. And all of that took a lot of doing, a lot of head scratching, a lot of confusion, and a lot of trying to figure out why certain things weren't happening the way I expected them to, but it all works quite nicely. So let's turn it on and see how it goes. If I flick that lever there, it'll start allowing it to call for cobblestone again. That's going to start going in, and hopefully in a couple of seconds we'll see all of that starting to kick off as the red sand comes through here and basically starts off the process. And while that red sand is producing, don't forget this flint that we're producing over here is coming out and generating the andesite that we're creating so that we can make the tuff, which is already being produced. It's already coming down here, and you can see we're already getting zinc ingots occasionally just flying through here and going into there. Look, we've got one already. And as the red sand finally starts to come through, you can see all of this starting to happen as well. It whizzes out of those crushing wheels, gets split this way, those go into there, that makes our granite, and then we get the dripstone, and oh my goodness, it's all just happening. And as you can see, we're starting to produce things. The tuff is coming in a little bit at a time, the dripstone's coming out a little bit at a time, and the red sand, well, the red sand sort of comes in chunks, really. As you can see, it comes over 61 at a time, that all goes in there, gets washed, and it might seem relatively slow, but once it's actually got sort of warmed up and everything's in place and it's gathered all the materials it needs, it actually runs relatively swiftly for a metal farm. You can see we're producing a whole bunch more gold than we are zinc or copper, and that's because I'm sending the majority of the red sand to be getting turned into gold. As you can see though, this system does generate a ridiculous amount of flint, which is exactly why I had to put that burner on it, and it only produced a tiny weeny amount of copper. Oh, poor copper's so small. Now I can significantly tweak the rates of the things we're getting, because don't forget over here we're splitting our red sand between the granite maker and the gold maker. That was on 3 and this was on 61, and the more I give the granite, the more granite we're going to get, therefore the more dripstone we're going to get, and therefore the more copper we're going to get. So if I really wanted a bunch more copper, I could maybe say, well, let's have 33 of those, because they need to be in multiples of 3, and then 31 of those, and that's going to significantly reduce how much gold we're getting, but it will make a whole bunch more granite, as you can see, and dripstone as well. As for the tuff, well, the tuff is limited by how much cobblestone I'm sending it, and currently I'm only allowing 3 pieces of cobblestone to come through these crushing wheels at a time. But if I allow, let's say, 33 pieces of that to come through at a time, then these little presses are going to be non-stop, meaning we get a whole bunch more tuff, a whole bunch more andesite, and therefore a whole bunch more zinc. But how many golds and zincs and coppers an hour am I getting? There's only one way to find out. Let's stop the system, delete everything I've already got. That didn't take long. Prepare a 10 minutes timer, let's say. And let's just see what we get by the end of it. And there we go, after 10 minutes. It wasn't too bad. That means we've got over a shulker box worth of gold per hour, 30 stacks, and then just 8 stacks of zinc and copper per hour. But as you can see, during that, we accumulated an awful lot of andesite and an awful lot of granite, which means that our dripstone machine and our tuff machine are just not running as quickly as the other ones. And I think the difference there is that in order to make the dripstone and the tuff, that requires mixers, whereas in order to make the andesite and the granite, that requires presses. And I think presses are just just way faster than mixers. But that's not a bad thing. Having an excess of andesite will be particularly useful combined with my iron farm, because that means I can now generate andesite alloy without having to go mining. And as for granite, well, it's just a really nice building block, so I don't mind having plenty of that. That said, if I was to slow down how much granite and how much andesite we were making by limiting the resources going into those, we could even that out a little bit and generate a whole bunch more gold. But I'm pretty happy with 30 stacks an hour. That'll do me. A little while later, I've run another test, and this time we got 28 stacks of gold per hour and still just 8 for the zinc and copper. And I was basically adjusting the settings to try and minimize how much andesite and granite we're making to try and maximize how much gold we're making. And it occurred to me there's a much easier way of doing that than just tweaking the settings on all of the filters. Ideally, what we want is to only create as much gravel as we need for making the dripstone, and the same for the andesite and the tuff. And the easiest way of doing that would be to get rid of this vault and just have that granite going straight into the dripstone making machine so it could back up. And once it backed up to this point, all of the red sand would then go to make gold. But there's an easier way of doing that for now, and that is just to lock this funnel here to prevent the granite going in. And the way we're going to achieve that is to monitor how much granite we've got in here with the threshold switch. So I'm going to pop that on there, put a little block above that so that when there's enough in there that it locks that, but it also locks that. That's not ideal. Don't want to lock that one. Okay, we put the threshold switch down here, put that block there, and then put the redstone dust on there instead. And then we set this to lock that when there's more than 3 items in there and unlock it when there's less than 3 items in there. So then we've just got the 3 that we need from there. All right, let me just empty out that granite again. I'm going to do exactly the same thing for the andesite over here. So let's just empty out what we've got, I suppose. Throw on my little threshold switch, stick that there, put that on there, put that on there, and then set that to exactly the same. Now this might work, or it might slow things down a bit. I don't know yet. Now I need to empty everything else out and run the test for the very last time, I hope. 3, 2, 1, go. Now, as this is running, we should see this blinking on and off every time that it's got too much andesite in there, which should hopefully cause a backup in this system to stop it producing quite so much andesite. And the same thing should be happening over here. It'll take it a little while to back up because we are generating granite and tuff quite quickly, but the longer we look at this, the more it's going to be stopped, and the more the granite will back up, and the more it won't be able to make any more. And once these back up and those back up, we should be then running at an equilibrium. And there we go. Just a couple of minutes in, we're already backing up on red sand, which is exactly what we wanted to see. And the same thing is happening over here on the andesite as well. We can see this is just going through occasionally. The other thing I've had to do is just set these chutes to only allow 1 item out at a time. Otherwise, we were getting 3 stacks coming out at once, which makes a whole bunch more than we wanted go into this vault at once, which then does keep it locked for a while, but it takes a lot longer to back up. So as a result of that, how's this looking? Yeah, we don't have a big old backup of granite or andesite, and our numbers are probably about this point in the test looking pretty similar, but only time will tell. And there we go, the results are in, and this time we are just over 31 stacks an hour on the gold, which is a little bit of an improvement, and the zinc and copper are pretty much exactly the same, although this time they were 8 point something rather than 7 point something, so it's a slight improvement, although the difference there is more than likely just the random chance we've actually got of generating things as we're processing them. But as you can see, we've got hardly any andesite, hardly any granite, so it's a whole bunch more optimized. But I want that andesite, and I also want to now spend the rest of my life building this on the server instead of in a test world. Hurrah! Yes, good schematic cannon. But before we do that, I'm going to have to go and fill in all of the lava so that I can remove this grass and make it properly, and probably not have things like creative vaults and fluid tanks in this system. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I built an elevator that takes me to a brand new workshop that doesn't have anything in other than chain drive. But below that, there's a big storage system. And back at the top, I've also got an input system for that storage system, and I suppose an output system as well. And then I spent a very long time in a test world coming up with a plan for a huge metal factory. A metal factory so big that it's going to make my rather large iron factory look like a dwarf. It is a rather large building with a rather large factory inside it, and the metal factory I designed is twice as big as this, and it's going to be going around about here. So I've got a whole bunch of work to do terraforming all that to make it fit, but before I do that, let's go and see what it looks like. And here we are. This is the monstrosity that we're going to be building today. Well, I say we're going to be building. The schematic cannon's going to be doing all of the hard work while I just put a factory around it. How hard could that be? Actually thinking about it, maybe the schematic cannon has got the easy job. Oh, geez. But anyway, this mega factory turns cobblestone into not only gold, but also zinc and copper as well. And it does so at a reasonable rate considering the size of the factory. I mean, it's not the fastest thing in the world, but it's going to be fast enough for me. So I took a few minutes to take a copy of this, shove it over here and remove everything that we don't need for my actual factory. Like the big old screen and the counting systems and all that sort of stuff, and the creative crates and the creative motors. I've taken a schematic of that, and all we need to do now is find somewhere that we can actually plonk it down and blast it into existence. And I say all we need to do, of course I've got to craft all these materials as well. And there's a whole bunch of materials on this, so that's going to take me a very long time. But first of all, I need to get to a problem I've had at my iron farm. Remember how in the last episode I set this little thing up to stop all of the cobblestone backing up on all of these chain drives? Well, I logged in today after not being online for a whole day and thought it had worked. However, all it managed to do was stop the train going backwards and forwards. And as you can see, if we go into our storage system, we've got packages built up and backed up absolutely everywhere. I think one of the culprits to this is the fact that somebody's been fiddling with our config. You see, the chain conveyor capacity should only be at 20, but someone set it to 500, which means on every single one of these things, there are 500 packages of 9 stacks of cobblestone, meaning my cobblestone generators are running like Billy-O to try and keep up, and all of those packages are going to need filtering through, which is going to take forever. I need to get to the bottom of this and figure out why it's still happens, even though these chunks are loaded by that power loader, and this says don't request any more if it's full, which it's now no longer doing because I've logged in. Apparently, redstone doesn't seem to be affected by power loaders, but I know for a fact that in other people's bases, it is. Why does this always happen to me? Well, anyway, if you're wondering where my perspective of me going through Eggs's dungeon is, don't worry, I have done it, and it will be being put out pretty much in full on my second channel, so keep an eye out for that. And now back to what we're doing here. I need to actually figure out exactly what materials we need for this mega factory. And here we go. We are uploading the schematic to this little bit of schematic. I need to go and plonk this somewhere in the world now, even though it's going to be temporary. And I'm thinking we're going to be going somewhere around about, I guess, there-ish. Obviously, with the building around it, we could maybe go a little bit further than that. We're going to need room for my monorail to come up and actually meet up with it, where all of the items come out. And the items currently with this design come out at the back. So that's not ideal. I mean, we could spin it round, but I daren't do that in case the schematic has a hissy fit. So I think, yeah, that will do us for now. We'll position that properly a little bit later on. Let's go and see what materials we need. In goes the clipboard, and out comes pain. It's not as bad as I thought, to be honest with you. The biggest concern is going to be their 80 crushing wheels, and I'm going to need an awful lot of andesite alloy. Right, well, good news for me. We've obviously got a bunch of iron. I've got a ridiculous amount of andesite, so I can make andesite alloy really easily. And also, fortunately for me, not too long ago, we actually put a system in place to automatically generate crushing wheels, and most of that still exists, so it won't be too difficult to put that back together again. And good news, peeps! My carrot farm's actually been working. It hasn't broken in ages, thanks to the comments. I needed to put behind this one, instead of normal powered rail, this sort of rail, controller rail. Apparently that does a much better job of actually making this thing move across to the bits of power rail than the actual powered rail does. Don't ask me why, it should work, but it doesn't. But now it does, so that's good. And there we go, my little mechanical arm is working hard for me again, making me a whole bunch of crushing wheels. Now this will take a reasonable amount of time, but I've got time to spare because I've got a whole bunch more crafting to do. Over here I've got my little mixing machine making me lots and lots of andesite alloy, and a few minutes ago I had this little machine running, generating brass for me with copper and zinc. Problem is though, I've pretty much completely run out of zinc now, so I can't make any more of that. Well, that should be all of my raw ingredients sorted. And we did have a whole bunch of crushing wheels left. Oh, I've got more crushing wheels I could... Okay, I don't need... Oh, geez. Yeah, I thought I might have a few... Oh, geez. Left over from the Prismarine farm when I did that. But anyway, I'm now going to go back to the little workshop area under there, grab my shulker boxes of stuff that I already crafted the other day. This stuff, throw that back in my system, and then see if any of that's going to be helpful for today. And now that that's all in there, let's see what we've got. When we click on the little blazeberry fellow with my clipboard, we already have quite a lot of items. These need to go to FNT Cannon, which is the little froggy that I've just set up behind here, is going to be filling up this shulker box, and hopefully there is going to be enough room in it. Possibly. We might need another... Oh, geez. Okay, let's take that one away and swap it with that one. All right, put you there instead. Yeah, that's nearly full now already. And we do have dirt in there for some reason. Must have left that in the schematic. Let's just grab that, move that out of the way and chuck that there. Give these a little bit of a sort. Throw the clipboard back in here and see what... Oh, we've still got loads left that we need. Andesite funnels, basins, brass funnels, brass tunnels, chain drive, encased fans, mechanical belts, mixers, presses, frog ports and smart chutes. Notice a lot of those are brass things, and they all require electron tubes, which I have none of. Great. Oh, making electron tubes is fun. I suppose I could go shopping, but I still don't have that many diamonds, so let's see what we can do. How much of this can I make? See, I told you this in the last episode. I said we'd hardly have any redstone, and that's because of all of these things we've got to make. Let's make 256 of them, and ideally we want to do that on a crafter. Okay, factory gauges then. I'm sure we can squirrel some room on here somewhere. We're going to need iron sheet at some point, but more importantly than that for now, what we're going to need is redstone, quartz, and then rose quartz. If we link that to that and that to that, click on mechanical crafting and then choose FNT craft. We can then request a couple of stacks of those. We wanted 4 stacks, didn't we? But I'm just going to request a couple because these things normally over-egg it. Then what we need to do is put another one of those down, put some polished rose quartz in there, and then if we click on that, and then send this to FNT grind, and then we can ask for 2 stacks of that. So that's going to take the 2 stacks of that and run it through the grinder to make it polished. Then we need 1 more of these, stick in the electron tube, link that to that, and then this one over to our iron sheet. Mark this one as FNT Craft 2. Which I believe is this one over here. Let me just double check that. It is FNT Craft 2. Set that to mechanical crafting, and then we'll say we want 2 stacks of those. So hopefully that's going to generate those, then those, then those. Either that or it's going to eat through all of my redstone, making way too much of that, and then I'll have to go shopping again. Probably the likely thing to happen because I don't trust frogs, frog ports, or factory gauges. So things should start now coming through to the grinder. That's going to turn our unpolished stuff into the polished stuff. That's then going to go back out again, and that should now allow it to come through to the crafter. So if we hop up here and check that crafter, we should start seeing electron tubes being made. There we go, electron tubes, hurrah! Right, how are those crushing wheels that I don't need getting on? Maybe I could sell them. Oh, jeez, we've made loads. But it has finished though, so that's good. Okay, put those in the storage system. And now that we've got our electron tube sorted, I'm now going to go through this list, craft everything up, and get it ready for the cannon. Mr. Beardstone!
Hello.
How you doing,
I hear
buddy?
you've been having some trouble.
Yes, Mr. Beardstone. I would like to know, as usual, what I'm doing wrong. And you're the man that always seems to not quite solve everybody else's problems. So if you'd like to follow me.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I can help establish that there definitely is a problem and then usually leave.
Yeah, so the iron farm works wonderfully, generates a whole bunch of iron. It's very nice.
Oh, 20,000 blocks of iron.
Yeah, it's good. But the problem is, Miss Beardstone...
That means you can just turn it off then. Oh, you've got some boxes up here.
Yeah, I can't turn it off because I've got to wait for all of this to happen, which goes all the way back into my storage system where my cobblestone is. Well, I say it did. I've basically been ejecting all of it into lava for the last hour or 2. And there's still a lot to go. Over 5,000 packages on the line, Mr. Beardstone, because some clever person set the config to 500 instead of 20.
Look, that was clearly a finger slip. It was supposed to be 50, not 500.
Okay.
Well, whoops.
My issue is, and I know we've all had issues with packages and things like that, but if you hop up to the top of here, I've got a system in place that's supposed to stop that from happening. So this is my redstone requester that requests 9 stacks of cobblestone at a time every 4 seconds according to this timer. This timer's currently locked.
Yes, it is.
So I can lock it on the wall with a lever, which I've currently done, stop any more being requested while I'm getting rid of all of this. But also I've got a red threshold switch here that says if there's more than 9 stacks of cobblestone in here, then lock it so it doesn't request any more, right?
Okay.
Logical, makes sense. Yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which works fine until I log out. And then...
So log out then?
There's a power loader. Can you see the power loader over there on the wall, Miss Beardstone?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah. So, but the power loaders don't seem to work at all to do any sort of loading.
Right. I would disagree with that. Otherwise, my thing wouldn't be working because I've got a power loader at my storage and that works fine.
Okay. So what's my issue then? Because there's another power loader inside. If we go this way, Miss Beardstone, you might. Yeah. Watch out for the train. Just hop through here and we'll get to my big old storage area, which hasn't got anything in it yet, other than 120 volts.
Oh, and some packages.
And lots of packages, yeah. If you free cam down onto the next level, you'll see there's a cobblestone.
This place is huge.
Yeah. There's a cobble gen. There's 8 cobble gens, all feed into this sort of big storage system in the middle. And this is a 5x5 chunk area with a power loader in the middle, which means that the entire 5x5 chunk area that we're standing at the moment is power loaded, which seems to have no issues at all running my power station, no issues at all running my cobble gens and generating all of this cobble and putting them on the lines. But at the other end, it doesn't seem to, the iron farm doesn't process them while I'm not online, and it doesn't stop requesting them while I'm not online. I don't understand. What am I doing wrong?
No, so I don't really know. So I've got one factory that's run by boxes and things like that. And when I'm not online, I turn it off.
Yeah.
Because I've been having issues as well. So yeah, I don't really use them that much anymore. Like not for running factories and like processing and things like that.
But this would be a massive area to use conveyors in, Mr. B.
It would. The first factory I built was all smart, and it was a smart factory, and it turns out it's not very smart at all, Foxy. It's not very smart. It's actually quite stupid. I feel like it doesn't work like it's supposed to.
No, I don't think it works like it's supposed to. So I don't really know what to do other than logging out because I always forget to turn it off. You see. Okay. Well, thank you for sort of telling me what
doing
I already
exactly
know.
what I said I'd do. Actually, confirming that there is indeed a problem and then doing nothing about it and leaving. I think this is pretty much what I said I was going to do.
Yeah, but at least that makes me feel like I'm not doing something wrong.
No, I don't believe so. Unless we're both doing something wrong, which is very probable.
Yeah.
So if anyone does know any way to fix this.
Let me know. I've had loads of comments. Why don't you just have an alt account that's always online, Miss Beardstone? That solved the problem.
Oh yeah, why don't you just do that, Foxy? Yeah.
Ender pearl chunk loaders, I've been told, acts as a player loading the chunks. Apparently, don't believe that for a second, but apparently that happens.
I wouldn't know. No, to be honest, that sounds like smart people stuff.
Yeah. My main one for my boat troubles, when I'm not on my boat, everything gets deleted. Just stay on my boat.
I mean, logically, that would work.
I wouldn't have any issues then. Just while I'm online, Mr. Beardstone, while I'm online, just stay on my boat. Perfect. What a good idea.
Exactly, yeah. There's going to be some amazing content coming out off of that, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, anyway, right. Thank you very much for popping by. And
absolutely nothing. Yeah. Really, let's be honest.
Yeah. Anyway, before Mr. Beardstone just popped over, I was just about done with everything on this checklist. I've actually just been fishing for a little bit of kelp, so I should now be able to make all the belt that I need. And rather than standing here and receiving it all and crafting it myself, I've just been sending it all through to either one of my crafters, which has worked perfectly. So hopefully once that belt's done, I believe, apart from the encased chain drive, which I'm going to do next, let's just get a whole bunch of those going. which technically would be easier to do myself than wait for the crafters to do it. Let's send that to my other crafter. Apart from that, I believe that's everything on the list done now. We'll find out in a second. Not that I believe it though, because we've encountered other bugs with schematic cannons, as you may have seen when I built my storage area. The schematic cannon will report what items it needs when you put in the checklist, which is very handy. But then when you move the schematic cannon to somewhere else and give it exactly the same storage it just had, it will tell you it actually needs more items, which is weird. And then when it starts blasting things into existence and missing half the items, like the belts and some of the vaults and things like that, it will run out of items and tell you it needs more. I tell you, since Create 6, everything's just gone a little bit upside down. But anyway, we'll figure that out when we get to it, and probably end up having to rebuild half the factory, put all the new belts in, rebuild all of the vaults and all that sort of stuff. But eventually it'll get done. Although it won't get done if I haven't got anywhere to put it. So I should really start thinking about exactly where I'm going to be putting this factory. And of course we said round about at this point here, which is quite a substantial chunk of land to start disappearing. And it also needs to be chunk aligned. So we're probably going to be starting at this chunk here. And it's 2 chunks by 2 chunks. So that'll take us all the way over to here. And if we start it, oh geez, we're going to have to probably be down at this level here-ish. So that it's, oh geez, that's a lot of land to get rid of. Must be tunnel boring time. Tunnel boring? Yeah, it's really boring, mate. For tunnels. Not a tunnel though. No, I know it's not a tunnel. I'm just clearing area, but it still works. Shut up. Where's my tunnel bore? Chainsaw. Tunnel bore. Lovely. Before I start the tunnel bore though, I believe everything's now crafted, so let's click on this. We're going to send all of that over to the cannon, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that's going to be the last we need, although I'm imagining I'm probably going to need another shulker box to fit it all in. No, is that it? Is it all got in? Seems to have all got in. Everything looks to be in order. Let's click on that and see what we're missing. Nothing at all. Amazing. Okay. Right, I'm just going to have a quick shufty through these shulker boxes and just try and organize them a bit better. You see, all of that actually fit in there, which means we're a whole shulker box less than we needed. Grab all of this out of here. See if all of this will squeeze in there as well. Some of it will. There we go. Lovely. Min-maxing our shulker boxes for our cannon. But does it still think we've got enough stuff? It does. Excellent. In that case, now it's tunnel boring time. That's a big old platform. And because of all of that work, it now actually fits into the landscape rather than just sort of cutting it off like that one did. So that should make building the building a whole bunch easier. But before I actually start cannoning the factory into this, we need to think about how we're going to get the resources to the factory, because that's going to involve even more digging and tunneling using my little machine just down there. If you watched my iron farm video, you'll know that we decided the way we're going to get items to and from our factories is using these little minecarts. These little minecarts, all they do is run inside of this building to our storage area and just pick up packages and drop them off. And that means I'm going to need a brand new little minecart setting up somewhere around about here that goes over there. So here's where the building is. The cobblestone generators are going to be around about this point here, I believe, which means we need to sort of go into our factory in this square here, which is not far from where I'm standing. This one, just here. We can dig through this wall. Alternatively, rather than having a brand new minecart, I could actually get this track to squirrel round underneath the mountain and go there as well. But then that's going to significantly impact the rates I get the cobblestone to my iron farm and to this farm as well. So, oh, speaking of cobblestone, I believe during all of that time, it's finally all gone through. It has. No more packages. Amazing. That means I can flip that back round. And I'm going to leave the iron farm off for now because I've got plenty of iron. Nearly 23,000 blocks of iron, plus millions of sheets and millions of ingots and millions of nuggets. I don't think I'm going to need iron for a while. So in order to get my fancy tunnel making machine up to where we need it, I've added in some very temporary track that goes up that hill. And now I can take it for a little bit of a ride. Let's go, little tunnel machine. Don't worry about the fact that you're going to go through blocks. It's fine. That gets it up to here. And then what I've done is I've started to lay a track through this wall into the storage area underneath. And I haven't dug out the hole in order to do it yet because that's what it's for. But by doing that, it's allowed me to generate the curve of the track I need without me having to try and figure out that first. So if we go into free cam, you can see that's what we're doing. We're just going from there up to there. That's nice and easy. Let's get a tunnel made. Might even, if I'm clever, be able to actually join it up with it and then just drive it straight through. That would be good. I think I'm going to have to dig a little bit of this away so we get the right angle when we get to it, though. Can you go up there? No, of course you can't. How about that? Can you do that? Yes. Now, before I set this on its way, I need to make sure it's got plenty of blocks inside of its barrels in order to place them in the walls. And it looks like we've got plenty of polished tuff. Quite a few tough bricks, a load of junk from last time, and a reasonable amount of tuff as well. So I'm going to say that's probably enough. So let's go. I'm going to wait till I'm down the little slope before I start activating all of the bits that I want to activate. So probably just around about there. And then I need to activate the rollers for the floor and the drills for the hole. And then I'm not going to do the deploys until I've actually started making a hole, so I know where we're actually going to start building the tunnel. And that's probably going to be around about now. So there we go. Let's start placing some blocks and actually making a tunnel. And here we are popping through to the other side. I do not want to smash all of that to bits though, so I just need to go very carefully until I just break through that very first one. There we go. And I just want to place my little tunnel blocks so that they meet up with those, which I believe that is now done. Oh, it seems to have done a pretty good job. You know, it's actually placed tough slabs in places, which does mean I've got to do a little bit of adjustment to this wall, but that's not a big problem. But there we go. We've come right out to here. Fantastic. I don't think we need these blocks here, though. What I do want to do is replace these ones and those ones with these ones. I also need lights because it's very dark. And there we go. We've now got lanterns in. I've fixed the little side bits of the floor, and I've even put a little bit of the polished stuff around each end. So that's that bit sorted. Oh, hang on a minute. And now that's that bit sorted. But it's not quite time to start doing the schematic cannon yet. Well, at least not for the factory, because we're going to need a minecart to run about, and we're going to need power over here. And last time I actually ran power on chain drives through the train tunnel, but I'm not going to do that this time because it's on a slope. Instead, I'm going to be a little bit more cheaty, and I'm just going to dig it through the wall above the tunnel. So we'll have our first chain drive around about there, which will give us power to the factory. And then I'm just going to run in directly back from that and just run some chains through the wall to give us power. That brings us directly to here, which if we dig in here, oh, there's power literally there. In that case, we'll just break that block, and then we can just attach that to our chain drive with a bit of speed control. Okay, power. All I need to do here is just stick on another bit of shaft, one of those there and one of those there, and now we're transferring power. That's fantastic. Right, we have power. We have a tunnel. We just need a minecart and a factory, and then a building, and then to make it all work and fix it after the schematic cannon breaks. Oh, geez, there's so much to do. Now, in order to make another minecart, I'm going to have to turn this one into not an actual minecart so I can get a schematic of it, and that's probably going to upset my dog. So I'm sorry about this, dog, but I need to take your hat for a second. You should be parked at the station, so I need to disassemble the train. Yeah, good, you didn't get too upset. Now I just need to take a schematic of it in this tiny little space and end up with way more stuff in the schematic that I actually want that I'm then going to have to either break or ignore when I do the final one. We'll label that factory minecart, reassemble that, and give him his little hat back. There you go, sir. You carry on, mate. Now I can copy that to a brand new schematic, place it in a temporary location so I can see what we've got. Yeah, there's a few bits there we don't need, and it hasn't remembered the bogey, but that's fine. Stick it in this brand new cannon that I've made, stick in the clipboard and see what we need. Stuff. How many stuff have we already got? We're missing a seat, a bunch of copper, some train controls, train casing, and some wood. I can do that. The checklist is complete. Excellent. Right, let's take this new cannon, this new shulker box, and go and build a minecart. Yeah, that should work. Stick a bit of gunpowder in it, put the shulker box down next to it, check the checklist to make sure it hasn't lied to me. And the fact, no, everything's fine. That's good. And yes, replace. Yeah, we just replace, skip. Yeah, and yeah, okay, go. It didn't take long. Just a shame it didn't bring a dog with it. That would have been nice. And it also didn't fill in the placards. They're supposed to have little bits of glowstone at each end. But apart from that, that was fine. And of course, me being an idiot, I didn't put any glue in the cannon again. So I've got to glue it all together now before I can actually stick it together as a contraption. I'm so smart. That should do it all. Let's stick on a bit of glowstone on there and a little bit of glowstone on there. Then I need to replace this seat with a blaze burner because I don't have any more dogs. And I really don't want it going missing like my other dog did on the boat. That's good, it works. Excellent, right, good. In that case, we can stick that down there on the track, get ourselves a couple of stations added into this thing, add a couple of post boxes, make some buffers for it to crash into when it gets to the station, rename the stations and the post boxes, link a little froggy fella to that one there, and give him a name. And then we're going to need to stick a froggy on this one as well, but we've got no chain conveyors over here. So I guess I need to do that next. And I guess we'll start with one around about here, so that that's in line with that one there. We'll get our little froggy linked onto this one over here. He doesn't want a name and he wants to be only send packages. And it would be nice if this chain was going a whole bunch faster than it is, because we're going to be using this for the farm. So really, I need some speed control on here, and I'm not going to do it at this end. I'm going to do it back in here. And there we go. We have connected that. All we need to do is make that go many, many, many. And now we have maximum speed to our metal factory. Excellent. Just cover this hole back up and hope nobody looks too closely at it. And now our little blaze burnery minecart thing is ready to start fetching packages. I'm going to give it a quick schedule. Retrieve package to metal factory, deliver package. Very simple. Phew. Finally, now I'm ready to schematic cannon this factory in. It's only taken me a week. Please, 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 cannon, do not get this completely wrong like you generally tend to do a lot. Go. Oh no, wait a minute. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. I gotta put my you stupid cat. Why would you... That's air. I guess I have got it replaced solid with N in it. Oh, jeez. Put my floor back now. And you've eaten all those blocks. It costs money, those blocks, you stupid cannon. I had my patterns lovely on the floor. You've ruined everything. That's it. Christmas cancelled, peeps. Christmas is cancelled. I'm trying to remember how I did my funky little pattern. I was really pleased with my little pattern that I'd made. Something along these lines, sort of some squidgy bits of that stuff. Squidgy, yeah, squidgy bits of that stuff going on like that. There we go. A little bit more of that around here. So squidgy bits of those like that. And then what we do is we just go into shuffle mode and then just place a random assortment of blocks with shuffle mode once we got our squidgy bit of pattern in. Squidgy bit, yep, squidgy bit of pattern, yep. You're a moron. You're a moron. Right, that's fixed. You, cannon, don't do it again. You stupid cannon. Let's try this again, shall we? On your marks. Get set. Go. There we go. That's more like it. It's only actually replacing floor with blocks that I've told it to put in the floor. And there we go. Everything looks like it's in order. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, why? Why are you... Oh, my goodness me. All that belt that I crafted. I went swimming ages for all that kelp. We've done that bit, but you've not managed to get it. Oh, my... There's like 4 pieces of belt it's managed to do. How can you not do belt? It's like the one thing that Create's made from. Oh, my goodness. Everything else looks like it's how it's supposed to be. I'm going to assume there's no water in the fan system or any belts. Oh, jeez. Anything left in the shulker boxes? No. You stupid! Why you even bother? Go away! Stupid cannon. Well, I knew I'd have work to do, but I didn't think it'd have to be this much. I'm going to need a lot of water and a lot of belt and a reasonable amount of patience. Oh, jeez. Shh. Goodness me, you moron. Well, I'm getting somewhere. kind of. I have belts in pretty much the entire system now. Clearly there are places that are not connected because a lot of them are not moving, and a lot of them are going backwards, and a lot of the crushing wheels are going the right way, but a lot of them are going the wrong way. And that's because I rotated the schematic in order to make the cobblestone generator go where I wanted it, and in order to get the output where I wanted it in relation to the monorail track. And when you rotate things, that means all of your gearboxes and whatnot end up spinning slightly differently, as I can demonstrate here. In this orientation, if I put this gearbox down on that shaft there, this side is going to spin that way, and this side is going to spin that way, and that side is going to spin the opposite way to this side. And that's great. That makes things nice and easy to work out. But if I rotated the entire building so that the shaft is no longer going that side, but going this side, then all of a sudden this one's spinning the opposite way round, and so is this one, which is not ideal. So I've basically got to undo all of my wiring, which took me absolutely ages to figure out in the test world in the first place, and redo it. So, yeah, I'm going to be a minute. I think if I look at the washers, at least they're going in the correct directions. So that's good. But all the crushing wheels at this point are wrong. These little belts coming out of here are right, but those belts are all wrong. So this is going to take some time. Well, that didn't take quite as long as I thought it was, but it was a big old squirrely mess. But now everything at least seems to be going in the right direction, which is good. There's still a few things to do, such as these tunnels here no longer have filters on. And of course, I've got no lava coming over to any of these pumps in order to pump the lava into the basins. We've also got no lava in the smelter, but other than that, I think we're just about there. So the first thing I need to do is sort those filters out, just in case we start it and I forget. Then I'll worry about lava pipes, lava buckets, and yeah, getting this thing going. There we go, that's the tunnel filter sorted. Now for the pipes. When this was in the test world, all we had was creative fluid tanks, one of them here and one of them just round here over here. But obviously we can't do that here, we need an infinite source of lava, which conveniently is exactly what we've got underneath our hill. And if we go to the point where we're bringing power out, we've actually got a lava pipe quite close by, so we could literally run a lava pipe along here, sort of squirrel it round so it goes underground, and then link up with our pipes. I think that's the easiest thing to do. Okay, we've got it running round to here. We just need to connect that to this bit of pipe here, and then I guess we probably want to head back in this direction and then across where our door is over there. So if we choose this point to turn and just go over here, hopefully that's not far away at all. In fact, we could probably just go straight through and link up with the lava pipe. Oh look, there's literally one in that wall there. And there is our pipe. The only problem is if I take it straight from there, it's going to connect to that, and that's got water in it. So we don't want to do that. So I'm going to have to put one of those on there. And then if I do that and that, we can connect to it. But now, no, I don't want the water, and I'm not ready. Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll just get the pipe running where it needs to go. And here we go. Last couple of bits of pipe, and there we go. We're connected. Break that. Pop. Oh, no, I can't reach out. No, I'm doing it again. Stop. No, I can't. Why? You're so annoying. Let's connect that bit first, then that bit, and then we're good to go. So with a bit of luck, even though this system's running very slowly at the minute, we should start seeing, yeah, we've already got lava in all of the basins. That's fantastic. That worked out great. Then what about over here? Have we got lava coming this way? I mean, kind of. It's in that there, but it doesn't appear to be getting much further than that, which is slightly concerning because it is going out of a pump. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird, isn't it? There we go, connect that properly. There we go. We just needed to break a couple of pipes, and now we've got lava in all the basins. In that case, I can steal a couple of buckets of lava for our little lavery blaster thing over here. Put those in there, steal a couple more, pop those in over here, and that should, I think, be everything ready to go. Certainly in terms of processing and logistics, but we need to sort this frog out. And this frog is FNT Metal Factory Cobble 2. I can't fit it all in. We'll just call it FNT Metal Factory Cob 2, and then we need to start this restocker out on here because it's not actually connected to any network. And that's a good point, actually. None of this is connected to any sort of network, and of course it's going to need one, which means we're going to need stock tickers and things like that, so we can get things like this frog working and actually start calling for cobblestone. So I'm going to get a couple of things. I'll be back with you in a second. Okay, looking at the area we've got, this is going to be our output area, so I think it makes sense to have our little stock system just over here. So let's just make a little place for that. We'll put on our blaze burner, stick on a stock link next to those, and then we can connect all of those to those. And then all we need to do is stick a packager on each one of these with a stock link on it. That's going to tell us what we've got in our output vaults. Of course, we're also going to need one of those on our... Oh, hello. Yeah, I'd rather you weren't on there. Thank you very much. I'm going to need one of those over here on our input vault, and then we can grab that factory gauge, click on our stock link over there. I don't actually... There's another one. I need to put some lights up around here. And then click on our little froggy over here, which is going to be requesting all of the cobblestone. Let's stick the cobblestone in there. Set that to, I believe I had it on like 18 stacks, but it doesn't really matter as long as it's plenty. And then the address needs to be this frog. There we go. So that's going to start requesting cobble from there. But of course, it can't request cobble from anywhere at the minute because, yeah, we need to set up the cobblestone network, which means we need to be requesting it from there. Oh, I need to get rid of you. You're stuck on the belt, aren't you? No. There we go. Whew, that's close. We're going to be configuring a redstone request to this, but we need to actually configure that on the storage network, or at least the cobblestone network, and not this one at the moment. So I'm just going to put that there for now so we know where it's at. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a clutch on our power input, and I've left no room for that at all. Oh, geez, that's going to make life tricky. And then we can put a redstone link within the same chunk. That wants to be on receive mode, and we're going to have gold and black wall. Then we can have a control system over here with these fellows. So we can start with a redstone link there. We need a lever to be able to operate that, and then we can have another lever here that basically locks our redstone requester, which is going to need a timing circuit on it, which we could probably just squirrel around the back here. So if we pop a pulse timer there, we're going to put that on every 4 seconds, just like the iron farm. And then all we need to do is connect that to the request. It doesn't really? You don't go around corners? Huh. Well, in that case, I'm going to need a target block. But that's actually, I don't even think I need a target block. We can probably literally just go into the back of a bit of casing, and that should hopefully trigger that if it was working. So let's go get it connected. And that wants 18 stacks of cobblestone coming at a time, and we want the address to be metal factory, and that's going to sort our main cobble coming in, but it's not going to help us with the cobble we need for the other bit. So perhaps we should ask for more than 18 stacks. See, what we need is this redstone requester to request enough cobblestone to go through all of our crushing wheels, as well as enough cobblestone to go through into our little cobble thing here. And we need somewhere for this frog to be able to pull that cobblestone from. I don't think it makes sense to have this frog calling from our main cobble storage warehouse and using our little minecart the same as this one is. It makes more sense just to bring excess cobble into here and then take that cobble from there for that frog if it needs it. In which case, we need 2 little froggies up here. One for in and one for out. So I'm just going to squeeze one on next to this one, link it to this little chain drive here, pop it on there, and that's just going to be send packages. And now, because this factory gauge is linked to this network and not the one under there, it should call from cobblestone wherever it exists in this network, which will be in there. And I've got this to basically request 27 stacks instead of 18, so there's an extra 9 stacks for the other one. But what we need to make sure we do is, if we've got too much cobble, a little bit like in the iron farm, we actually shut that off. So we'll stick a threshold switch on there, put a redstone link on it. We'll give that copper and black wool, just because I'm not using that anywhere else, and this is partially a copper farm. So if there are more than 54 stacks, send out a signal that we'll then use to lock that requester. That should work. Pop that on there, bit of copper, bit of one of them, stick that there. I don't know if that'll lock that directly. So we can put our first lever on there to be able to basically lock the entire system. That stops everything from running. That works okay. And we'll put the second one there. No, that's not going to work there. We need to move that. Put that on this side instead. Like that, and then we can use that to manually lock that. And that is working. That's actually requesting things. So we should see now, yeah, if we look through there are items whizzing about on the belt, which are coming this way. That frog has got them. Is the train going to come and collect them, though? No, it isn't. It's not going to go and collect them for some reason. I don't know why. Let's go and figure that out. These are addressed to Star Metal Factory Star. That's why it's not going to collect them, because that's not what I put on the schedule. I just need to adjust your little hat, my friend. Receive package from Star Metal Factory Star. There we go. Now you'll be able to go and fetch those. It is. It's going to go and get them. That's going to get those. The frog is not connected to anything. So let's actually get the frog connected to the line. Pop that back on there. Make sure that's on only send packages. Those cobblestones should hopefully all go into here. And hopefully that frog's then going to actually send some back out again, because the request we've got back down there doesn't appear to be doing that. Currently 0 stacks, but oh, because it's all gone through, of course. Didn't think about that. Well, at least we're producing things now. Things are happening. Okay, well, that's happened a bit quicker than I thought it would, but I just need to make sure all of this is going to work with the timers and whatnot. If I look at this, no matching items found, because we haven't produced anything yet. That makes sense. But I do want to be able to see what we've got in terms of andesite, ideally red sand, tuff, dripstone and granite. So now if I come back over here and check the little stock network, we've still got nothing. So a little while later, and everything seems to be doing what I want it to do. Everything does appear to be doing what it's supposed to do. We are generating plenty of clay balls, we're generating terracotta, we're generating red sand, our granite's even already backed up and filled up, we're generating dripstone. The only thing I haven't seen anything come through yet is tuff. Why are we not generating any tuff? Because we've not got any andesite. Why are we not? Oh, my andesite belt is going backwards. Well, that'd explain a few things. We're going to have to double gearbox, I think. Let's gearbox there and gearbox there. And there we go. Now we're going in the right direction, which means we're now creating andesite, which should mean we're now creating tuff. We are. And we are backing up on gold. Oh, did I not waterlog all of this properly, or are the fans going in the wrong direction? Looks like the fans are definitely blowing downwards. I bet it's this again. I bet this vault needs replaced. Oh, jeez. My vault! We've got no room. It's in there with some dead bushes, which also don't appear. Oh, the dead bush is not going anywhere because there's no lava in the dead bush hole. Jeez. Okay, let's pop that back in there. There we go. Now the gold's coming through. Now we just need some lava for those dead bushes. And now we can kill all of those dead bushes. That's going to allow all of the dead bushes to come through. And we are producing all the things we wanted to produce. This is amazing. And if we look in here, we've already got a few bits of each, and we are generating a little bit more granite and andesite than we need, but that's absolutely fine. It's all working. Uh-oh. Something appears wrong with my system. So I've just been AFK for about 30 minutes while I've been editing those last few clips, and I've just come back and we've got many packages that are assuming to try and get to this frog, but it can't because that's full. Why are there more coming? This doesn't make any sense. Is there none up here? Yeah, you've got no, so there's no cobblestone at all in there, yet it's all over. What? You shouldn't even. Why are you going over there? Let me check this. Metal Factory. So you're addressed to here. Oh, I'm a moron. These are addressed to Wildcard Metal Factory. Wildcard. And what is this frog called? This frog is called Metal Factory in there. You stupid. Let's just change that to MF. There we go. Change that to MF. And now, yeah, they should hopefully all start going into the machine and not this frog. You stupid packages. Did we fix our too many packages on the thing? No, they're dead and they still have 500. This may take a minute to go through, but hopefully because of that, that's going to give us an opportunity to see if our threshold switch on there, which is now red, is actually locking our thingy-bob, our requester. Just have to remove my little AFK hole that I made myself. And that should not be requesting anything because this should be locking it, and it looks like that's the case. Although there's an easy way to find out, and that is to fly down here and see if we're dragging any more cobblestone out of the cobblestone system, and it looks like we are not. And there's nothing waiting at this end to go on, and the train's not moving. Well, at least something's working. As a result, we are generating a very small amount of stuff. And I thought we'd have a lot more than that, but obviously we wouldn't have done because I'm a moron and all of the packages went to the wrong place. So my half an hour of AFK was essentially completely wasted. Now, of course, this factory is going to need a building round it, just like that one. But I can't do that today, peeps. That's going to have to be another day's video. For now, I'm just happy that everything is seemingly working. All I'm going to do for the rest of this video is leave this running for a little while and then report back on how many items we've got. With a big old display board that's displaying that I don't have a great deal of stuff at all. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I created this incredible metal factory that takes cobble and turns it into gold, zinc, and copper. And it works very well. It's been running for quite a while now, generating me a whole bunch of gold and a reasonable amount of zinc and copper, as well as a wandering trader. And that's because it has no building around it and things just get into it. And at one point, while I was doing a bit of AFK, even a skeleton managed to go through the crushing wheels and completely block up my copper and clay coming through these tunnels. So that was fun. The other minor oddities that happen at this farm are that occasionally it just completely runs out of cobblestone, even though we've got an automatic system set up in place to basically keep it full of cobblestone using this minecart track and the massive cobblestone generators that we've got underneath here that are all absolutely full to the brim of cobblestone. For some reason, every now and then it just decides it's not going to have any. But it's fine, because then it fills itself up again and everything starts working absolutely great until a skeleton gets in it and blocks it up. Which is exactly why we need to build a building around it. And it's gonna be a big building. It's going to need a towery bit around that. It's going to need other bits around this. We need an entranceway so we can actually get in to see it. And I would very much like it to have another monorail track like that one so that we can continue the monorail around the mountain and then at some point drop all of the stuff off inside. But I don't actually have a monorail yet, so I'm going to have to build one of those at some point. But not right now. Right now, I need to make a building around this, and the first thing I'm going to do is basically copy and paste that monorail track over here. But before I can do that, there's a Mr. Beardstone. Hello, Mr. Beardstone.
Hello. Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have any intentions of restocking your bone shop? Your sea shop with all the bones? I know you've been having trouble, but I really need some bone blocks.
Let's fly over and see what we've got over at the Prismarine farm, because I don't know what we've got in terms of bones, because I have actually been using a few of them for the tree farm, so let's go check it out. I do have intentions of restocking the shops, but I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do that yet, mainly because I've had a lot of people saying, why don't I just build a dry track under the ocean for my boat and still use my boat, which sounds like a lot of work. But it does.
That is exactly why I've not made boats, is because I don't want to have to hide a track under the ocean.
No, but it might solve us a few problems. So yeah, maybe use my... I'm still deliberating whether to do that or just add a new train in that just does it properly.
Yeah.
But if we look in here, I have 2,700 bone blocks.
Okay. Can I have 15 stacks?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Yay!
I need to get power on, though, to get them. Oh, no, actually, we don't need to. They'll be in...
No, not for this guy.
They're going to be over here in this vault, right? So all we need to do is request them.
And then they'll come out here.
Yeah. So you just need to grab the packages.
Cool.
Are you ready?
Awesome. Yes.
15 stacks. Okay.
Yes, please. I've used so many bone blocks on this golf course, Foxy.
I know. I keep seeing you using loads of bone blocks, and I was like,
where's all come from you?
Oh, really? Are they all the ones I've produced, have they? Is that the right number? Did I put the right number in there?
You gave me too many. You gave me an extra 9.
An extra 9 stacks? Can't be doing with that, Mr. Beardstone.
Yeah, you gave me an extra 9 stacks, Foxy.
Do you want to buy another 9 stacks, Mr. Beardstone?
So, Foxy, that was literally the very last diamonds I have.
Oh,
I have
really?
spent every single diamond I own
on Chosen's factory,
buying things for the golf course. To be honest, I've spent a lot on bone blocks. I think pretty much every stack you had, I have bought. But no, I've just spent every penny I own on that golf course.
Right. Hoping it's going to make you a lot of money then as people play it once.
I'm not really bothered about that. There's a competitive time trial mode, Foxy, where you can win a golden golf cart.
I'm never going to beat that, but I do want the golden golf cart. I did see you build that in your last video. So yeah, I kind of want that. And now Mr. Beardstone's gone, I can get back to making this monorail bit. And building this track is relatively simple. First of all, we need some copycat stairs along here, and some more across the other side. Then we just need some copycat slabs between those. And then we need to do a little bit of texturing with our weathered iron blocks and our normal industrial iron blocks. Just like that. Not that one. Then we need some girders that are look like about 4 blocks tall. 4 and then the top bit. Okay, I can do that. Okay, there are all of our little girdery bits in place. Now there were lanterns on those around the sides. How did I do that? Are they just literally hanging from the bottom? No, they're on brackets. Of course they are. No problem. I can do that as well. And all you got to do is hold shift while you try and click on the girder so it doesn't place it in the girder. Stick your bracket on like that. And did you know you don't have to break brackets to just change their position? You can just click on them in different orientations and they will change, which is quite nice. And I just need to do that on each one of these. Lovely. And there we go. Just in time for nighttime. But before we get to nighttime, let's actually get the track on top. And yes, I know this rail doesn't look like actual monorail, but we don't have steam and rails because it's not available for our version of Create yet, which is very frustrating, but that's what we've got and that's what we're going to have to put up with. Now I need to link that over to this one over here and see if we can get it to join. We cannot make slope test bends. Don't tell me I built it all in the wrong place. Oh, jeez. Now, we're not allowed slope test bends, but we can have S-bends on the same plane. So what I need to do is basically get this down to the same level as that one over there. And currently, we're at level 94. Ow. And this one here is at level 87, so I can either make this one go up and then go round, or make it go round and then go up. But I think we'll go up first because of this mound here. So let's get rid of that, make that go there, and then I guess we just need to go up to, what did I say, 94? I don't know, I wasn't really paying attention. Slope too steep! Oh, jeez. It's so finicky. Well, where can... Oh, I can get... Right, okay, so I can go... So I can go to there, like that, and then I can grab that, and now this should join on over here without too much of a problem, hopefully. I haven't got not enough track. And there we go. That looks okay, but it also looks a bit wiggly. I think this slope is too steep. So what we're going to do is undo everything that I've just done, bring this bit out a reasonable amount further, all the way along here like this, and then see what's the tightest little S-bend that I can make, so that then I can figure out the slope better. Oh, I can go all the way to there. Well, I think that's a little bit tight. So let's bring that back to maybe about there, and then we'll go down on our little slope from there, just like that. Does that look better? Yeah, I think once we've got girders and things in, that'll look a whole bunch better. And there we go. We've got a couple of girders in place, holding it up a little bit, but we do need to add a bit more structure and support to that in the future. But for now, I think that'll do nicely, which means we've now got a monorail track coming over to here. And that means we can start building our building. Now, at the front of that one, we actually had a little bit of an overhang with some outside bits before we actually got into the factory. Sadly, however, because of the layout of this one, we're going to have no room for that at all, which means we're not even going to have a platform to the monorail until we get to this bit. So our building's going to have some very interesting shapes. And I haven't thought about any of them. I suppose it's about time I started figuring out a layout for this. And for that, I'm going to need a very similar block palette to what we've got going on over there, because that's the block palette we're using in this area, with the deep slates and the limestones and the coppers and the industrial irons and the same stuff I got on my boat. Although that's got copper on the roof, which is quite nice. I suppose I could add copper to it. It is a copper factory after all. And a few minutes later, I think I've got everything I need, starting with a whole bunch of limestone, followed by some of the tuff that we used for the floor in case we need to extend or add bits to this. Then we've got a whole bunch of different granite blocks, as well as some more granite blocks and some deep slate bricks. In here, we've got even more variations of deep slate, and then we've got some industrial iron, some weathered iron, a few windows, and then that leads us to all of the little bits for decoration, as well as all the copycat bits, and then we've got some more decorative bits and a little bit more there as well. So we should have everything we need. So without further ado, I think we should start placing some blocks, and I think we should start by trying to mask this cobblestone generatory bit first, and then we'll probably have a little bit of a building over there, and then maybe a front bit over here that's a bit lower, and try and make it look all uniform but also different. You're going to make it interesting? Yeah, I'm going to make it look really interesting. Oh, I like it when you make it look interesting. Shut up. Look, shut up. All right, shut up. I'll give you interesting in a minute. So let's start with the big building that we're going to be having around the cobblestone generator. And in order to give myself enough room to get round it, realistically, we need to be building it out to about here. So at least I can get down the sides. So we're going to use these granite pillar blocks to just make a square around this bit of the building. And I'm already thinking that might not be enough room. I kind of want that actually coming into the building as well, though. So what I might do at this point is get rid of all of that, dig out this bit a little bit, and extend the floor down here so it reaches up with the side of the mountain, and then we can perhaps build our building sort of maybe back a few blocks into here, something like that maybe. And then once we've done that, at this point here, we should probably actually come in a little bit so that we can then start going around that part of the building, but we won't actually have any walls on the inside until we get high enough up to sort of block off that bit. So we'll worry about that bit later. Let's get this bit sorted out, and then I'll build some walls. Okay, I've added the new floor in, I've added some stairs down to it, and I've put in these very basic walls around this bit so far. Obviously, we need to link that into our main building, and it's going to need a roof. It's also going to need scruffing up a little bit with a little bit of texture, so I'm just going to smash some holes in this stuff relatively randomly, but also not quite so randomly. And in these little gaps where I'm making all of these holes, I'm just going to add in a couple of the different tuff textures. So we've got some of the smooth tuff, which we'll be using in the big holes like this, just to make those walls feel a little bit more worn. And I think the bits where it's particularly bad, as if it's sort of leaking in from the top, what we'll do is add some of just the normal tuff in there, and that should give it sort of a more wet, damp sort of feel to it. And there we go. We've got a bit of texture in the walls now. Nothing too major, but it just sort of breaks them up a little bit. Now it needs a roof on it. And for the roof, I'm thinking relatively basic, because this is sort of an outbuilding. And nothing says more basic for the roof than spruce slabs. So that's what I'm going to go with for this bit. And we can muck these up and texture them a little bit later on. And I don't think it needs to be much more interesting than a very, very... You said interesting, you did it. Oh, jeez, I did. Stop it. I need to stop saying interesting when I'm building. It's not interesting. It's aesthetic. It's nice. It's pretty. Anyway, what I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted by myself is that we can make this roof look a little bit more scruffy and worn a little bit later on. Maybe we'll throw some dark oak into this as well, or something just to make the spruce planks look a little bit less plain. But for now, this is what we got. And for the windows, I've just added in these industrial iron window panes because I think they fit the grey scale a lot more than the weathered ones, and that should just about do us for that outbuilding, aside from a little bit of aesthetics and lighting that we can add in later on. Speaking of lighting, we probably should put some lights in here for now, just so that it's not completely dark. And what I also need to do is sort of finish off this back wall as well, just so that we're not seeing all of that dirt and stuff through there. Let's just bring that down to there and that down to there, and we'll do the same thing there. And I think that looks better. Up here on the roof, what I was actually thinking is occasionally we'll just sort of chuck a couple of those sticking out there like that, and it just makes the roof feel a little bit more messy, a little bit more interesting. No, not it. No, a little bit more worn and sort of old thatchy. I don't know. I like it. Looks nice. Looks interesting. Oh, shut up. And there we go. That's the roof done. We just need lights on the inside and some aesthetic-y bits to make it look a bit nicer. Okay, aesthetics then. I think the first thing we should start with is the same thing we start with everywhere, and that is just throwing a whole bunch of girders in, making everything look a little bit more structural and industrial. From these, we can prop up the ceiling a little bit and even add a little bit onto the chain drive, making that feel like it actually is supposed to be there. And oh, geez, this jetpack. Then what I was going to say is we'll have a beam going across there. And on that beam, we can throw on a light there. I guess we could probably have some more lights in this corner, doing the old shaft and bracket and lantern thing. We should probably add in some safety panels in here as well to stop us accidentally walking onto the track, a little bit like what we did in the last one. And I was thinking, since this is bringing cobble in, we could have a little pile of cobble sort of propped up against the window there, and maybe a little bit more here. But I haven't got any cobble, so I'm going to have to steal some off one of these packages. Thank you very much. Now, let's pile up a little bit of cobble around here and stick on some copycat stairs and maybe one of those just to give it a little bit more shape. There we go. That doesn't look too bad. I think the top looks a bit awful. Let's just throw that bit on there. There we go. That's not a bad little pile of cobble. And we'll do the same thing over here as well, just like that. Lovely. Safety rails and cobble piles. Everyone's favourite things. Don't want cobble piles, it sounds painful. Does sound painful, doesn't it? And then at the top and the bottom of the windows, we're going to be using these copycat slices to create a little bit of a sill. And I'm just going to texture those with these tough bricks just because they blend in quite nicely, but are also a little bit darker so you can kind of see them. The last thing I want to do on here is add in some pointless shafts with brackets on, because why not? Don't need that one down there. And these just add a little bit of structure, a little bit like the girders do. So I'm going to have another one of those along here at the bottom here. So just run that all the way up to the top, and another one there. Run that up to the top. Get rid of the bottom ones and stick on the little brackety things. Wait, I forgot to add glow lichen. I mean, technically I would normally do this right at the end of the build, but since we're going through it bit by bit, it makes sense to add it on now. Throw a little bit on there to help that blend a little bit. We'll add some over here at the top. Don't want to go too crazy with this stuff because it can get a little bit overwhelming, but a few spots here and there should... I don't like this gap we've got here, especially with the... Yeah, I think we're going to extend that over to there in a minute. But for now, let's just chuck on a couple of these here and there. Maybe a couple on the floor as well. And there we go. It adds almost nothing. Perfect. So with that hole now patched in, that is our first little outbuilding completely complete, meaning it's time to work on the actual main building. And because I've already done plenty of talking about how we do all this, I think it's time for a time lapse. What the... What's going on with the gold? Is this just another... Is it full? The gold is full. Wait, I can't believe it. Oh, geez, I may not be doing the building just yet. I think we need to make these vaults bigger. And there we go. We now got loads of gold. So now it's time-lapse time. Just about finished as well. So anyway, we have a building around our factory, which is dark. Hang on a minute, that's better. It's not quite so dark now. And I'm just adding in the finishing touches, which is basically doing something I already did a few times, which is plugging in our display boards. These things. I believe that's everything linked back to them. And if you're wondering why we've got duplicates on things like that, it's just because I've moved them around and I haven't wiped what was in those slots originally, which is what I'm about to do now. So I've got a clipboard. I'm going to write raw materials on that and click on that top slot there, and that's going to give us our raw materials. And then on this one, I'm writing finished blocks, clicking that on there. And then I'm going to do a line of equals. And I know I could do more than one line at once, but that's what I'm going to do and throw that there. And now I'm just going to color them all in so they're nice and easy to see at a glance. Throw one of those there and one of those there. Red sand will have orange, that's slightly more brown, and those are gray. There we go, lovely. It's a shame that one doesn't have an underline under it, but yeah, there's not enough space on the board. So there we go. Anyway, you might notice that says finished blocks rather than finished ingots, and that's because I've taken away the 3 vaults that were coming out of here, replaced it with one big vault, and I've added in 3 more presses, which basically crush all of those things down, or press them all down into blocks before they go in, just giving us a whole bunch more space available inside of this vault, stopping it from filling up and allowing me to actually have some access inside of this building, which I don't even know what it looks like yet. I haven't done a flyby. It's very dark at the bottom. I might have wanted to go with some slightly not black materials for that, but apparently I chose the same ones. I think this should all be limestone, so it contrasts with the black here. And we should maybe have not gone for a black roof, which is what I did over here as an overhang. Let me just throw that limestone in. Well, that certainly makes that side of the building look a whole bunch better. This side still looking very dark and black, but I think it'll do for what we're trying to achieve. At the end of the day, we don't need anything crazy over there. I did toy with the idea of having sort of another square building here that was about the same level as that, but I'm not 100% sure how I want to achieve that. So for now, that's what we're going to go with. And that means the only thing that I need to do now is just rough it up a little bit with a little bit of glow lichen here and there just to, give it a little bit of texture. Not too much. Don't want to go too crazy, but I do want to just have a little bit here and there just sort of growing up from the floor, and in places where we got some overhangs as well. I think it would be a good idea. Well, don't I feel silly? I've recorded a whole bunch of stuff and then realized that I've not recorded any of the audio. So here's a quick recap of what I did. First of all, I added all of the glow lichen to the buildings, making them look a little bit more like they've actually been here a while and a little bit less bland. Then I decided that I didn't like the buildings, specifically this little bit of roof here, as it sort of connects to that, making it feel like this lower building is completely swamped the bigger building. So my plan is to basically make this roof lower down as part of this building and separate it somewhat from that one. And in order to do that, I need to push this wall back out of the way. But the problem was, inside of here, there was just way too much stuff all in the way. But it's gone now because I've moved it. What I've had to do is push these crushing wheels as far back. In fact, you know what? I'll just do, here's a quick time lapse of me doing that, and then I'll talk about it. Told you it'd be quick. So yeah, I moved these crushing wheels back a little bit. I brought all of this back as far as I could to minimize the footprint of that. And instead of having just the gold coming out into this vault, spitting out the dead bushes there, I'm combining all of the gold, the copper, the zinc, and the clay balls coming out onto this conveyor here, which then goes into there. The clay balls then come out of there and go down there. And then these two presses handle turning everything into ingots and then into blocks, which then go through there. But then I had a problem, a cobblestone problem. You see, in order to test the copper and zinc coming through this, I need to get cobblestone back into the system. And while we've got plenty of cobblestone coming through into this system here, we didn't have any coming back to our frog. And that's because I moved all of the chain conveyors. The chain conveyors now come along here and across here, and this frog wasn't connected to them. But it is now, and now we can get all of that tasty cobblestone. So now we've got cobblestone going back in the system. We're once again creating the dripstone and the tuff, which is now running through here. And that just proves that these basins are completely capable of dealing with all three different metal types in just one basin. However, I was a little bit concerned that there might be a recipe, something like pressing copper and zinc nuggets together made something else, but there aren't. So we can quite happily just run all of those through these two presses, and that's now creating all of our blocks, meaning that I can actually now move this vault over significantly further, giving us a little bit more room at this doorway coming in here, so that I can actually have a system where I can come in and take some of those items, because currently they're all in here and I can't get them out. So I'm going to need a bunch more vaults, but I'm also going to need some inventory space, because as soon as I start moving this across, well, let's just put it this way, all that gold's going on the floor. And there we go, I've got a whole bunch more room in my inventory, which means with this sugar box here, which is empty, I should have enough space, hopefully, go away cobble, to start doing the old smashy on here. So first of all, I need to break that, bring this back a little bit, which means my gold's going to go on the floor. That's fine. And then going to do this to make a small vault there and put that back on there. Then I bring these back as far as I can, all the way to there. And then we do the dangerous thing, which is to one of these is going to spit gold everywhere. I've got a feeling. No? Oh, lucky. What about... Oh, here we go. Jeez. Oh, no. Good. Oh, look at all this space. I need to move these, obviously, now, but that's fine. And now I just spend a week throwing all of these back in here. Throw all of these in here. And there we go. All of the items are back inside the vault. Excellent. Now I can move these again. And there we go. Everything's reconnected back up to the screens up here, so that's good. The tuff needs to be pushed over by... Hang on a minute. It's not perfect. Need to get to the tough, quick, through the obstacle course of many things. Here it is. One more space there. Thank you very much. Excellent. Now everything should be reconnected to those display boards. Everything should be behaving nicely, and we've got a whole bunch of space there for a collection system. Yes, it's all perfect. At last! Except for the fact that I haven't been recording any game audio. Jeez. Well, apart from that, it's perfect. Now this game audio, listen. If I look... Very noisy. And just sitting here watching these things tick up while I did a little bit of editing, I noticed that my power is going in and out. Occasionally you get the little smoke particles that suggest everything, they're just like that. Everything's overstressed. And I think there's a problem with my power station. So let's head down there. So once again, going back into the depths of my storage system-y workshop that doesn't have a workshop in it. If I hop down here and just drop off the edge here, we can see already that some of my steam engines are not, well, they're not doing anything. And that's the same over here as well. I'm not 100% sure why. I'm going to guess that this mechanical arm has decided it's not going to work. And it looks to me like these things are missing a bucket. Yeah, there we go, look. I don't know how they're missing a bucket or where their buckets have gone, but they are indeed missing buckets. So I'm just going to make my way round. Give this one a bucket over here as well, because it looks like this one's missing. There you go, have a bucket. And that should hopefully solve the problem. But even with... Oh no, this one down... Have you now somehow lost your bucket? Where are all the buckets going? Are these funnels broken? Are they just not letting buckets go in? You've got no bucket either. What? This is so weird. They had buckets a minute ago, and now they've got no buckets, almost like the buckets have just vanished. I can create, it works perfectly. Oh, geez, I'll go get some more buckets. Well, this should hopefully be enough buckets. But I'm more concerned about why they vanished in the first place, and why is it always me? Why do I have all of these problems? It doesn't seem to affect anyone else. So you've got no buckets at all. So here, have 8 buckets. There you go. Which don't like being there. Okay, have 8 buckets on that. Have we got a lava problem? We just maybe not got enough power to... And now where have those buckets gone? Oh, they're in there. How did they... What? The buckets are now in that vault, but they... What? I think we need to restart the server. Okay, the server has been restarted and logging back in. Are we going to have any improvements now, or is this going to continue doing weird things? We now have absolutely no lava in most of these things, so the lava has just disappeared and the buckets have disappeared, and none of the little pipey bits are filling with lava. Very handy. Now, it appears on this side things are working okay. These ones are behaving as normal. That one's got lava and that one's got lava. So it's literally just the ones on the other side which are just not having any of it. So what's the problem here? Is the pump playing up? If I get rid of the pump and turn the pump round, is that going to work? No? Why is the lava like going down from here? How is it pulling? What is going on? Right, okay, break that, put it back. 38. What? Is this because I'm taking lava for the gold farm? Because if so, it doesn't explain why the buckets are going missing. I need a block. Just need any block. I just need a block. What's in here? There we go. Cobblestone. I'm going to disconnect this lava line, put that there, and see if that does solve the problem. And now the buckets have uninvisibled themselves and are working. So I guess the issue was invisible buckets rather than missing buckets. Is that where I'm taking the lava out for my copper farm? Oh, is that the problem? Have I crossed wires again? Huh. Okay, I got a plan. What? Insta-killed? What's going on? I had full health and the minecart, I didn't even touch the minecart and it killed me. I think create mod broken, mate. See, that didn't insta-kill me. It barely did half damage, but I just got insta-killed by it. Okay, I am removing the connections for every single one of these pipes that comes across the top because I don't need any of these pipes running across the top. I think we're getting all sorts of confused with what's happening between the pipes, and some are pushing and some are pulling, and it just doesn't know how to handle it. It's not how they work. Well, it kind of is and it kind of isn't, but this hopefully will solve the problem. You're just taking too much for your farm. No, I'm not taking too much. That's not the problem at all. It's confused is what's going on. Right, so there shouldn't be any lava or water in the top section of this area now. So let's get rid of all these pipes. Don't need them anymore. Save myself some money and some lag. And this is the last little line of pipes from this very top layer that I'm getting rid of, which means I now have a ridiculous amount of pipe in my inventory. Free pipe! So now that I've disconnected all of those pipes, we need to figure out why those ones are not filling up with anything and why those ones are. Oh yeah, those would be the ones I've just disconnected. So that makes sense. So if we hop all the way back, back down, jeez, oh. No wonder the minecart killed you. Oh, shut up. We shouldn't have anything joining together that's not supposed to be joined together now. And that means, ow, if I was to reconnect this, this should kick back into action. Or at least it shouldn't keep breaking. The problem then, however, is that our new little copper line pipe comes straight into the wall here and actually connects to this line, which I don't think it should. It should really be connecting to one of these big old tanks where we're storing the lava so that those pumps are not contradicting the pump flow that's happening with the other pipes. So that's what I need to do next. So I believe this is connected over behind the wall over here. So let's just make our way through here. There it is. So let's disconnect this and let's go on a little bit of a journey, Mr. Pipe. And behind this wall, yep, lava tank. So if we just bring this a couple of blocks further forward, do a little bit of the old diggy, pop that in there and that in there. Now we're connected to a tank. Excellent. And now this pipe has got lava in it, so that's working. Excellent. And now if I get rid of this block and put the pipe back in, we shouldn't have any issues at all. Apart from that. No, jeez, no, look what I've done. What? So now, are we going to have problems with this lava here? It doesn't look like we are, so that's good. And we shouldn't have problems with our thing taking all the lava out of those tanks now. I just want to check the tank that's actually connected to now and make sure it's not going to run out of lava anytime. Oh my goodness me, that is sucking lava away very quickly. That's using a lot of lava and clearly not filling itself up as quick as it's going. Probably because that pump's running very slowly. I think we might need to make that pump quicker. So that means I just need to add a speed controller onto this little part of the system here, which will actually make everything in here go absolutely crazy. But hopefully that won't cause us any problems elsewhere. Let's find out. Let's take that. This is the only thing that's powering anything. It's not being powered from that side. Well, geez. We got one on each side because I'm stupid and make everything symmetrical. It doesn't need to be on both sides because it's all connected. Oh, geez. If we remove that, you see, this both still work. So let's not have any power at all coming from this side. It doesn't need to be there. I just did it because I like things being symmetrical. However, that does now mean that this side is only now connected to 2 of the power things. So yeah, we've only got half the power there. So we do need to be able to route the power from the other power stations into here to add to this. So to connect all of our steam engines, all I've done is bring the power through the chain drives through at the bottom into these and then sent them across the very bottoms of our little structure over there, which does make our little structure a little bit floaty, but let's not worry about that. That means that round the other side, where we're going to be having our speed controller, we've got everything connected here, which means actually that the 4 steam engines on that side are connected and the 4 on that side are connected, but we're not actually connected together yet. So looking at the chunk borders, we've got a couple of blocks in order to be able to do that. So what I'm going to do is bring this up like that, bring that one across here like this, and then if I put that across there like that, now all of them are connected together. If I put that on there, it should show us, yes, we've got the full amount of stress available. So now I just need to jam a speed controller in there and get them connected to this line to repower all of my farms and things. So because I'm crazy and I like things symmetrical, I'm going to drag those out there like that. And that means then if I stick one of those on there and that there, we've now got speed control, hopefully, yes, just within the chunk borders that those are in. They don't have to be within the chunk borders, it just makes things a little bit safer when things start loading and unloading. So now all I need to do is reconnect it to this power, but I need to make sure it's going in the same direction it was before, because guaranteed I plug this in and everything starts going backwards. So let's pop that back on there. Before I set this going at absolute maximum speed, I need to go and check everything that's connected to it and make sure it's not going backwards. And also, I need to stick on my little stressometer to see how much stress we're using. So let's just pop that there. And we're not using much at this speed. So doing a little bit of the old free cam then. It's very difficult to tell if they're going backwards or not, and I don't suppose it really matters. What about all of our belts? Yes, they appear to be all going in the right direction, so that's a good sign. What about our iron farm? Is that all going in the right direction? I suppose this is speed controlled anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And the same thing should be the case for our copper farm, because that's all speed controlled as well. So nothing should be going in the wrong direction. The only other thing that this is all connected to is, of course, my workshop. Yes, it goes through speed controller. Okay, so we shouldn't have any issues at all. So now I'm going to turn this up to maximum speed, and it still says that we've got lots and lots of remaining capacity, which I don't believe. It doesn't look like we're starving anything from our bucket system, at least not on this side. And if we check the other side, this doesn't appear to be starving. What? How's that tank doing that we're sucking all of the lava out of? Let's go find out. Now the lava is going up faster than it's coming out. Hurrah for speed control! And somehow we've managed to save ourselves an awful lot of power, because it told me I only had 500,000 left, which, well, now I've got 8. No, it's fine. Everything's good. Don't worry about it. Let's just shh, don't worry about it. Kind of want to check that here though. Yeah, how am I only using like 300,000 now? I was using 500,000 before. Don't question it. It's all good. It's fine. Just let's just not question anything at all and just make sure everything's working the way it's supposed to work. And it looks like it is. Everything looks good. Everything's happy. At long last, it feels like it's taken forever. And that means I can finally sort these buildings out. So first thing I'm going to do is smash the roof on this one to bits, fix the wall, and then probably build this bottom part of this building out of a different type of block as opposed to the deep slate stuff that I'm using, so that it doesn't look the same as that one. Mini time-lapse time! We go. That looks a whole bunch better, especially with the piles of stuff we're making out of the front, mimicking what we've got going on at the iron farm. Just don't look too closely, because you might notice that this entire front bit here is a block off. It's a oh jeez. But at least it's working now. Speaking of working, how good are things looking up here? We got plenty of gold. But copper and zinc? Not even a shulker box worth of blocks. I bet that changes by the next episode. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I built this incredible gold, copper and zinc farm. And so far, it's amassed quite a lot of gold blocks, but not quite so many copper and zinc ones. And that's because I haven't really been online much since this whole thing got started. But over time, that'll tick up and I'll have plenty of gold, copper and zinc to get on with. And that's exactly what I need, because it's finally time for me to actually start working on something that I've been saying I'm going to be working on for ages. And that, of course, is my big old underground workshop, which is going under this building here, below my brand new elevator, on the first floor down, directly above my storage system. So we've got a whole bunch of work connecting all these things together and building a massive workshop. But what do I need in a workshop? Well, let's go and find out in my existing workshop, which is not very big at all. Obviously, this existing workshop is just the recycled workshop that we've had since the very beginning. And in here, we've got all of the tools and equipment we need to basically process everything we need, albeit very slowly. Because if I want to crush anything, we've only got one set of crushing wheels. If I want to smelt or haunt or blast anything or wash anything, we've only got one set of fans for each of those. And likewise, we've only got one crafting setup, he says, with the other one just okay, we got two crafting setups. We've only got one press and one mixer and one stone cutter and all those sorts of things. So we've got a whole bunch of things we need to build, but in multiple. So back underground where we're going to be building this thing, I'm thinking that each one of these chunk areas that we've designated can have its own little processing thing in. So we could have a whole bunch of presses in this one, and a whole bunch of saws in this one, and a whole bunch of crafting machines in this one. And then we should have everything we need in absolutely massive quantities. which will be lovely. The problem is, however, of course, I don't have the materials to build all of those things with, so I'm going to have to go back to my old workshop and do a whole lot of crafting. One of the things I'm going to need to craft a lot of is mechanical belt, because we're going to need a whole bunch of that for processing things, and I've hardly ever got any of it. And the reason for that is it requires kelp, and kelp is something that I'm not automating. In fact, I don't know if anyone's automated it on the server at this point, but of course it grows in quantity in the ocean around here. So I think before I do anything else, I'm going to build a boat. Build it? Oh, no, not again. Yeah, I'm going to build a boat, mate. For a fancy kelp boat, I'm going to need a lot of mechanical harvesters, which for some reason I've got 100 of, so that's good. Of course, this boat's actually going to be a train, so I'm going to need a bunch of track. Some barrels for storage would be good. And I'm also going to need some train controls, a seat, and some train casing to actually make the train out of. Next, what I need to do is decide on the best area to start harvesting this kelp. And basically what we want is a whole bunch of kelp in a straight line. That's going to make life nice and easy for me, and there's an absolute ton of it going across here, and there's a ton of it going across there as well. But I don't really want this new track to interfere with my old track, so I think we're going to move away from this area and go to that one over there. So the first thing I'm going to do down here is to place down some track, just like that, and then I'm just going to run that along here, and I'm going to break anything that's in my way, including this little gravel mountain. And bringing the track all the way down to here, that now means we've got an incredibly long length of track stretching further than I can see underwater. Then all I need to do is pop down a little station, stick that into create new train mode. Let's just get rid of a little bit of the kelp round here so it doesn't interfere with what we're building. Then we can pop a bogey down, grab ourselves some casing and make a little bit of a tower. All the way to the surface, pop down a seat, a little bit more casing, some train controls, a little bit more casing along here like this, and we'll throw a few barrels on here. Then all we need to do is a little bit lower down, add a whole bunch of casing sticking out both sides of this thing, and on the front of those we're just going to stick a whole bunch of harvesters. And now that we've got that coming out of both sides, we just need to glue all of these together. And now I have a temporary little boat that I can just drive backwards and forwards to harvest all of this kelp along here, which is absolutely fantastic. All of that should start going in the barrels. Oh, geez, I'm leaving loads of it behind. Oh, I thought it would pick it all up. Maybe saws would have been better. I'm just making a whole mess in the... Oh, geez. Oh, geez, that's a lot of kelp I've just got floating in the ocean. I didn't really think that through. Okay, so having all of the kelp floating has got me thinking, is it possible for me to basically build a little thing like this on top of here, and then just stick a bunch of funnels on here, assuming we get them facing inwards rather than outwards, of course, and then glue these to the boat, and reassemble the boat to train? Yeah. And then see, will they actually pick anything up as we go along? I'm going to say no. No, that's not doing it. I think it might have done. It's hard to tell. Now it feels like it's just leaving them behind. It is. It's dropping. So it can drop them out of them, but it doesn't appear to pick any up again. Oh no, I got one of them facing the wrong way around. That would explain it. Oops. Okay, I've added a whole bunch of funnels to this thing, all facing inwards this time. Let's see if it can actually pick up any of the kelp that's down there. It appears to be pushing some of it and doing absolutely nothing with the rest of it. Perhaps I'm going too fast, but I was kind of hoping some of it at least might be going in. But it appears that the funnels are quite happy to push things out, but not very happy to pull things in. Which is a bit weird, really. Maybe they're too high up. Maybe they need to be a block lower down. And a little while later, we've now got all of the funnels down a block into the water level. So let's see if this will actually pick anything up as we go along. I'm also going to guess... Oh, no, it is. That works. Oh, well, that's good then. And we can push drowns along with us as well. It's fantastic. But now all of the kelp has gone because I've been too busy faffing around. Well, there we go. No, we picked up loads then. We have a system. Amazing. Right, okay, so we got a bunch of kelp from that, which we can start off with. That's going to be a whole bunch of belts, and then once it's all grown a little bit more, I can come back and harvest some more. And if I really want to optimize this, I could go and plant a whole bunch more kelp as well. But right now, this will do. It's not very automatic. No, it's not automatic at the minute. This is a temporary solution, a very, very ugly temporary solution until I can do something more automated. Okay? Jeez, it's just for now because I need to build this workshop. Rubbish. I know it's... Leave me alone. Okay, next job then is to take all of this kelp and put it inside of our smoking machine, which is this one here. Let's just throw that in there, let all of that get turned into cooked kelp, and then we can make a whole bunch of belts. And now that my kelp is all cooked and I've done a bit of crafting, we've now got a whole bunch of materials ready to start building this workshop. It's probably not going to be enough materials, but it should get us started. So down here at the workshop level, we need to think about how we're going to lay this out. And we could just go spamming each of these chunks with all the things we need, but that's not really going to help us ever so well. First of all, I think we need to keep at least these 2 chunks clear so that we've got room for a control area where we can have factory gauges that control what's automatically produced. So I think we should probably start in that corner and work our way around the back, and then if we need to come into these chunks in the middle, we can do that. And we probably should start with something simple like presses. So heading over into one of these, I don't really want to go into a chunk with holes in the floor. Let's start in this one here. And what we're going to be doing is adding 9 presses. And of course, presses don't need to take up that much room at all. If we just have them like this, we could have a little storage bit at the back of the belt, and then we just need our presses along the middle, just like that. And then we'd have a whole bunch of room left over in this chunk for other processing things. But how are we going to get our items in and out? Well, we're going to need packages and frogs. First of all, along the back, we need a row of blocks. And then on top of that, we could have a whole row of barrels. And then we would do exactly the same thing at the other side with a bunch more barrels. And then all we'd need to do is just put funnels on front of those barrels over there, and then just put a load of funnels on these barrels here. Of course, then we'd need a ridiculous number of packages to get the packages into those barrels, a ridiculous number of packages to get the packages out of the finished barrels, and then we'd need a frog on every single one of these to bring the items in. And then each one of these would need its own address, and then we'd have to sort of decide which press we're sending it to and not the entire system, which means this thing is not going to be suitable for what we want. It's way too many packages, way too many frogs, way too many barrels, and we can make this a whole bunch simpler and a whole bunch better for our bulk processing needs. So now that we've got a clear space again, let's think about this properly. We want 1 input and 1 output. And for that, we're going to use a vault on the input. So let's find roughly where the middle is in here and then stick down 3 of those and then 3 of those. We're going to put 1 packager on it. Then we can link 1 frog to that packager. And now we've got an input. We then want our 9 belts coming out from in front of our input. And these are going to need to be a little bit longer than the ones we had before. And that's because instead of using 9 normal andesite funnels, we're just going to use 1 brass one to get the items out. Where's my tunnels? I made tunnels. 100% made loads of tunnels. Where's my tunnels? I guess I didn't make tunnels. 100% made tunnels. And then in order to get our items split evenly across these belts, we can then just add on a whole bunch of tunnels like this. He says, I'm 1 short, and just change those to for split or split, and that will then distribute whatever goes into this one evenly across all of those. Then we want our mechanical presses in front of these, and then we need our output. And we could use more tunnels to then make everything go to a single point and just put it into a single vault. However, belts are cheaper. And yeah, we could actually use belts for the input as well, but what we're going to do at this point here is we're going to have a belt coming across here towards the middle. We're going to have a belt here coming towards the middle. So everything on these 3 belts are going to end up on here, and everything on these 3 belts are going to end up on here. We're going to put some blocks there, a vault here, and then on top of the vault, we can have our output packager. And if we can just about reach this line over here, we can have our output frog. And that is basically, apart from the power needed to run it and the missing tunnel, that is the setup pretty much complete, which uses a whole bunch less resources than we would if we were doing it the other way around. Now, the reason we don't want to be using the belts like this to get the items out of there is because then we would still need tunnels to actually split the number of items coming from this in order to do that, and that would be tricky. But what we can do in order to maximize this, if we want to send 9 stacks of items at a time to this and get them all pressed nice and quickly, if we put 3 funnels on here instead of just 1, we can get 3 stacks at a time out of there, which means each one of these is going to be holding 1/3 of 1 stack instead of 1/9 of 1 stack, and that means we'll get a whole bunch more stuff done more quickly, which we won't actually because presses can only do 1 item at a time. But it makes me feel better. Right, power and more tunnels. I'm sure I made tunnels. And there we go, we can add in the final tunnel. Now, before we start adding power to this, is there any way we can optimize this further? Because realistically, it's not really using that much of the chunk space, and having this frog all the way at the back here means the packages have to travel even further from our storage system underground just to get to here. But potentially, if we was to spin this round 90 degrees, then our inputs and our outputs should be a little bit closer to the storage system, and meaning we can get items in and out quicker? Possibly? Maybe? I think that makes sense. So I might just scooch this round a little bit before we call that a day. And there we go. It's now been rotated 90 degrees, and it's now slightly different from what it was, and for some reason has 2 frogs. We only need 1 there. The input is exactly the same as it was before. I've scooched the presses back so that they're right next to these tunnels now, and this time we've got the belt going all the way over to here where we've got our output. And why have I done it like that? Well, because there's 2 types of presses, and we might as well have it all in this same chunk to be all working in the same way. So all I'm going to do now is completely reverse what I've already built on this side, but this time I'm going to need a little bit more room. Oh, and why am I doing 9 at a time rather than 8 or 16 or 12? Well, that's mainly because how storage works. Most storages, like shulker boxes or chests or barrels, have 9 stacks per row. So it's nice and easy to fill up a shulker box just by sending 3 lots of 9 stacks. And that just makes life a lot easier when it comes to maths and sorting things out when you're trying to figure out how many things you want of things. Of course, that's not particularly great if you're just sending a stack of items at a time, because 64 doesn't divide by 9, so maybe 8 would be better. But we're having 9. 8 would also be better because it's more symmetrical. Do I care? No, this is fine. Right, anyway, the next row of things, we're going to need slightly longer belts this time, ideally facing in the right direction. And that's because these presses are going to have basins on. We're going to, yes, with some things need pressing inside of a basin. So we can put all of the basins on there. And then what we could do is actually spin these basins round so they point out this way, like this. And then we don't actually need very much conveyor there at all. It's going to look a bit wonky with our presses being higher up though. Oh, look how wonky it is. But it works. And then we could put our funnels on here like this. And then we would have our tunnels along here like this. So our belts do need extending slightly. Bring that along there like that. Put a load of those there, a load of those there, some more of those there, and then 3 of those there. With 3 of those there, and a frog just there. Okay, so now we've got basin style presses as well, all leading out to this single frog that will take all of the items out of there and stick them back into the system. But I don't like how the belt extends underneath the basins here, because that has an opportunity for things to go missing. So what I'm going to do is just remove these basins quickly, and then with all of the belts blocked back, I can just stick an actual block on there and then put the basins on, and that should make them automatically turn around to spit towards the conveyor. And then of course, to get the items into that vault, we're going to need a funnel there and a funnel there, and that's made that one not happy at all. But bro, I need you to be happy. You're not spit out into the same block? Okay, fine. We move our frog. There we go. That's better. Now all of our basins can face in the right direction. Good. So this system's ready. It just needs power and then some addresses for our little froggies. But pressing things. These 9 presses are going to be great for turning nuggets into ingots, but they're not going to be particularly good for when we're mixing things to press them. But we'll worry about that later. So before we do anything else, let's actually get some power to this thing, and then we can make sure it actually works. So we've got power just over here next to this thing. We've also got power in the wall. Where's the best place to get power from? I don't really want to run it off these chain conveyors, because although that would make more sense, I guess. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's just bring a line of shafts down from there. A little bit of chain drive here across there like that, and that is actually already going in the right direction. There we go. So all of those belts are already going in the right direction. That's good. We of course need that over here as well, and we couldn't just mirror that from this one here, but we might as well just extend this across perhaps. Or what we could do, because we're going to need power onto those as well, is stick a gearbox there, come that way there and stick a gearbox there. Then we have another one there and do that. And they're going to go backwards. Well, let's just see how that fares if we do that. That one, yeah, that's not going to work at all. Okay, what we'll do then is we'll put some chain drive there. And there we go. Now all the belts are going in the correct direction. Fantastic. We've just got to power the presses now. This one's going to be nice and easy with a little bit of chain drive along here like this. That's those presses powered. These ones not so easy because I put a gearbox right in the way. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to bring our chain drive up to power the belts, and then I'm going to extend this across here, put another gearbox there, and now those belts are powered just from the back instead. And that is this entire system powered. Fancy. The last thing to do is just to tidy up this little bit here so we don't see all of these horrible looking sort of bare shafts, and just give a nice little edge to that. We can also run some blocks down the middle here just so that we don't have a weird gap in the floor. And why don't we just finish it off with a little bit more trim all the way around the edges so that this entire thing just feels nice and complete like its own little unit. Wonderful. It works so well. Your presses are floating. Yeah, they are floating a bit. Let's make them a little bit less floaty. We could use some girders, but that'll do for now, I think. And there we go. Our pressing system is 100% complete. Now let's give these frogs some names and see if it works. That's going to be FNT Press Basin, and this one's going to be FNT Press. Nice and simple. Now all we need to do is give this one a signal to actually send out any items that's in there, and we could just turn on the packager with a lever and then it would just send out whatever items are in there automatically, but it's better to stick a timer on there so it's only sending them out every now and then and not just clogging up our lines with loads and loads of packages that only have one item in, just like I did in my other workshop. So we're going to need a timer, and we're going to need some redstone links and some wool. I didn't bring any wool. Okay, so first things first, right at the back over here, we're going to set up a temporary little timer system. We're going to put this on every 10 seconds. We're going to stick a redstone link in front of that with a little bit of green wool at the bottom and a timer there. So every time this blips, it should enable that. Just like that. Okay, then what we need to do is come over to our little froggy friend over here, and we're going to put a redstone link on here with the green wool and the timer and put that in receive mode. So that should now flash every 10 seconds, just like that. And then what I need to do is tell this frog where to send its items to. Of course, it needs an address. And that means what we need to do is then come down to our storage system and figure out where our input is. And that is over here, and all of the input frogs are called FNT storage. That's nice and easy, and that's exactly where we want our finished items going. So let's go back up to the top, grab ourselves a sign, and let's come back over to this little froggy fella, and we'll just stick a sign on there saying FNT storage. And now anything that gets repackaged and sent by that frog will go to our storage system. Now these frogs here, of course, we've given names FNT Press and FNT Basin Press, so if we were to now go all the way to the very top of our elevator, ideally with something we can actually press, that would be useful. We can make some sheet and some nuggets. Okay, let's hop up all the way to the top. We'll go over to our little storagey system. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the 9 gold nuggets in there. I'm going to click on that to send that to our storage system. In fact, let's send our gold ingots down there as well. And in a second, we should see those appear inside of our stock keeper. There we go. There's the 9 nuggets. And there are the 8 ingots. So we want to send our 8 gold ingots to FNT Press. And when I click send, hopefully we can follow those packages going down through the system with a bit of luck. Oh, they'll be coming up, won't they? Because they're coming from the from below. From the press system. Oh Jesus, I don't know which one they're in, so we'll just watch here and see what happens. They should be coming into here soon, possibly. Oh, it's already did it. I missed it. Oh, that was faster than I expected. Okay, so that means if we look at this, then in a second we should end up with a whole bunch of gold sheet in here. And there it is. We've got gold sheet. What about the 9 nuggets then? Obviously we can't send these to the press because they won't be just press. We need to send these to the basin press. So we'll just pop basin press in there, click send, and maybe this time we'll be able to actually see it happen if I go quick enough. Now what's going to happen here is, because we've only sent 9 nuggets, they're not actually going to get pressed. They're just going to get distributed evenly between these basins with 1 item in each one, which is not ideal, but eventually they should come. It hadn't already happened, has it? No. Where's your package, sir? Oh, I sent them to the wrong thing. They're just going to be spinning around, not going anywhere. Yeah, it didn't make where... Oh, yeah, I put the wrong address on it. Jeez. My bad. I go get that package back. Come here, little package. You lost. Okay, I got you, bro. Don't worry. I put you back in the system. And maybe call this the right name, which is Press Basin. Just like that. So now I send them to the right place, and hopefully this time we might actually see something happening. Did it already happen? Was I too slow? No, it's not happened yet. There we go. The frogs got them. They got split, and now each one of these should have a gold nugget in it. It has. but obviously we need to send a lot more of that than those to get pressed. So that wasn't the best example, but it worked. Our pressing system works. It is complete. And that means the little system we've put in place to make it works absolutely perfectly, and we can replicate that with all the different types of mechanisms that we need to produce things in mega bulk. However, thinking about it, this system's not finished, because it's going to be incredibly infuriating if I've only got a handful of things that need pressing in the basins and they all just end up getting stuck and clogged up in here. So what I think I should actually do is set up a singular one of these basins with its very own input, so that we can just send a few items at a time to one of them, and then have this one, instead of FNT press basin, we'll have this one as FNT bulk press basin. And then this one doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter if we only get one item at a time coming through, because they will get pressed still, so we can leave that as that. So yeah, I think that's the play here. Play? What are you, baseball instructor? Baseball? What the heck? You don't even know anything about baseball, mate. No? Do you? No. The only problem is the tunnel's now going to be in the way, because ideally what I'd do is I'd have another frog and packages set up on there, then a little funnel on there going to there. But if I do that, then they're still going to get split between those. So what I need to do is have something to just put them in there. I could use a mechanical arm. That's not a bad idea. Or the other thing I could do is just move these back and then have one of those like there and then spit it off to the side, which would be a lot simpler than mechanical arm. But then I have to move everything back a block. I have a plan. I'm going to delete all of these like this. I'm going to get rid of those there like that. I'm going to get rid of that block there and that block there. I'm going to extend that belt back and that belt back. I'm then going to colour those in so they're not bare. And then I'm going to come along and put the tunnels back here right in front of that vault there, and then use our funnels to get things out, one there and one there. And that should still do exactly the same thing. And that means now what I can do is stick a funnel on there with a packager on there, and a new little froggy, and this can be FNT basin press, and that one is FNT bulk basin. No, I've done it wrong again. This one can be FNT press basin, and this one, actually, I'm going to move this round, can be FNT press basin bulk. And now we've got a way of just sending a few items just into one basin. Lovely. That was easy. Now it's time for mega build time. Get your time lapses at the ready, or maybe I should talk my way through. Oh, geez. I think first things first, realistically, I need a list of everything I want to produce. Where's that clipboard gone? I bring it with me. I brought a clipboard. I did. This sugar box is lying to me. Ah, there it is. And here's my list of things we need. With pressing already done, we need mixing, washing, blasting, smoking, haunting, crafting, crushing, sawing, waxing, grinding, composting. We need to be able to make precision mechanisms. We need a track maker. And of course, we need some individual setups for things like making brass and andesite alloy and barrels and vaults and golden carrots and electron tubes. So I've got a lot of stuff to squeeze in here, so I think I'm going to do it slightly differently. And there we go, we now have our mixing setup done. It's basically exactly the same as the press one, except for instead of presses, it's got mixers. And I've also added water into the basins because a few of the items that we need to mix, such as pulp for cardboard, require water. And water won't affect recipes that don't need it, meaning that we can just shove anything through there that needs mixing, and if it needs water, it's got it, and if it doesn't, that's great. Of course, that's not going to mix anything that needs lava. But I'm not sure if there are actually many recipes that do require lava in the mixer. Generally speaking, if you're adding lava to something, you're normally using a press in a basin. So if we do come across any recipes that need lava instead of water, we can just create a separate system that will do that. But there we go. That is our mixing setup done, which does give us the other half of this chunk free to add in more systems if we need it. Although I think for now I'm going to move on to washing and blasting and smoking and haunting, which I think we can do all in one chunk. Before I jump straight into the time-lapse though, I just want to address a couple of things. It's very easy to set up like a blaster or a smoker or something with just your fans on the floor, and then you just literally throw the items on in front of them, wait for them to get smelted, and then have the funnels that's going to pick them up. Well, then just pick them up. But this requires having items that are just on the floor. Item entities are laggy in high quantities, and when we're making bulk processing systems, I don't want to have hundreds or thousands of items on the floor being blasted or smelted or washed or haunted. Items on belts, however, are not as laggy because they're not actually doing anything. They don't have any physics, or they're not expecting to be picked up or touched or interfered with in some way. So I don't want to make it really simple and just have a system where I can throw all of the items on the floor and then pick them up once they're done. I want to do it in the least laggy way possible, which of course means I'm going to need a lot more fans and a lot more power than I would if I was to do it the easy way. So that's what I'm going to do. Two of the 4 things that I need adding in here. We of course have got 9 washers. Each of them has 4 fans blowing on it, which should give it a reasonable speed, and the other one is the smelter, which has exactly the same thing going on. But things on these are a little bit different from the ones in my workshop, and there's still more work I need to do. Because on the frog, which is going to be renamed because it's smelting, not blasting. When items come in, they'll be distributed through here and they'll be sent through the smelter. However, if I accidentally send items to this that I don't want smelting, that are likely to be disappeared by all of this lava, I've added an attribute filter here. This attribute filter will only allow things that can be smelted through this funnel, which means if I accidentally send anything to this that can't be smelted, it's going to stay in there. But that's not ideal. We don't want it stuck in a vault. So what I'm going to do now is create another attribute filter, put some cobblestone in and put can be smelted, and this time we're going to have it as a deny list. And then as we look at that, you can see it's got a deny list, can be smelted. So now if I accidentally put anything in there at all, what I want to happen is this to come out of here somehow, get picked up by another frog that sends it back to storage. And what I would really do is get it sent into this one here. That's going to be slightly tricky, moving that all the way from there to there. Unless I guess I could use a mechanical arm, maybe it might be able to stretch that far. And yeah, that'll probably work. So with this mechanical arm then, if we replace that block there with a depot, we can pick up from that, but then we need to be able to put it into this vault here. And I think the easiest way to do that would be to literally just drop it onto that actual funnel there. So if we pick up from there and drop into there, we can pop this mechanical arm down here and it can reach. That's good. So then we can come across to this side here, do exactly the same thing there. Let's just quickly make an attribute list that says can be washed on a deny list. Stick a funnel on there, stick that on there, and then we'll get this mechanical arm to pick up from there and drop into there, and then we'll pop that on there. Now those just need power. Fortunately for me, there's a whole bunch of powery things going on around here, so I'm just going to stick a cog on there, stick a cog on there, perhaps come along like this with a couple of bits of chain drive, and then we can just stick a vertical gearbox on top of there and a vertical gearbox on top of there, and that's both of those mechanical arms now powered. So now we can do a little bit of a test to make sure this works. So I'm going to put a temporary item on there, throw something in that can't be smelted like a depot. The arm just, straight away just picks it up. But what if I throw in something that can be smelted like a piece of cobblestone? You're not supposed to be down. Oh my goodness me. There we go. Now that should go through and actually get smelted. And there we go. It's gone in. And then it's gone in there, and now that's ready to be sent. And the next time this thing, there we go, it's gone. Amazing. Okay, good. Well, that's a lovely little system that solves a little bit of a problem that I've had in my previous workshop, where I accidentally send all of my things to either get smelted or crushed. But I don't want crushing or smelting. So yes, we're going to add that similar system onto the crushing setup. But before we get to the crushing setup, we need to make an exact copy of this, but for haunting and smoking. Smoking? Oh, that's bad. No, it's like food smoking, mate. I don't know why you would smoke food in this day and age, because it tastes gross, but that's how Minecraft works. So yeah, I'll do that next. And there we go. After not too long at all, we've now got our smokers and our haunters all in place, doing exactly the same thing as what we've got going on over there, albeit this one's a little bit tidier with all of the chain drive, which does make me think I could probably tidy that one up as well. But right now it works, and I've still got a whole bunch of building to do, starting with the crushing, I think, next. But I don't know, where's my list gone? I broke the barrel and the clipboard fell off. Oh, geez. I lost my clipboard again. I need to make a new one now. I'm so dumb. But thanks to the fact that I already recorded what I had on the list as part of this video, I was able to go back through the footage and check what I had on the list, which I've now changed slightly in order to put it in a bit of a better order, which means we're doing crushing next, just as I said. I bet you thought I was going to add 9 lots of crushing wheels in there, didn't you? Well, I didn't, because that would be overkill. Instead, we've got 3 lots of crushing wheels because they are going to be able to keep up more than enough with the amount of things we actually need to crush, which is mainly just raws and occasionally a bit of cobble. So yeah, we don't need many crushing wheels. Everything's exactly the same as it was before, and we've got our little "hey, don't crush me" type filter that says, you know, if it can't be crushed, don't crush it. Easy! Although before I finish, I do want to just sort of tidy up a few of these holes just in case either I or something ends up falling down them. I don't want to get crushed in my own crushing wheels. I should probably put some barriers round, but that just seems too safe. Right, next job, sawing. Well, it turns out saws are a bit of a nightmare. I already knew that saws were going to be tricky because saws always go in the opposite direction to which way the belts are going, which means if you've got a belt going this way, your saw has to spin the other way for the saw to actually go the right way, which has got to be a bug, right? I mean, it's been in Create forever, but it doesn't make sense that that spins that way. I suppose it's spinning towards the wood like a real saw. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. But if we throw on a piece of spruce wood on there, it actually goes through and goes the right way. Why have I doubled this up? Well, because saws are pretty slow, and normally if you're sawing something, you want an awful lot of them, particularly stripped logs for when you're making casing and things like that. So I wanted a whole bunch of them, and now I've got a whole bunch of them, and we've got a singular input here, which is coming into this vault. The items from that will go out both sides. They will go through these little vaults here just to transfer them onto this belt where we don't need that anymore. They'll all get split through these tunnels, go through all of the saws, and end up in the little bit at the end there. Exactly the same thing is going on this side, and the back of it is a complete squirrely mess to try and get everything going in the right direction because, of course, everything needs to go in total opposite directions, hence the nightmare. But it's done, except for the filters. Which, what did I do with the filters? Oh, geez. These are not the... Oh, geez. Where have I put the filters? These ones. 9. I need 18 of them, and I'm completely out of wool, pretty much. I think I might just about be able to scrape some together, but it's also reminded me I need an address, and I also need to throw on the timing system. Let's just do that quickly. FNT storage, redstone link, timer, green wool, lime. Yep, lime, wool. And there we go. That's the little froggy sorted, and we can put filters on 9 of these. Realistically, we're probably going to have to upgrade these because we're going to need the strip log for each different type. So it might be worth actually using attribute filters in order to basically add in those, and then add, yeah, that's a good shout, actually. And what I can do with these, for example, is throw in some strip log, and we can put on here is tagged C stripped logs, which is ideal. We'll add that. We also want to add in is planks, and we want to add in is slabs. There we go. That is going to make life a lot better for us. Then what we can do is grab our other filters that we were using and actually just pop that in there. And then we don't need any of these things here at all. But there are a few other things we do need to add to these filters, but I guess we'll do that over time as we actually figure out what we need. For instance, the industrial iron blocks would be a good one to add in here. But here's where the problem lies. If I put both of these into this filter, like so, and then I come over to our machines and put the filters on the saws, let's just throw it on this one for now. Now, when I throw my iron ingot in, it could either come out as industrial iron or weathered industrial iron. It's, I don't really get a choice in the matter. It just happens to be, yeah, so it's done weathered iron that time. So it's just whatever it decides it wants to do, which is not ideal, which means we can only actually have one of those things in here. And that means if we ever want to set up a system for weathered industrial iron, we'd need to run those through a completely different source system, which is annoying. But hey ho, that's the life we live, guys. That's the life we live. And we've managed to make 13 of these filters, which will get us a reasonable amount of the way along this thing. But I'm kind of tempted to undo this like individual thing and have this on one and have 2 inputs for this, so that we could have one side potentially for the industrial iron and the other side for weathered industrial iron. But then we'd have to remember which one was which. But I don't think that would be too bad. That makes a lot more sense than this squirrely mess I've got on the back. So I'm going to do that quickly and then fix those filters. And there we go. In not too much time at all, that's a much simpler setup. And the good thing about doing it this way as well is we're not actually limiting ourselves to just 9 saws. We can still send certain things to every single one of those saws. So if we need an abundance of the framed glass, we wouldn't need to send it to FNT saw 2 or FNT saw 1. We could just send it to FNT saw with a wildcard on and it'll go to both. So that's good. Right, anyway, the filters for the other side, and then this little section. Jeez, the filters. Why are you so dangerous? Yeah, so in order to make filters, I need wool, and this is all the wool I've got left in the world. I'm really going to need some sheep, but that should just be just about enough to make a handful more of those. I mean, I can make 20, but I don't want to use all these different colors, and I certainly don't want to use all of my white wool, so I'm going to make 5 more filters, and that should just about do us. Now, we just need to adjust these filters to have the weathered iron block on instead, and duplicate them a bunch of times. And now we've got just enough for that other set of saws. And here we go. We can just plonk them all on here like this. And I just got to remember that if I want the industrial iron, I send it to saw 2. And if I want the weathered iron, I send it to saw 1. And it doesn't matter which way around these spin, they still spin the wrong way. Anyway, that is it for the very first half of our workshop. We've still got a whole bunch more things to add in here, including grinding, waxing, weathering, composting, crafting, making brass and andesite alloy and barrels and bolts and golden carrots and electron tubes and track and precision mechanisms. And all that's going to take some time, which is why I'm going to leave it till next time. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I started working on a huge underground workshop for bulk pressing everything. And as you can see, we got started with a whole bunch of bulk processing presses, mixers, we've got smelters and smokers and hunters and washers, we've got crushing wheels set up, and we've even got a sawing system set up. But there's a whole bunch more I need to add in here, including grinding, waxing, weathering, composting and crafting, as well as a whole bunch of individual setups for making things like brass and andesite alloy and barrels and vaults and all of those sorts of good stuff things. Yes, good stuff things. That doesn't make any sense at all. Basically, what I'm trying to do is make my existing workshop completely obsolete because it just doesn't need to be here anymore. It's a little bit of an eyesore, and half the stuff in here, well, it either isn't up to the task of doing bulk processing or it just plain doesn't work. It is quite nice and compact though, and it is very controllable, but I want a new one, which is why we're halfway through building one. And coming back down here, the next thing on my list to produce is a grinding machine, or a bulk grinding machine. So thankfully, and here in this little box, I do have a whole bunch of grindstones, but they're not much use on their own. So we're going to need some item drains, I believe, and then I can... No? I can't remember how grindstones work. Can you just... No, go back to my old workshop and find out. You see, grindstones are not part of Base Create. They're from the Enchantment Industries add-on, which means I'm relatively unfamiliar with how they work, even though I've already got a setup down here that does it. And as you can see, what we need is basically a system to put items through them, and then they get ground down. And they don't really get ground down, it's more like sandpaper, they get polished. You can do rose quartz on these things, you can send copper through to get the honey off, or the wax. They're just kind of handy, but they're also very, very slow. But how did I put this one in here? A grindstone drain. I got a drain and I got grindstones. Do I do it in the world? Okay, let's try this. If I throw that there and then... there we go. I just have to click it in there. Well, that's nice and easy then. So the grindstone setup's going to be quite similar to this press one. We're going to have a singular input. We're going to split that over 9 different belts, and then they're going to go through 9 different grindstones, come out and go into a single output. Easy. And that means we're only going to be using half of the space of the next chunk that we're going to be working in. So I wonder, can I fill the other half of that chunk with something that's similar to grinding. Crushing wheels? No. Like that, it's good for like unwaxing things. So what if I was to put the waxing in the same chunk as the grinding? Oh, that should be fine. So for that, I'm going to need deployers, and I've only got 3 honeycomb blocks. So I'm going to need a lot more honey than that. But I think that's all we need to make a double setup. So as usual, we're going to start with a row of these blocks, 9 along like that. And then we're going to have one of our inputs here. Then we're going to need 9 lots of belt. And on those belts, we're going to put a whole bunch of tunnels. Over here, we can throw on our brass funnel and our packager, and then we can stick on a frog. At this point here, we can throw on all of our item drains, stick our little grindstones into those item drains, and then we're going to need another set of grindstones on top of those. So far, so good. And then at that point there, we can literally take straight out of there and send everything into the output. So I'm going to build the wax inside of it first and see what room we've got to play with. For the waxing setup, we're going to be doing the exact same thing, but on the other side, with the funnel and lots of tunnels. And then this time, we actually want to stick the belts out a little bit like this. And then on top of those, we can stick a bunch of deployers, and we want these facing that way round, so all of the shafts connect together. And we're just going to run these along all of these, just like that. Then we're going to give each one of these a block of honey. No, you can't have 3, just 1. Don't be greedy. There we go. We can do 3 of them. We need 6 more of those. And that means at this point, everything can then go out to the output. And to do that, what I'd normally do is just chuck a belt along here on this side and do the same thing along here at this side. But now I got too much of a gap in the middle. I can definitely bring these things closer together. And to be honest with you, could probably have both these just coming onto one belt to come out. Rather than moving the whole things about, I'm just going to make these things slightly less compact in order to sort of bring them a little bit closer to the middle. And in order to do that, I'm just going to extend the belts on both sides and then just sort of move the grindstones, which I've already done on that side, and then the deployers on this side. There we go. And now we've got a nice gap in the middle for a couple of belts that can come over here to a little vault here with our output frog on it, which is going to connect to that. And only send packages. This frog, of course, needs an address, which is FNT storage. Then it just needs a redstone link on there with a bit of green wool and a timer so that it only sends items out of here every 10 seconds or so to stop this system just sending 1 item per package. Now all we need is power. Lovely. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Right, let's go and grab some power from this over here. Let's bring that down. I can't reach it. There we go. Down to the bottom. And we'll do the usual bit of chain drive across there. That's going backwards, so we'll stick a gearbox in there. We'll bring it all the way across the back over here. We can then plug that one into there, and then obviously we're going to need... Oh, did they all... What? They not connect together? If I spin that one round and then stick that in there, that one spins, but the one next to it doesn't. They not go together? What sort of... What stupid system is this? Why have you only got a shaft on one side? Well, that sucks. Okay, right. In that case, we're not having waxing and grinding on the same system. We're going to have 2... Oh, don't go in the grinders, mate. I need you. You're very precious to me. We're going to have 2 sides set up just for grinding. Oh, geez. In order to achieve that, that's going to be quite tricky because we're going to have one of these every other block, and then we're going to have to come up under the floor to power each one of these individually. That means then we're going to have items coming through these tunnels going to somewhere they can't go, which means I then need to push that back and put something in its way so that nothing can come through those ones. So we're effectively wasting 9 tunnels in this setup, which is a little bit annoying. Why'd they make the grindstones like this? It's so dumb. You're dumb. Okay, we've now got 10 lots of grindstones in here. I only actually wanted 9, but that's absolutely fine. And now what I'm going to have to do is smash through the floor into the little crawl space down here on both sides and get all of these connected to some power. And the easiest way to do that is bring some chain drive down from there, bring that across here like that, put some more chain drive there, another one of those, a little bit more chain drive there, another one of those, and so on and so forth until we get to the end. Then all I need to do is exactly the same thing on the other side. And now when I reconnect the power, all of those should spin. But of course, these ones are now spinning in the wrong, or at least one of those is spinning in the wrong direction. In order to get the top ones connected, all we need to do is run some shafts through each one of those because they'll actually connect together. So that's nice and easy. All right, let's just throw a speed controller on there temporarily. And then let's just bring this out nice and slowly so we can see what we're doing. It looks to me like that's going in the right direction, so we need that going in the opposite direction. So the way we could achieve that is to bring this bit of chain drive up there like that, stick one of those on there, and then we can just connect all of those together. And I assume that means that that's going to work. I haven't really got anything I can throw through it to see if it works. So maybe if I was to throw some spruce logs into there, that would do something. I need to just get these belts powered quickly. So let's just stick a couple of shafts in there. Oh, it made the noise. I think that worked. In that case, we need to do exactly the same thing on this side, but this time the bottom ones need alternating round, and the top ones then need to be in the opposite direction to that, which if I do, no, that's not going to work. Oh geez, this is going to be more complicated, isn't it? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to wire it up in exactly the same way as I did the other side, and then what I'm going to do is get rid of this line over here, so we don't need this, and then I'm going to tidy this up a bit and make it work better. So these need to go opposite, so let's have one of those there and one of those there. We'll stick a gearbox there and a shaft there. That'll make those do opposite things. And now what I can do is bring some more chain drive down to that, which would actually end up linking up with what we've got going on there if this was facing in the right direction, a little bit like that. And then if we bring some shaft along there, they're all going backwards, but that's fine. Okay, no problem. Because what we also need to do is stick one of those in there and then plug that into there. Now they're going the right way, they're going the right way, they're going the right way. Now all we need to do is connect these ones over here. If I spin that around and put that on there, they're going the right way. So the only things that are not are these, which we're going to have to power probably from this end where we've actually, oh, we can, yeah, we can. Put that there and that there, and it's backwards. But if we put that there and that there, perfect, lovely. Our system works. So if I was to throw in a few spruce logs onto there, they're going to get split, they're going to go through, and they're going to come up this belt. Wonderful. Oh, that worked perfectly. I did it, but it's not finished because, of course, we've now got two inputs for a single bulk processing machine, which just won't do. We just want one input frog, which feeds both sides of this, and that's going to be a little bit more tricky. Well, it turned out doing that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I've basically got a frog going into a vault with funnels either side, which will distribute the items out both ways. They go down onto a smart chute, which will then send the items through these tunnels. They'll get split, go into the right places, and then all go out there. At least I think they will. The only way to find out is to test it, but I don't have enough items to throw into this thing completely. So I'm actually going to just reduce this to 16 on each side. So that way, when I throw in 54 logs, they should actually go out both ways. Let's just throw on a temporary funnel there, throw in our logs, and there we go. Look at that. That was fast. Jeez, that was very fast. It worked. So there we go. We now have a fully working 100% complete bulk grinding setup, which means next is waxing. And for that, I need honey. And for that, I need Mr. Beardstone. And for that, I need... Mr. Beardstone's having a baby. Never online anymore. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to steal it because it's his own fault for having a baby. I'm going to have to steal the honey. There's no other way around it. Before we go stealing, however, there's something I desperately need to do. You see, every time I fly over from our new area back to my old workshop, I load in my boat, which is in the distance, and every time that boat loads in, I get a big old lag spike. It only does it the first time I load it, but at that point it stays loaded and my PC likes to die a little bit on the inside. And the only way I can stop my PC from being very upset and running at a very high temperature and with loud fan noises is to log out completely. And then when I log back into the world and head back over towards this area, you will see as those chunks load, all of a sudden, I wasn't quite so bad this time, but it's annoying. It's very annoying that my computer's having to do a whole bunch more work than it should just because my laggiest boat in the world exists. So it's time to move it away where it's not going to upset anyone. In order to move it a very long way away, there's a couple of things I can do, potentially. I don't know if one of them is going to work, but we're going to try. However, in order to do either of the things that I would like to try to do, I'm going to need to get this boat out of the water. Okay, let's add in some temporary tracks sticking out the side of that a little bit further and see if we can't shift our boat over to there where it should. Oh, it's not long enough. Try again. And hopefully it won't interfere. There we go, with the trees anymore. This is good. Excellent. Next, what I need to do is add a station onto here so that I can disassemble the boat, which means I now need to park it at that station. Use my little blaze burner. There we go. We have arrived at the track station. Now I can disassemble my boat, build a little bit of a platform out here like this. Now what I need to do is get rid of this bogey, get rid of this track, pop down a little bit of rail with a minecart assembler, unlock rotation, stick a minecart down, put a block on top, and that should be glued to the boat, which is all connected. Now I want to try and pick it up, but I don't think it's going to let me. We're going to try our best. It did! I have a boat in my pocket! No more boat! I can't believe it let me pick it up! Oh, that's incredible. Good. Stupid boat has gone. The other option I was going to have to do was to basically lay even more track down underwater and drive it far, far away. But no, that's way easier. That means I can come in here, put this on the anvil, rename it, and then I'm going to put it on the wall to remember, don't use this boat. Jeez, stupid boat. And it didn't work, it never worked properly. Just been laggy from day one. So annoying. Jeez. Right, honey stealing. Now, I've not actually finished watching Mr. Beardstone's latest video yet, but in that video, he built a big old honey farm, and I'm assuming he built that over at his base. So we're going to fly directly over to his base and find out. Oh, that looks new. That looks very new. I'm going to assume it's honey. It is! Excellent. Here, have some apples. I took some honey. Stam. Oh, okay. So Stam's now buying honey for apples. I'm not sure Mr. Beardstone wants to sell honey for apples, but I just want to steal some honey blocks. There is not those types. I want the wax. Those ones. He's only got 17 of them. Oh no, some fell out. Oh dear. Oh, that's a shame. Oops. Oh, how did that happen? Oh, and I crafted some more with the ones that fell out. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, it's okay. I'm going to give him some honeyed apples as a reward. There you go, Mr. Beardstone. Thank you very much for your honey. Goodbye, sir. And now that we've legitimately purchased some honey from Mr. Beardstone, I can finally build those waxing machines, which is exactly the same as what we did before. And there we go. Just like that, it is done. Nice and easy. Exactly the same thing we've done everywhere else, but this time we're using the deployers with the honey blocks, and all I need to do is add power to those deployers, which means I need to come in here, stick a little bit of chain drive just there, and that is done. And in order to make this thing not look completely wonky, I'm just going to add a couple of blocks there as well on that side, and now it's complete. But of course, now we've got a bunch of extra space in this chunk, but I'm not sure it's going to be big enough to add in the other part of this process that I would like to add here. Another process primarily for dealing with copper blocks, and it's incredibly slow, and also makes the worst noise in the world. This little machine here is basically just a water spout on top of a conveyor, and when you put copper blocks through it, they get weathered. As you can see, they're going through. Each time it squirts, it weathers it once, and it is probably the slowest. It's stopped. Oh, it's run out of water. But anyway, yes, it's the slowest machine in the world. So if we want to weather copper in bulk, we're gonna need a whole bunch of these things setting up. And I'm pretty sure we can set it up in exactly the same way as we've done everything else. So I'm gonna do that very quickly. We now have a 100% complete weathering machine. It looks like it's going to fall over. Let's just add a little bit of support here. We'll have some girders coming up to the top like this, and then we'll just bring these across underneath those lanterns there. Bring those all the way across there. Why don't we stick them on the wall so they have a bit of support there? We'll have a little bit of girder coming down here like this. We'll stick on some clamps to those like that. Yes, that works. Some clamps up above as well, and yeah, I think that's kind of almost works, apart from the fact that we can't really put clamps on those. That'll do. But it won't do. You see, this is all good for weathering one stage. For instance, if I put copper through there, then I'll get exposed copper. And then if I put exposed copper through it, I'll get weathered copper. And then if I put weathered copper through it, I of course get oxidized copper. But realistically, it's not very often that I want the weathered or the exposed copper. I either normally want the normal blocks of copper, or I want the oxidized blocks of copper. So, in order to achieve that, what we really need to do on here is actually have more spouts. But I don't want every single one of these to have triple spouts. I kind of only want it on some, but then I'm going to need multiple inputs, and then that's going to significantly lower our rates. What I'd really like to be able to do is send packages over and then somehow adjust this machine so it only weathers to a certain stage. But that's too complicated for me right now. I'm sure it's possible, but in this scope of this video, that ain't going to happen. I think what we ought to do is just leave it as it is and then just run things through various times. That's nice and easy. Yes, that'll do nicely. You made all that fuss and you're not doing anything about it? Yeah. I don't need to do anything about it. It's fine. If I want oxidized copper, I stick it through the machine 3 times. Easy. No problem, mate. And then there's no complications, no fuss about anything, you know? Everything's just nice and simple. You're nice and simple? Well, at least you said I'm nice. I just meant simple. No, you said nice. Oh. Shh, no swearing. So at this point now, our bulk processing side of things are nearly complete. Looking at my list, we just have composting and crafting to do. And then all the things on the other side. But mainly, we just got composting and crafting to do. And I definitely think we can fit composting in one of these chunks here, even though they do take up significantly more room. Because composters and create don't play ever so well. In vanilla Minecraft, a composting setup is quite a big beast. You need a couple of hoppers, a couple of barrels or chests, and a composter. And you would put your carrots in the top, and eventually they will make their way through the hopper into the composter, occasionally filling it up and creating bone meal, which then gets sucked out by the bottom hopper and put into this barrel here. It works, but it's very slow and it takes up a whole bunch of space. With Create, we can do something very similar with chutes like this. We can put our carrots in. They're going to go 16 at a time through there, which means that they do fill up the composter a little bit quicker, generating us bone meal a little bit faster. But it's really not that much faster, and realistically, it's still just as cumbersome. So really what we want to be able to do is something like this, where we have our input barrel with our carrots in it, then a conveyor belt taking the items into the composter, and then the finished bone meal out and into here. But in all my previous attempts to make this work, it never did. But let's see if Create 6 changes this. Let's stick on a conveyor belt. Let's get it going the right way. And there we go. Carrots are going in. And no, they will not go into the composter from the side, which sucks. But the question is, if we fill this thing up with actual compost, can the machine then take it out? It has created compost, and no, the funnel can't take it out either, which also sucks. So what we need to come up with is the most compact design we can think of to automate getting items through a composter and the bone meal out the other end. Challenge accepted. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Either way we look at this, we're probably going to have a chute below the composter and above it. So it's really about minimizing how much space this takes up. Now what we could do is run a belt underneath that chute there, and then at the top we could have a belt coming down next to this chute, fetching things in from our barrel, which is further down, and then bringing this up to a barrel, which is further up. But realistically, that hasn't saved as much space at all. But what about using mechanical arms? Can an arm take from a composter? It can. Can an arm put into a composter? It can. Well, this could be interesting. So what if we had ourselves a little depot here next to our barrel with a funnel coming out which drops our carrots onto the depot. Next to that we could have our little composter just there, and then on the other side we could have another little barrel with a funnel going in. Then all we need to do is tell this mechanical arm to pick up from here, deposit in there, and stick that maybe on top of that barrel. Actually, we can make this even smaller. If we grab our barrel and put that down there, we can then just have a chute going into it from there, and a second arm would then pick up from there, put it in there, and that could, I guess, well, it could live right next to that one, I suppose. Now, if we were to give these mechanical arms some power, are they going to do what I want them to do? Let's find out. No target. How have you... But did I give you targets? Try again then. Okay, we're picking up from there and we're depositing into there. On your marks, get set, go. It's doing it. It is very slowly putting the cow. Well, that's going to take a long time. but it is doing it. What if we put this on full speed? Okay, it's not too bad. I mean, it's not as fast going in as it would be sending them in via a chute, but it is very slowly generating bone meal. But is the other one going to take out the compost? It is. Okay. So I don't think we want an input arm doing that because that's going to take forever. But certainly an output arm to take the compost out could speed things up significantly. But what other choices have we got? Now, this might seem counterintuitive, but if we had a chute on the floor there and then a funnel coming out of that and then the composter on top, if we start feeding this thing carrots, do we get bone meal coming out of that chute at the bottom? We do. So we can take items directly out of there via a funnel onto something like a belt. Which means we could have a belt set up with a chute on it and a funnel with a barrel at the end and a funnel in there, and then we could take away the items from our composter directly on a belt into there. But then we don't actually, we don't need that funnel at all because that's just going to put it on the belt anyway, so it's not saving us any room at all. We've still got to get the items into there, and we know we can't put them in from the side. Oh, there's got to be a faster way of putting items in there. Let's start with an upwards belt going into the side of a chute, which is directly on top of a composter. Then we put our barrel there, and because I don't want this much higher than that for no reason other than tidiness, I'm going to put a depot there with the funnel going in. Then if I tell it to take from there and drop onto there, I can then hide the mechanical arm under there, not taking up very much room at all. And now we've got a system that's pretty much the same size as the one I wanted in the first place. So let's see if it's actually going to work. We need to power that. Then we just need to power that cog, make that on maximum speed. And, well, things are going already. Let's grab some carrots, stick them into this barrel. And now we have what seems to be a relatively swift bone meal making machine. It's probably not as fast as just having another belt under there, taking the bone meal directly out, because there is going to be some delay with the mechanical arm, but not much. And this is tileable as well. That's what I need. And there we go, a fully tileable 9 composter system that basically does exactly the same as all of the other things do in my area. We've just got 3 mechanical arms because I'm sure they're more than capable of keeping up with all 9 composters because it takes a while to generate the compost. We've got our input vault over here, which would have a frog on, and our output vault over there, which would have a frog on. But for the sake of this test, I'm just going to stick a chute on there, a creative crate on top, and I'm going to just set that for carrots. And now we're going to get an absolutely ridiculous amount of carrots coming through this thing. And we should, I don't know how, what? How are we getting carrots? Why are you picking up carrots, sir? Oh, I told you to pick up from completely the wrong place. Yeah, this needs to pick up from there and put onto there. There we go. Now it's going to only do bone meal, but there we go. That works. We've got a bone meal system that doesn't look to me like it's backing up. And if we have a look in there, we can see a little bit more of what's going on with those composters and just see how quickly it actually takes before they do. Yeah, as soon as it's bone meal, it's pretty much gone. Oh yes, that works nicely, albeit a little bit noisy. But why have 9 composters when I can have 18? As you can see, I have built exactly what we built on the test world, but I've doubled it up, so we've got 18 composters, 9 on each side with our input system at the back and our output system at the front. And, well, apart from this belt in the middle not being connected to anything, can't see any reason why it won't work. You know, I should probably connect this belt though. It's slightly tricky because there's things all the way around it. So I think what I'm going to have to do is extend it back a little bit behind one of the ends. We've got power there and power there. That's the one we want. So let's just bring that back. Stick a bit of that on there. Stick a bit of that there and there. Tidy that up and put those back there. And now everything is ready. And it looks wonderful. Amazing. Time to tick another one off the list, which means I've only got one more bulk processing thing to do. And that's all of my bulk processing complete. And I've been saving this one till last because it's going to be rather awkward, because it's bulk crafting, and bulk crafters are a little bit unreliable at times. So let's go and see what we've already done to get an idea of how much room we need for each one. Over here we've got my most recent one, which is probably the most compact one I've done. We've got a 3x3 crafting grid, which is all joined together at the back. And in order to feed items into those, we've got a frog sat on a barrel, which takes packages, puts the packages directly in there. As you can see, it's still got some left in there. That then goes through a repackager, which puts things like these together in order to create what we're looking to create. And then that goes through this chute into another packager to take the items out of the package, which puts them into the crafting machine, which then crafts them, and then they go into here, which this frog then takes and puts back in the storage system. But as you can see, it doesn't always work. This is supposed to be making vaults, and we've got barrels there, and we've got iron sheets here. But for whatever reason, the repackager just doesn't want to repackage them. Don't ask me why, it just does that sometimes, which is why it's not the best system in the world. Over here, if we look at this one, which was the first one I added in, it's basically the same system, but takes up an awful lot more space because, well, it was the first one I ever built and I didn't really know what I was doing. But if we look inside of this one, there are no packages that are just stuck in there, which is a lot better. I don't know the difference here. We're doing exactly the same thing, but for some reason this one isn't backed up, which is weird because that's the one that's normally backed up, and this one is, which is weird because this is the one that normally isn't. But let's not worry about that. Let's just assume everything's going to work perfectly and get building them in this chunk right here, right now. But wait, there's a problem. Currently, every single one of the systems we've created works with items. We have a singular input, the items get distributed through tunnels to get split evenly, and then they get processed, which is great because that means we only need one input and one output for every single type of bulk processing we're doing. But unfortunately, crafters don't work with items, they work with packages. As we've already discussed, the crafters use packages directly to be repackaged and then packaged once again to go into there as items, directly from the packages, if I said packages too many times, which means in order to have an input system for this that can then feed multiple crafters, we're going to have to deal with packages and not items, and that's going to cause us a problem. I've got to go all the way back to the other one now. The problem mainly being that packages can only come out one at a time through brass funnels, whereas items can come out at up to 64 at a time, and we can't split packages using tunnels because, well, they can only go through one at a time, so we can't throw a whole bunch of them in and have them all come out separately. And that's assuming that all of the items are already in the right packages and they don't need repackaging. So how are we going to deal with this? And for this one, we're actually going to do things back to front slightly rather than either side to side. At the moment, all of our machines have the output at the front, but this one I want the input at the front because I want to be able to see how many packages have not been repackaged and get them out easily. So let's assume this is going to be our front. We would have our input vault just at this point here, kind of like what we've got going everywhere else. But instead of having a funnel coming out of that, this is where we need our repackager, and that's going to repackage anything that's not correctly packaged inside of that vault. And to get packages in here and not items, we do not want a packager on top. This time we just want the frog directly on top. So let's hook the frog up to the line, throw it on there, and we'll call this FNT craft. So now when packages come along to this thing, they're going to go inside here as packages, and then they're going to get repackaged here, and that's where we're going to start distributing things. But there's a problem with this, and that is I can't see what's inside a vault very easily because vaults don't have an access to them. They don't have an inventory system like chests and barrels or shulker boxes. I can click on this, get the items out, or put them in. I can't do that with a vault. And I really need to see what's in there in case there are any things in there that haven't properly been packaged back together again and they're just stuck forever, like I had in my other system. So really what we want under here is not a vault, but a double chest. You could use a stock thing. I could use a stock thing, but a chest's easier. So let's get rid of this. Throw on one of those, and we'll just have to put up with the fact that there's a big gap between the frog and the chest. Why am I using a chest and not a barrel? Well, because if I use a chest, we can fit more packages in it, and there's going to be a lot of packages coming to this thing if we're doing bulk crafting. Anyway, once we've got the packages in the chest and then they've gone through the repackager, we're going to need to take those out so that we can split them around all of the different crafters. So first of all, let's just bring them out on a little bit of belt that way, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a belt that goes the entire way round this little chunk square that we've got, just like that. So now we've got sort of a belt carousel that the packages can go round and round and round and round on until they're collected by a crafter. And now all we need to do on here is basically build our crafters, however we're going to build those on the inside of this sort of carousel thing, stick a packager on those to allow the items in, and then stick a funnel on that to get the items into that packager. And that means as the packages are coming round, they're going to get sucked into here, put into there, and then they're going to end up in our crafter. But then we still got to get them out again and sent away. I'm going to have a fiddle with it and see what I can come up with. And this is what I've come up with. We have 8 crafting systems. Each one has a packager taking the items off the belt and pushing them in. They're all going to get crafted, and ideally, if I've got this set up right, they're going to push the finished items onto these belts, which will then come out to here. This is our little output frog who's going to send the items back to storage. I think that should work. Possibly. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about is the fact that the crafters come out at this point here and may not drop items onto the belt, so we might have to actually switch those around so that we've actually got this one pushing onto the belt. But either way, I think it should work. All we need to do now is actually get power to this thing to make it work, and that's going to be difficult as well, because I haven't really left anywhere to get power to these belts, so that's going to be fun. But let's see what we can do. And speaking of power, I got a comment from my last video telling me how stupid I am. And the comment's right. Currently, I've been connecting all of these bulk processing systems directly to the chain drives that come down from the ceiling, which is stupid, and I don't like it. And I didn't want to do that in the first place. And why did I do that when I went to all the effort of creating this crawl space between the floors where power is directly there? Why did I do it? Because I'm stupid, and I totally forgot about the fact that there's power down here. So yes, I would like to actually change all of that, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to get my crafters sorted out, and then I worry about that. Jeez, what a moron. Well, there's no reason we can't do that over at this one, so we might as well just pop down here and grab some of that power that's on the wall directly there. A little bit of chain drive, ideally. Oh, come on. Just connect, mate. Coming up like that. There we go. And that just happens to be going in the right direction for that belt, so that's good. We do need to then connect this belt, which means we need to extend that and stick a gearbox there. And then put a little shaft in there. There we go, lovely. Then we need to stick that one out a bit, just like that, and put a gearbox there. And then that's that one. That's very good, yes. Then we can stick that one out a bit and put a gearbox there, and that's that one. So that's all of the outside belts sorted out. That's good. For the inside belts, it's not going to be too tricky, actually. What we do need to do is come over from maybe here, stick a little bit of shaft in there, bring that over this way to then join in with these belts. Whee! There we go. And then I just need to concentrate. Oh no, I'm going round. And then I just need to get this one connected, which is slightly more tricky. Get a little bit of chain drive coming up this way like this. We spin those round, lovely, and then put one of those on there. Is it going to go the right way? It's not. Of course it's not. Why would it go the right way? That'd be too convenient. All right, we'll do it on the other side then. Fine. Put our chain drive up this side, so I can't see what's going on in the packager. Not a problem. And then I put the gearbox on there, and voila! We have everything going in the right direction. The only thing not powered now are these. So I guess let's just stick on some cogs along the top like this. Get some shafts in between those. And then we just need to connect these to some power, which we can just do from the back with a little bit of chain drive. Popping up there like that. There we go. No, not there. Not there. I didn't even click there. Stupid thing. And then there. We'll do the same thing here. Oh, lovely. Oh, look at everything. Oh, it's all spinny roundy and good and stuff. But is it going to work? There's only one way to find out. However, in order to find out, that leads me to a whole new problem, and that is I don't actually have any items in my storage system to test, and I really could do with items in the storage system to be able to send to this to see if it works. So I'm going to have to go and put some items in the storage system. The items we're going to throw into the storage system are going to be slabs and barrels, and then we can auto craft a few vaults. Okay, first things first then, let's get all the items we want to shove into storage actually into storage by doing that. Then what I want to do is get behind. I can't get behind it anymore. Oh, geez. Well, I need access point. Can we go behind? No. Oh, geez. Am I supposed to get behind for maintenance? What idiot put all of this in the way? I need to get behind so I can click on him with the stock ticker. And then a stock link, and then the factory gauges. There we go. Now I don't need the maintenance anymore. You can go back together again. Right, let's check those items are in the system. They are. We've got a whole bunch of slabs and a whole bunch of barrels and a few of the other things I've been testing. That means back over here at our crafting area, I can throw down a blaze burner and a stock ticker so we can see what's in here. And then I'm going to throw down a very temporary little pile of cardboard there, and we need a few of these factory gauges on here. We need one for slabs, we need one for barrels, and then we need one for vaults. And the vault's going to be connected to the barrels and to the slabs. It's then going to be set to use crafting. Why is it? What? Where's my use crafting system? Oh, I'm dumb. Iron sheet, not slabs. How did I forget that? Oh, geez, I've been playing this game too long. I'm forgetting things that are obvious. I've got to get some iron sheet. And then if we attach that to that, now we can use mechanical crafting. We can send it to FNT Craft, which is this frog over here. And we can see if this works. Now, I only want to send one for now. So I'll have one item and we'll see what happens. That should start calling stuff from the system. So we should hopefully see it winging its way over here somehow or other. I don't know what direction it's going to come from, but here it goes. It's gone in the frog. Is it going to get repackaged? It is. It goes around there. It's gone into there. That's doing things. Oh, I've never seen that before. I may have slightly broken a bit. I don't know where those items have gone, but they have definitely gone. Erase your promise, and then we can send another one, please. Where did those items go, though? I mean, they look like they went into the packager, but packagers can't take items, so that's kind of weird. There we go. The items are coming. The other items are coming. They're getting repackaged. They're going round. Oh, they went in that one, and it fell on the floor. Okay, that's fine. Not a problem. That means we do actually need to go out of the bottom one. That's absolutely fine. And that should do that. I believe everything's now facing the right direction. And I think the reason the package didn't go in here is because somehow that had items in it from the other thing. I don't know how or where they've gone, but I'm going to remove those and then stick them back on again and hope that solves the problem. So now let's come and get rid of that promise and let the system send another couple of items through and see what happens. The packages are on their way. The frog's got them. They're being repackaged. They're going on there. They've gone in the second one again. But there we go. Vault went in there. It did it. That was very fast. Now that all you got to do is send them away, frog. There we go. It did. Why did it skip this one? I think I've really upset this crafter. I think there's items stuck in it. Oh, there they are. Yep. Somehow they were in the bottom one. We fixed it, peeps. Don't worry. So now all of that's done. Let's see what happens if we ask for a stack of them. What could possibly go wrong? Let's see if this system can actually cope with crafting multiple things at once, which is the whole point of having it. There we go. It's getting items coming through. They are getting repackaged. The problem is that it takes so long for them to actually get to the machine that the crafter's done before the frog's got all of the items in it. So we're only actually using one crafter. Huh. I guess I didn't think about that. But we are making vaults. Slowly but surely. So I guess we could say that's a roaring success. And if you're thinking, well, what's the point in having all of those crafters if you can only get one set of items through there at a time? Well, of course, shut up. If we're sending a whole bunch of things to these crafters from our storage network, then we're going to get a backup of things over here actually trying to come in, which probably means that having a single frog and a single unpackager is not going to be able to supply 8 different crafters. So chances are we do need a system in place to actually repackage things multiple times and have multiple frogs coming into this thing. I think that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is something a little bit different. That is to add 9 frogs on here. We've got 9 input frogs. We've still got 1 output frog. Each of the input frogs has a repackager on the back of it that is activated. So that means we can get up to 9 packages at a time going around this thing, which you might say, well, that's too many. You've only got 8 crafters. But I think that should now be quick enough to deal with the 8 crafters, considering there's a delay getting the items in. Of course, we've then got our output frog just step back a little bit right at the end of this conveyor, tidying things up a little bit. And that means now what I can do when I'm sending these packages, instead of sending them to FNT Craft, I can send them to FNT Craft Star, and it will go to any one of these. So if any of these are full or free to process something, they can do that. Here come the packages. And there we go. They got by the middle frog for some reason. I don't know why. But there they're going in. And yet we're still only going fast enough for 1 crafter to be being used, because the packages are just not coming from the storage system quick enough. So we could speed this up, actually, thinking about this, if we had multiple of these factory gauges. So let's just stop this again for a second. And there we go. They're all now set up exactly the same. If I now suggest that I need... Oh, the thing is, though, there's not really enough in the machine to send it all. But I was going to say, if I set all of these up to maybe do 5 items each, as quick as I can, we should start getting a lot more items being sent through at once. And hopefully that can actually do a little bit of testing on our frogs. We should get a lot more packages coming through now. There we go. Yes, multiple packages all coming through for crafting. And now we can, yes, there we go. The frogs are working hard together. Oh, but then we've got a new problem. Because some of the frogs are going to pick up some of the packages. And some of the frogs are going to pick up the other of the packages. So really, we need a whole bunch of frogs on a big old vault that's got all of the oh jeez, why everything so stupid? Okay, now we have 9 frogs on a ginormous vault which can actually contain all of the packages that we're going to be calling from. We've still got all of this behind here, and this should work significantly better, even though it's a whole bunch uglier. And it doesn't allow me to see what's in there, to see if any packages haven't been able to be repackaged and then got stuck in there, which is not ideal. Let's actually start calling for some more vaults by removing the vaults from the system and see if this thing can actually keep up with it this time. Fingers crossed it can, and fingers crossed we don't just get loads of stuff stuck in there. Here come the items. Are we gonna craft more than one thing at once this time? The frogs are all going for it. They're loving it when we are getting things coming out. Yes, multiple things at once, and that means, oh wow, it's already done. But yeah, we use multiple crafters. But are there any packages still left in here? Doesn't seem that way. That means it worked. Hurrah! We now have a bulk crafting setup, which is the most ugly thing I've seen because it's got this giant vault stuck in front of it. Oh jeez. Anyway, now that that's done, we've now completed every single one of our bulk processing tasks, which means we've only got a handful of things left to make. And most of those, I mean, to be honest with you, can just be sent through our main thing. We're going to need a mixing system for that and for that, which is nice and easy. Barrels we can just send through our crafting systems, which is nice and easy. The same for vaults, the same for golden carrots, and the same for electron tubes. We do need a track maker and we need a precision mechanism maker. That's it. But unfortunately, we're going to have to wait for the next episode to see that in action. Well, we'll be finishing off this workshop, getting all of our items sent over to our storage system, and getting a big old completely automated processing system set up for all of the items I want manufacturing in bulk, which is basically everything. So don't miss that one. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I created this incredible workshop. This workshop has all of the equipment that I need for bulk processing all of my items. And those items are all going to be living inside of the huge storage system that lives underneath this workshop, in all of these incredibly large oh, jeez. There's always one, isn't there? But unfortunately, at this moment in time, this storage system is completely empty because I haven't transferred any of my items over to it yet. And I want to fix that today. And there's a couple of other things I want to fix. The first one being dealing with this package. Where are you supposed to go to? Basic stone. Okay. So basic stone. How did you get lost? Let's go and see if we can find basic stone. Oh, geez. I have no idea what the layout is in here. This is ridiculous. I'm going to assume it starts with wood there. So basic stone's got to be next to wood, right? That makes sense. Yes, basic stone. And your name is Store Stone. Yes, it says Basic Stone on here. How did you get addressed to base? What? So, oh, I know. So the address is on here. Look, Store Mob, Store Shiny, Store Create, Store Natural. Yeah. So this one must say, what an idiot. What an idiot. So we've got Basic Stone and Fancy Stone. So Basic Stone is just Store Stone 1. And Fancy Stone is Store Fancy Stone 1. So it's not Basic Stone at all. It's just stone. There we go. Store Basic Stone 1. Store Basic Stone 2. Very nice. So now if I just stick that back on the line, that's going to go whizzing off. And hopefully it's going to end up, yes, inside of a storage system. Wonderful. Well, that's that little package problem sorted, but it hasn't sorted my other problems, which are not so much problems, more of oversights in my building process. You see, I've had quite a few comments telling me that I've done a few things wrong. Well, not necessarily wrong, but not quite as optimally as I could have done. You see, these grindstones, for instance, need to spin in opposite directions to each other. And the way I've done that is to add a whole bunch of chain drive in that runs along the bottom to do the bottom row. And then along the top, I've just got a shaft going over there. But I didn't need to do that at all, because if we get rid of that shaft and that chain drive and just throw in a cog like that, I can do the top and the bottom ones, making them go in opposite directions. So I'm just going to switch all of this out very quickly, and then we'll move on to the next thing that I'm done wrong. And there we go, that's one side sorted. Now to do the other side. And that's the other side done. Doesn't that look a whole bunch exactly the same as it did and really hasn't saved me a great deal of resources. The other thing people said I should do is to make my haunting and smoking setup a little bit more lag efficient, i.e. not creating so many particles. Not that there are many particles being created from this, but I understand the issue, and apparently I can do that with blaze burners, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'm going to have to check this, because I've got a feeling this is one of those things that's from a create mod add-on rather than actually in base create, and we might not have that on our system, so we're going to find out. What we need is a blaze burner and a little bit of soul sand, which I need to go home to get that, because it's not here, mate. So heading back to my workshop for what's going to be probably one of the last times that I do it. Let's have a look in my storage system. Let's grab some soul sand and let's see if there's any truth to this madness. So if I put that fan down there so that it's blowing, excellent, and put that in front of it, apparently that does the same as smoking. And you can see, I think it might. Yes, it sets me on fire. Wonderful. Well, that worked. And apparently if I then click this with some soul sand, yeah, that worked. Maybe it has to be soul soil, or maybe I need to like craft this in my crafting thing. No, maybe I'll try soul soil. See, that doesn't work. Is there anything in the ponder setup for this? No. And haunting just says to use soul fire on the image. So what if I put that in front of that? No. What if it's sat on top of that? No. What if it's sat on top of that? Possibly. No, I'm not getting the blue flames. See, if it was working as a haunter and I go into it, I get blue flamed. Oh, well, I know I get darkness. So, yeah, we're looking for these little blue particles. According to Google, or at least the Google AI overview, if I do it with flint and steel, if I light the blaze burner with flint and steel, then I guess I don't think this is a thing, guys. I don't think you can turn these into haunted ones in base create. We're going to just stick with the campfires because 4 bits of particle smoke is not going to break the world. It's absolutely fine. Well, apparently I can't read because I don't want full blaze burners. I want empty ones, which can apparently be lit with a flint and steel, which is quite nice. I didn't know that, even though I've seen it a million times in people's builds. It's just never occurred to me you could do it. And apparently once it's lit, if I then click it with some soul sand, it will turn blue. And now we can use those for haunting. But look, they also create particles. They might not look as big as particles from the campfires, but they are. They're just a different sprite texture, and the size of the sprite creating the particle has no impact on how laggy it is. But I'm sorry, campfires, you're all going. And that was basically the majority of the comments I got on this workshop. The only other thing people seem to have an interest in was my bulk crafting system, but before I make any changes to this, I want to see it in action actually working. But I can't really do that until we've actually sent my items into this system. And in order to do that, there's just a few more little things that I need to build. These things that are on here. But before I build those, I want to play a game. And I want to play that game with someone very special to me. Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone!
Yeah, I'm down here, Foxy.
Miss Beardstone? Down here. Oh, there you are. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How's life? How's life? All good, I assume. Nothing particularly interesting going on in your life, I imagine. You've got plenty of time to be playing games with me, haven't you?
Oh, all the time. Yeah, all the time. It's taken me a while to build this bee shop because, well, people keep interrupting me.
I didn't steal any honey. I don't know what you're talking about. Right, let's go and play a game.
Oh, what? For the love of... I've already had Stam stealing honey.
No, he gave you apples.
Oh, right. You literally just outright stole it.
No, I gave you some of the honeyed apples you'd made from Stam's apples.
Oh, right. Okay, thank you. Thank you so kindly, I guess.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. I'm going to play a game. I want to play Starchery, Mr. Beardstone. I actually really want to play mini golf as well, but I understand you're probably a bit mini golfed out at this moment in time, so I'll have to find someone else to play with me at some point. But seeing though, I don't think you've played this one yet, have you?
I haven't, no.
And seeing though me and you are both expert level 99 at things like mini games and archery and stuff like that, we should be able to beat the leaderboard by miles. 28? Oh, jeez, that's rubbish. Maybe I'd be better at golf. So now I've just got to chip it over there. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Done. Yeah. I start again, Miss Beerstone.
That bell's always destruction.
Oh, it's dark.
It sounds like you're crying.
I'm ready for the next hole.
Yep, next hole.
Come on! Oh, Miss Beast! I don't know what happened there. 105. And my time was nearly 40 minutes. Oh, jeez. How's Sam always really good at things? He's really good at Mario Kart. He's really good at golf.
He's young. He's got the reaction time.
I want my money back.
And the dexterity.
Surely
no,
I should have got these free anyway, since I made them.
Technically, you didn't. What you made was soggy cardboard. These are completely different things. This is a golf club.
Okay. There's nothing to do with soggy cardboard. So with that, you could have made these without the soggy cardboard, right? I want my money back. Well, those were a lot of fun, even though I wasn't particularly great at either of them. And if you want to see those in full, then let me know, and I might add the uncut versions of them to my second channel. But now is not the time for that. Now is the time to actually make these things, so I can finish off this workshop and bring all of my items here. So the first machine I need to make is a brass maker, and that shouldn't be too difficult. However, I do want to be able to make a substantial amount more brass that I'm currently able to make in my old workshop. Currently, the way that I make brass is to send some items over to this frog here. They come out of these different funnels and then they go into this mixer via this arm. And then what I have to do is manually add some fuel into this blaze burner in order to make it hot so that it can actually turn the things into brass. This isn't very good. Not only is it only a single basin, but I have to do it manually. And of course, that's not what we want in our new workshop, so let's go and come up with a way of doing that totally automagically and have actually more of it. And while we're at it, because it's basically the same system that we use for making andesite alloy, although that doesn't need heat, we can kill two birds with one stone here. Or two alloys with one machine. And I think we should start just like we have on all of our other machines, with an input like this. But then we don't need 8 lanes for making these things, that's a little bit ridiculous. But I would like more than one. So because we're not going to be processing quite as much, we can actually get away with a smaller input on this thing. Let's just hook a frog up to that for a second. And we need 2 lots of different items coming out of here, split it into 2 lots of machines. And I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that. So I might pop into a test world quickly. And I don't think we need anything more complicated than this. And I think I could probably make this even more compact if I wanted to. So let's see what's going on. Over here is our storage system, which contains our copper and our zinc that we're going to be using to make brass. And we're going to use a factory gauge to determine how much stuff we want sending over to our brass maker, which is this frog here. We have a little system here to fill up buckets of lava from our empty buckets from our infinite lava source. And that's because we don't have straws in our pack. We can't pump lava directly into these. We have to do it via buckets, which is exactly what this arm is for here. This arm will take the filled buckets from there, put them into the blaze burners, and then deposit the empty ones back in there so they can be recycled, as I will now demonstrate by throwing these empty buckets in there. There we go. And it is now no, you take it too fast, bro. Yeah, so when you do this, if you do it with just a depot, if the arm is fast enough, it will take the empty buckets before they've been filled and put them in there. And that's because I'm getting it to pick up and drop off from the same spot. However, if I was to put a belt here, we could have it only pick up from this spot here rather than there, which would mean it would stop taking from there. So maybe we'll implement that into our real one. But either way, it's going to fill up the blaze burners. They're going to get nice and hot. The other arm is going to take items from here and here. At the moment, I've got filters set for the copper and the zinc, so we get the different ones on the different ones, and it's going to deposit them into the basins. The mixers are then going to mix them, and we're only allowing brass to come out of those, and then that's going to go into here. Now, we don't actually need these funnels on here at all, because if we get rid of those, the basins will spin round, meaning that the brass can just come out straight onto the belts once it's finished and go into our little vault here. So let's see if it actually works. let's just figure this out. What we want is to send loads through at a time so that we're not backing up the system. And we want to say that we want, I don't know, 5 stacks making. Now, this is actually going to make infinite stacks because we haven't got a storage thing on our other vault. But this is just going to give us a demonstration of what's happening. As you can see, the items are going into them all, they're getting distributed, and we are making more brass than we would do if we just had one machine doing it, which means we're now generating plenty of brass very quickly, and that's exactly what we want. And if we want this to work with other materials, we absolutely can do, just by setting filters on here for all of the materials we want to come out of each one. Like this one could be zinc and iron nuggets, and that one could be copper and andesite blocks, and that would allow it to do both brass and andesite alloy. So there we go, nice simple system. All I gotta do is build it in my workshop, and there we go. In minutes I have the machine set up inside of the workshop. It's a little bit more compact than the other one, but we're doing exactly the same thing. I've got my lava pipe going to my little lava network that is underneath the floor. I've got power coming up from underneath the floor, power and everything, and I've just split these arms up a little bit differently just to squeeze everything in a bit better. I of course still need to filter that for empty buckets, and now if I throw these empty buckets into there, they'll all go in, and that's going to start getting powered. And because I've moved this stuff about so that it's on a belt instead of directly underneath the spout, the arm's not going to take away any empty ones. However, apparently they transfer onto there, which means this one is now putting them inside of the basins because it's a moron. I didn't, oh jeez. I didn't think about that, did I? Okay, plan B. Let's, oh jeez. Break that block, put that there before lava comes out. Let's just jiggle this about a little bit. We clearly don't want that belt reaching all the way over there, so let's just break it a bit and just put a block there to stop that from happening. We'll put our spout vault there instead, with the spout on there instead. The funnel can then come out of there. This funnel for filling back in can go in there and actually get filtered. We need to remove this pipe here and instead have that coming down. I suppose it can still come over there. That's absolutely fine. It's not a problem. It keeps it nice and tidy. We'll bring that there, break that, put that pipe there to connect those things again, and we should be able to see that lava goes up there okay, which it is doing. And then of course this arm needs reconfiguring to actually pick up from the right places. We want to pick up from there, deposit into there, and also deposit into all of the blaze burners. And then when we put that back, it's not going to have any issues at all. Now we need to get rid of, oh geez, I've got so many buckets of lava now. Got plenty of spare buckets. I don't need all of these buckets of lava. We'll just throw those on the floor, let those despawn. What a waste. I got infinite amounts of iron and lava. It's not a waste. You should add a button onto the machine so you can turn it off and on. I don't need a button on the machine to turn it off and on because I've got infinite amounts of lava. There we go. Okay, that's going to work better now. Excellent. So now all I need to do is just filter these funnels for all of the different things we're going to pass through this, and that should be it. In terms of filtering, seeing so this old system is now surplus to requirements, I might as well just steal the filters from these to add to our new one rather than making new ones. And this has just got andesite, copper, and diorite in one, and in the other it's got cobble, zinc, and iron nuggets in the other. And that allows us to actually make andesite, should we ever need any, as well as the brass and the andesite alloy. But we do now have an infinite supply of andesite over at our new copper and zinc and everything factory, because as this processes, it actually makes way more andesite than we need. So one of these should, yeah, look, there's 20,000 andesite in there. So we're not going to need to make andesite, but just in case we do, we might as well have the option. So all I need to do is to come over here and just stick these filters onto those. And of course, there's no point in having 64 at a time coming out of each of those because we can only deal with 4 at a time. So we might as well just have 4 at a time coming out of each one of those. So now that's ready to go, but unfortunately we can't test it because I still haven't got any items in the system. But what I can do is tick those things off the list and see what's next. Barrel maker, vault maker. Well, that's just crafting, so I don't need those setting up at all. I just need to set up factory gauges for that. golden carrot maker is just crafting. Electron tube maker, well, that's slightly different. Although with all the systems we've got in place, we can actually do that quite easily. Because in order to make electron tubes, we just need polished rose quartz and iron sheet. Iron sheet we're getting from the iron farm, so we don't need to worry about that. Polished rose quartz is just rose quartz, which we can sand down with our grinding system, so we don't need to worry about that. And actually making the rose quartz is just redstone and nether quartz. And I don't have either of those in quantity, so I don't think we need an automated system for that at all, because we can just set up that to go through the systems we've already got. So we can tick that one off, and that one, and that one, and that one, which leads us to track maker. That does need something different. In order to make track, what we need to do is we need to either use our iron nuggets or our zinc nuggets in order to deploy them onto some form of stone slab. Then they need pressing, and that creates our track. So we need a rotary system that takes in some form of stone slab and then turns that into train track. And of course, for that, we're actually going to need to make the slabs as well. So I think, why not designate, in fact, we need two similar rotary machines, this one as well. So we might as well just designate this very last chunk over here to that. And that's all of our chunks done with all of the machines needed. So first things first for our first machine, firstly, of course, would be the input vault, which our frog is going to be bringing stone. That stone can then immediately go onto a mechanical saw, which will turn the stone into stone slabs. That will then go through onto a belt with two deployers and a press on, and that will all then just go into another vault, which will then have another frog on it, sending all of those items out. That's relatively simple. The problematic part of this is we need to fill these with iron nuggets or zinc nuggets, and that's going to be tricky. Not necessarily in terms of getting them in there, but mainly in terms of how we set up factory gauges for that. Did I just see something going? There's a barrel on my back. Stop it. I catch it. Next time it comes, I get it. No, I miss. I get it this time when it comes. Yes. You see, what we really need to do is just use a single frog. So we could attach our input frog on this line here over to that. And we could send our iron nuggets and our stone into that, which is all going to go into there. And then we can filter just the stone to come out onto there. But then we need to get the iron nuggets into these bits. And the reason we need to use just one frog is because factory gauges are not all that smart. Let me go and demonstrate for you guys, because I'm a demonstraty sort of fellow. We know for each piece of track we need one slab and two iron nuggets. So on our factory gauges here, what we can do is we can make one that's got the track in it, link that to one with stone in, link that to one with iron nuggets in, and then just set that like that. That's absolutely fine. But of course, in order to make that, we can only have one address, which would be something like FNT track maker. And then what we would do is set how many items we wanted to be made. That would send the stuff to that track maker, and as long as we had the right ingredients, the track would be made. What we can't do is say, right, we want the stone to go to one thing, the iron nuggets to go to another thing, and then that makes the track. It just doesn't work like that. So we basically got two options in how to deal with this. The simplest way to deal with this would just be to keep sending infinite amounts of iron nuggets to these deployers, and then just put a system on there to say if we've got too many, don't send any more. That way, all we need to do is send stone to this frog, and the track will get made from however much stone we send. That's really simple. It's nice and easy. It's probably what I'm going to go with. Alternatively, if we did want to run the entire thing off just one factory gauge, we'd have to send the iron nuggets and the stone to that, and then somehow get the iron nuggets out of there and into there, and the stone onto the saw. And that's not what we're doing. What we're going to do is we're going to put chutes on there. We're going to put a vault on there. On top of the vault, we're going to need to stick a packager, and on top of that, we're going to need to stick a frog, and we'll call that FNT track maker iron. On the side of that packager, we can then stick a factory gauge, and you see how that's gone blue rather than yellow, indicating that this is a new factory task. And what we can do is stick an iron nugget in there, and then we just need to set how many iron nuggets we want bringing into this, tell it this is the address, and that's just going to basically fill this with iron nuggets to how many we say we need in there. Now, in my experience, factory gauges stuck on the side of packages are a little bit unreliable, but it should work in the long run. I can't see any reason why it shouldn't, which means all we need to do to this system now is basically stick a funnel on there and add power to it, as well as a frog to get the items back out again once it's finished. So let's just hook that up to there, put that on only send packages, do the usual redstone link inverted with that and that on there, and then stick an address on it, stick a funnel on there, color all of the belt in, and now all we need is power Now, if we spin these things round, we can connect those all together nice and easily. Now, it doesn't matter which direction we spin the shafts on those, so we can just stick a gearbox on there, join that together with our saw at the bottom to connect those together. The saw does need to be going in the right direction, but it needs to go in the opposite direction from the belt, so I'm going to use that trick you all told me in the comments that I already knew, but I never use because I just don't. I forget these things, and now that means the belt's going to go in the right direction. So all I've got to do to this is supply power to it, and we can do that by basically digging down, extending this chain drive down a little bit and just hooking it up to our existing power just there. Now watch everything be going in the wrong direction. It is. Oh, wonderful. Of course it's going in the wrong direction. Easiest fix for that, come down here, get rid of that bit of shaft there, stick a gearbox on it just there. Lovely. Now everything should be going in the right direction. That should work. Can't see why it wouldn't. But again, I can't test it. And with that machine done, we only need one more machine, and that is a nice simple one. That is our precision mechanism making machine, which we've made loads of times. They're dead easy to make. So let's do this. As usual, we're going to start with our input vault and our input frog, of course. That's going to spit items out onto a belt like this. On top of that belt, we're going to have 3 deployers, and at the end, we can have our output vault. But of course, that's not how these things work, because precision mechanisms have the 3 deployers, but they need to go round 5 times, and there's a chance that your precision mechanism might not be turned into a precision mechanism. It might just be turned into some random salvage, which we'll need to deal with. So what we need to do, first of all, is create a loop for this thing. And that's as simple as just having another belt that's going the other way. And of course, we'll need a funnel at that point to take items out of that vault and put them onto the machine. And then we're going to need a funnel here to take items back and put them in there. Then we're going to need a brass funnel in order to take out the things that we don't want, then sending off to our storage system back onto here to go back round again, at which point we need another funnel there to then send the items into here. However, this andesite funnel is no good because we only want to be sending items that actually want to be, well, being turned into precision mechanisms coming along here. If we make some random salvage that can't be turned into that, we don't want it clogging up the system. So then at this point, what we can do is stick another shaft down here with a little bit of belt on it, and then we can have another funnel on there, which is going to take the random salvage that can't go through and then bring it over in this direction. If we make this vault a couple of vaults long rather than 1 vault long, we can then put all of that random salvage into there. We can still have this set to only allow the things that are supposed to go back round again, and then we can use this frog to send everything else, including the random salvage, back to the system. Nice and easy. And there we go. With a little bit of jiggery pokery, that's all together and working. I haven't added any of the filters on yet for the items, and of course we're going to need to get the right items into these deployers. The other thing is we need to think about this packaging system here, because at the moment this frog could send out the half-made precision mechanisms rather than them going straight back round, which is not what we want at all. So I don't know why I said I was finished, because I'm clearly not. There's still a lot of work to do. For the precision mechanism part themselves, we're going to do exactly the same thing we did for the other one, but this time we're going to need to have a vault each, because each of the items is completely different. Small cogs, big cogs, and iron nuggets. So let's stick a vault on each one of these, and let's come round this side and stick a frog on each one of those, and then attach each of those frogs to this conveyor. Then all we need to do is stick the factory gauges on just like before, and just get these labeled up with the correct items nice and easily. So now all I need to do is resolve this problem, which is basically doubling up this vault so that we don't get the wrong things in the wrong places. So let's remove this frog and that, and of course the sign that was on there. We'll stick a new output vault on here. We can get this one connected to the output system. And now all we got to do is get the items out of there that we do want and into there. So we might as well just break a little bit of that. Probably bring this belt all the way down to here. Have a brass funnel on there that's going to be filtered for the finished precision mechanisms, and then an andesite funnel on there to take the items into there. And then we just need another row of blocks there just to stop the items flying off the end in case that's full. So now I believe this system, apart from the filters, is finished. So let's work out what we're going to be putting on those filters. The thing is, random salvage doesn't tell me what that is. So what we need to do is actually make some precision mechanisms, or at least make parts of them. So let's head over to our existing machine, which is currently set up for making track. We don't need that anymore. Let's, of course, give this one some small cogs, this one some big cogs, this one some iron nuggets. And now what I want to do is turn that off because I want to send through a couple of gold sheets so that we can hopefully get some incomplete precision mechanisms. And there we go. We've got a couple of incomplete ones. And I think that's all we need to set up those filters. Okay, back at this machine then, we want the finished mechanisms coming out of there and going into our output vault, but we do not want them coming out of here. This one, we want the scrap and the not scrap. Oh, geez, wait a minute. No. We need filters. No. This is no good. I got no filters left because I run out of wool. I must have some filters somewhere. I'm going to steal them from my other workshop. So now I've got some filters. Let's do this more wisely. Let's delete everything that's already on there. This one, we're going to put not precision mechanisms. This one I'm going to delete and put not incomplete mechanisms. That one's now going to be not incomplete mechanisms because we want any scrap and the finished mechanisms to come out of here and go into there. And this one over here needs to be not precision mechanisms because they've finished. So we want the scrap and the other stuff to go that way. In fact, we don't actually need the scrap to come back again. The scrap can just go straight out of here and out of there. So this one really can just be incomplete precision mechanisms, which means we don't actually need this third row at all. This entire thing here is now no longer required, which means I can move all this about and make this substantially nicer, which I'm going to do right now. Well, that didn't take too long. The entire thing is done. All I've done is removed that third lane completely, wrapped a little bit of casing around here to make this look a little bit nicer, and I've just moved the belt on this bit so that it comes out sideways. The not incomplete precision mechanisms come out of there and will go into there, so all of the scrap and finished things will go into that vault there, and the incomplete precision mechanisms will come out of there and go back round again. At least that's the plan, and there's only one way to find out. Let's get some scrap and some precision mechanisms. Now, I know gold sheet can be scrap. I also know cogs can be scrap. And of course, we've got some precision mechanisms and some incomplete ones. So if I was to throw on an incomplete precision mechanism on there and just get rid of these for a second to allow that to go through, that's going to go round and round and round, just like we want it to. If I was to put a complete one on there, however, it's not going to come back out. It's going to go into there, which it is. And if I was to throw some scrap onto there, that's also not going to come back round, and neither's that one. They should also be in there. They are. Amazing. So now I can put those deployers back on there and everything is good. Our machine is complete, and you know what that means. It means I can finally tick off everything off my list. All of these things are done. All of my main chunks in this workshop area have been filled in. We have machines to do everything we need to do. All that's left to do, and no, it's not bring my items into the storage system yet, is to set up a big old wall of factory gauges. Just like this one, for processing all of the things we need processing. How hard could that be? What could possibly go wrong? I'm not going to do it on camera because it will take me forever because the back of this is full as well. But what we do need to decide is where we're actually going to put this, because it wants to be somewhere central to our system where we can keep control of it all. So in the building that is on top of all of that sort of thing, we do have our input and output systems here and some rather large walls which we could quite easily stick on our factory gauge system on. And I think that makes sense to have this room as the control room where it all happens. So I'm going to do that. And then, do you know what? Actually thinking about this, it makes a lot more sense to get my items in here first, and then I can actually test things are working as I'm doing it. And if that's the case, then I really need to tidy my pockets. Tidy your pockets? Yeah, I need to tidy my pockets, mate. My pockets full of junk, as usual. Always carrying far too much stuff. I've got all sorts of junk in here as well. Throw that in there. And I guess we could tidy this little space up as well, but no! I'm procrastinating. Shut up. It's time to move my items finally. But wait, peeps, before we move my items, we've got to think about a couple of things. See, for a long time on this series, I've been teasing having a monorail. A monorail that would run around the side of my island, taking things from all of the factories that I haven't built yet and putting them into the storage system. But there's a couple of things that we need to consider. Some cold, hard facts. Some hard to swallow pills, as you might say. Last time on the Just Create SMP, I finished off my mega workshop. Well, just about anyway. We've got all of the bulk processing machines I could ever need in this huge room, as well as a couple of little not so bulk processing machines for the other bits and bobs we need. Which means that everything I had on my big old list of things to make is all ticked off and done. The only thing I haven't done is brought all of my items here from my old workshop, and they all need to come down onto the next layer of this huge mega base into these massive storage vaults in here. The other thing I haven't done is set up a huge board with all of the bulk processing things that we need to automate with all of the factory gauges, like I've got at my other workshop. And speaking of that workshop, that's exactly where I'm going to head over to now, because at the end of my last episode I mentioned there might be a problem with my monorail plans. I said there might be a few cold hard facts to talk about, some hard to swallow pills. And I wasn't wrong. You see, the problem is, peeps, we don't actually have monorails in our version of Create. Believe it or not, they're not part of the base Create mod. They're part of the Steam and Rails mod, and that's not ready. Now, a lot of people in our comments and our Discord tell us that actually it is ready. It's in alpha stage. You can play it now. But let's just have a look, shall we? Heading over to Modrinth and clicking on the Steam and Rails add-on, and then clicking on versions, you can see there are indeed alpha versions available. But as you can also see, these are for Minecraft 1.20.1. And as you can also see, they don't have any available for 1.21.1. And that's the version we're using, 1.21.1. So there isn't an alpha version available. But even if there was, we wouldn't play it. That's because it's an alpha version and not a release version. But what difference does that make, FoxyNoTail? Well, I'll tell you. As you can see from this, alpha refers to an early experimental and internal testing phase where the product is first made playable but is incomplete and likely to contain bugs and unstable features. After the alpha stage comes the beta stage, which is slightly more stable but still there basically just for bug testing. And then after that it becomes release, where the developers are satisfied that the majority of the bugs have been squished and everything should work as they are intended to. And whilst you might be okay running alpha versions of mods on your game servers, we're not, because we are a professional SMP. That means we all make a living from this. This is our real jobs. We can't afford to add mods onto this server that might potentially destroy it or ruin it or make it unplayable. But what does that mean? You've already mentioned this before, FoxyNoTail. You were going to make a monorail that just used the track and had the train going underneath it, and it wasn't really a monorail, but it kind of would kind of sort of look like one. And yes, that's what I was going to do. Rather than a monorail, it would be more of a hanging train. And I really like that idea, and I want to make one. But I don't know if I want to make one to move all of my items around between my workshops and my base and my old workshop. And the reason for that is because I've dealt with trains moving items before, or more specifically, boats. If you've been watching this series a while, you'll know that I attempted to bring all of the items from my Prismarine tree farm just over to my base in order to be sorted at my dock, and as soon as I logged off, all of those items got deleted. And whilst I think the only reason for that was the fact that the track was waterlogged under the ocean rather than like everyone else's trains, which work perfectly, dry and above land, I'm not convinced, and I don't want to risk losing absolutely everything I've spent the last few months gathering and making and putting together just because I want to make a fancy monorail. So the way we're going to get all of our items out of here and into our new workshop is with some chain conveyors. These big old chain conveyors I've already got connected to a lot of things, and all I'm going to do is come over to where our monorail would be, slap on some of these chain conveyor things, and just basically make a monorail for packages without an actual monorail. We can then look at the actual monorail system a little bit later on. This is what I'm going to do. So that's those two factories connected. I need to get this factory connected to my storage so that my storage can get attached to this line as well. Let's just stick a bit of chain on here, fly down over here and connect that over to this chain conveyor. So now that's over to, of course, how is it overstressed? Oh, these are running off my water wheels. Yeah, I forgot about that. We should probably connect all of that to the main power then rather than my water wheels. So hopping up on top of my workshop, yes, this is the system that was providing power to all of my chain conveyors, and all I need to do is basically just break that block there. The water wheels can carry on spinning, and we just need to connect the chain conveyors over to where we've actually got power which is conveniently right here. Okay, right, let's get this connected then. We'll just bring a little bit of shaft down here, stick a little bit of that on there, and now all of our chain drives are connected. Chain conveyors, geez, why did they have two chain things? It's so confusing. And that means that's all connected, they're all connected, we're even connected to all of these things here. So all we've got to do is basically get this chain conveyor into our actual workshop, which should hopefully conveniently be just through this wall. It is. And it's very convenient. And look, we've got chain conveyors right there, so we could literally just bring that straight through the walls. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? It's not very fancy. No, I know I know it's not very fancy, but we have to live in the world that we live in, peeps, and that the world. Shush, it's fine. Right, let's just connect this one over to here, and then we just need to bring that one all the way into the mountain somehow. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, these things can go through solid blocks, which might not necessarily do a great deal for our immersion, but yes, we can, and the packages will go through those as well. That makes life a lot easier for me, considering this is basically a temporary solution. Right, okay, now let's connect that one and do a little bit of the old diggy down into our actual workshop. Actually, don't need to do that. Put that back together quickly. I need to go through this building. Oh, no, I've cleared the selection. Okay, must not click anything while I'm holding the chain. All right, click on that. Don't select the chain. Go back through here, all the way through the back of this building, down around the side, into this bit here, which is all already got chain conveyor in it, so I suppose I could have just connected it to this, but we're not doing that. We'll go down here, into this little section here, and then we can come over to this point up here and connect it to there. That didn't work out quite as well as I'd hoped it would. Jeez. Stupid. One of them going backwards, clearly. My chains all fall off. Oh, jeez. We need to disconnect the other one from our power that I've just connected to the power, because clearly that one's going in the wrong direction. Once it's all connected to that anyway, it's going to get power from there. Why didn't I think of this before? But she's haphazard. I am haphazard. So that should be my real name, not FoxyNoTail. Should be Captain Haphazard. I don't know if you're much of a captain, but a bit. I'm like a leadery type of fellow. Yeah, okay. You're so mean to me. Right, there we go. That's disconnected. Let's do this again. Click on this little fellow here. Go back through the walls. This way in here. This way in here. Over there. Down through into this building here. And this time when I connect it, it shouldn't disintegrate. Let's go. Yay! No disintegration happened. That's good news. Excellent. So now we are connected to our base via a chain conveyor. So all I've got to do is tell my base to just spit out all of its items, and hopefully they'll come over here. And that's going to be easier said than done, because if I start sending all of the items at once, we're going to have a lot of packages on that chain conveyor, and if it doesn't quite work the way I'm imagining it will, we could have a serious problem. Well, it turns out it's a good job we're actually doing this today, because I've brought all of my shulker boxes over from the big workshop that we've been using for building to try and empty them out into this storage system, but unfortunately they're not going into this storage system because this storage system's full. And I know that only says they're at 60-something%, but that's because of the way we've had to do the threshold switches in order to try and stop things being stuck on the belts while these belts are all going backwards. No wonder it's full. Huh. Well, that's not ideal. So I think the best thing to do here is to just grab a gearbox, stick that on there, make that a vertical gearbox, and now all the belts are going in the right direction, which hopefully means we can actually start offloading some of these items. No, it's still showing us full because all of the threshold switches are saying there's too many items, don't send any more. Okay, fine. In which case it is very much a good time to be getting all of my items out of here and over to a storage system where there's plenty of space. Right, good. Anyway, a plan. I've got a good one. So this good plan then. My good plan is to go through each vault individually. First of all, what we're going to be doing is sticking on a sign. That sign is going to have an address on it, which is going to tell this frog where to send those items. We're then going to remove the stock link from that, stick on a redstone link. Hey, where you... Stop it. Well, you said... Why you... Stop it. I guess my storage system needed things. Right, anyway, yes. Redstone link. We're going to have another redstone link attached to a timer. Let's just stick that on 60 minutes for now so it doesn't go off. And we're going to stick some magenta wool and a timer on there. And then we're just going to copy that on here like that, and put that in invert mode. And now what we can do is control how many items get sent from our little froggo to our storage system and make sure nothing's going to go wrong. So first of all, let's just check. Yes, there's there's 44,000 cobblestone in there. Before I start automating it though, I am just going to test with a lever that these packages are going to go where they're supposed to go. So all I'm going to do is follow this package with FreeCam and make sure it can actually reach all the way over to our storage system, which it seems to be doing a good job of so far, going past the gold, copper and zinc factory, around the corner, into the landscape. It's not being bothered by the blocks. It's going through here, into the storage room, and hopefully at this point, it's gone. I don't know where it's gone, but there we go. It went in, and those items are being sent, and they should end up where they're supposed to go. Wow, we've got a whole bunch of things going on here. And, yep, it looks like they've all gone into the right place. Brilliant. Okay, we know that's going to work. So now all we need to do is basically set this timer to maybe, let's just say, send a package every 1 second for now and see how we know that's not enough. Let's send them every 2 ticks. No, that doesn't really work either. I suppose we don't actually need to use this redstone link at all. I could just literally flip that on and get rid of that, and it should just continually send packages. And that doesn't seem like it's going at too fast of a rate. So while I'm doing that, I'm going to get rid of these stock links to stop these frogs all going crazy and sending things where I don't want them to send them. And I'm then going to give each one of these an address. So unfortunately, you don't get one because I don't have enough signs on me. And I've only got 2 levers, so I guess we're only going to be sending from these 2 vaults for now. And while that's happening, I want to go and check that everything is going the way it should be going on the inside, and we're not just creating absolute mayhem in there, which at this point I could really do with a second account logging on so that I can see what's going on in here, whilst also, you know, controlling things from the outside, making sure they don't all just, oh jeez, it's package mayhem. You know, but my input system seems to be working. It has already amassed 5,000 cobblestone in it, and all of that cobblestone does seem to be being distributed. But this was the worry that I had. Even though we've got 4 frogs on top of this, if we're taking in loads of cobblestone at once, we've only got 1 frog that can send that out again. So we're potentially just going to back up our input system, and if we do that, we're just going to end up with millions of packages on the line that then can't go anywhere because there's too many packages on the line. So I think just setting up 2 vaults at a time, or maybe even 1 vault at a time to transfer items, is probably the best way to do this, rather than having everything come in all at once. The other thing I need to be careful of are things that I haven't actually set up in filters. You see, I've got filters on all of these to send items where they're supposed to go, but I may not have done it properly. I thought I'd been through every single item in the game in order to get everything to go where it's supposed to go, but I'm convinced there'll be some blocks and some items that I've completely forgotten about, and they're just going to end up stuck in here. But we'll see. The other thing we can see if we hop up to our top floor is whether or not these things are now showing in our storage system. We just hop up here and click on this little fellow. Yeah, look, we're getting loads of things in our storage system already. All sorts of stuff that we probably don't even need. Wonderful. And just a few minutes later, as you can see, my input frogs are no longer inputting anything. We're still outputting a whole bunch of stuff that we've brought into here, but my input frogs are completely stopped, and that must mean that those 2 vaults are empty. And also, I've brought a friend online. My big chickeny friend who's in spectator mode, who is currently just down here actually watching what's going on, so I can see at a glance on my second screen whether or not things are going wrong in this storage area. So while he's in there taking care of that, I'm going to go back out here and get the next couple of vaults running. Well, the storage boards behind me are liars, because every single one of these vaults are now completely empty. The reason they're still showing the stuff in them is because I removed the display links that were updating it. So that's just old news. Yes, everything is empty and everything has finished being transferred over at the new storage area. So it's time to go and investigate and see what our new storage system looks like. It'll look exactly the same. It will look exactly the same, but it'll also be full of items. Now, there are still a lot of things I need to do, such as... Oh, yeah, I thought this might be a problem. We're going to have some items that are stuck on belts. And the reason for that is, in order to stop that from happening, we would need to set up a threshold switch on every single one of these things in order to basically stop the funnels from letting items out once the final vault is full. And that's a lot of threshold switches because there are 120 vaults in here. So I don't mind the odd item being stuck on a belt, but we can see the system's working. Things go in there, they go through there, and they transfer all the way down to here, which is wonderful. And everything looks like it's just about finished moving everything about. So there's only one thing to do, and that is to see what is in our storage system. Has it got everything we sent over? And are all of the items accessible? Wow. Gee whiz, that's a lot of stuff. Oh my goodness me. Yeah. Everything's made it through fine. And as you can see, each one of these sections that I've set up relates to the vaults that they're in, so I know what's in each of the different types of vaults. And at the moment, we've got quite a lot of wood in here and a few leaves. But we're about to be bringing over a whole lot more than that. But before I start bringing over everything from the Ocean Monument, I think it might be time to finally get rid of this old workshop, which makes me a bit sad really, because I've had this from the very beginning of the server. But it is about time it went. And rather than just running a big old drill through it, I think I'm going to be a little bit more methodical. First of all, I'm going to take screenshots of a couple of the things, like this board here, and the bit on the other side as well. And then I'm going to go through each one of these machines one by one and destroy all of the things in it and keep the items in my inventory, because when you run through a lot of things with the create drills, they'll often just get completely destroyed rather than collected. And these are all valuable. So yeah, let's start demolishing, I guess. Oh, geez. Well, doesn't this place look weirdly bare now? Jeez. This is crazy. Kind of feels a little bit sad. But good news! It's time to tear the rest of it down with a tunnel bore. But before I do that, I just need a few more random blocks just to clog this water up so we don't end up spilling water everywhere. Here we go. Just get rid of those last few there. And now we can run the tunnel bore through the rest of this, because there really isn't anything left in here that I remotely care about. I mean, you'd think there'd be some sentimental value, right? But there isn't. I got a new one and it's better. So shut up. Don't make me feel guilty about moving on in Minecraft. Okay, right. We're going to need some fuel. There should be some fuel in there. There is. Let's just chug a bit of that in there and watch this thing go. You missed a spot. Oh, it's not wide enough. Oh, it's not tall enough. It's fine. I'm not even sad. It's all done. It looks better. We've got a big old area on my dock now, ready to actually build some proper buildings, and we've got all the stuff we need inside of my workshop. So all I've got to do now is build a giant wall of factory gauges. And there's a couple of other little things I want to do as well. And one of those is to add in the little stock tickery things so that I can see what's in my storage systems at both the Guardian Farm and my shop. And I had that set up previously, but I had to destroy it to destroy the workshop, so we need to get that set back up. And the giant wall of factory gauges, which is going to take forever, and I'm going to do that off camera because it's boring just setting little icons inside of the factory gauge, setting how many I want. Once I've got it done, I'll show you, and we can then start bulk crafting many things. Feels good to have all that empty space down there. I'm not even a bit sad about my workshop. Honest. So first things first, I'm going to grab myself a chunk loader, a couple of stock tickers, and a couple of blaze burners. I'm also going to grab a bunch of industrial iron, and maybe a hanging sign or two, or maybe some normal signs. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm then just going to add in some industrial iron against this wall here, stick a little blaze burnery fellow there and another one there, and then I'm going to take these stock tickers and go and click on some things. And the first thing I need to click on is over at the Guardian Farm. It's been a while since I've been here, my Guardian Farmy friend, and if I hop up into my AFK spot and pop inside of here, you'll see I already have things set up for my base and the dock and the Guardian Farm and the shop, but the dock's gone now, so we don't need that one anymore. That means my base one, it's wrong. That's my iron farm. Yeah, we need to fix that as well. So all I need to do is click on the little stock tickers behind here, one for the Guardian Farm and one for the shop, and now all I need to do is head back over there and yeah, go and stick those in there. So this one here is Guardian Farm, and that one there is my Prismarine shop. So now when I click on this fellow, I can see there's absolutely nothing there at all because the power loader isn't working. And if I click on this one, I can see that my shop has got some stock at least, although not as much as I'd like. So I'm going to have to restock that. And yes, all of the power is disconnected in here, but for good reason. And we don't need any of it running because everything's full. And the power's coming from down this little alleyway here. There it is. And it comes to there. So really what we do need to do is stick the power loader on at this point somewhere, switch that out for a gearbox, and then we'll just stick the power loader on there instead. That's absolutely fine. Now I need to go back over there, grab a whole bunch of shulker boxes so that I can restock my shop, have a quick nap, drop off a few of the things I no longer need, and then realize there's a couple of other things that I need to sort out as well. But we'll get to those in a minute. Well, that's a lot of things to request from my Guardian Farm, and unfortunately, because I don't actually have a system set up to request items from this, now what I've got to do is go and grab all of the packages out of the packages where they will have just been ejected to, and then try and find a way to get all of those inside of shulker boxes. So that's lots of squid ink. That's all of my cooked fish sorted, and that's all of my cooked salmon sorted. Next we've got the dark prismarine and the sea lanterns, then the prismarine bricks, and finally the normal prismarine. Oh, and how could I forget the bone blocks? If only I had a boat or some sort of rail system that could do this for me, but I don't. With that done, it's time to head back over here once again to grab a smart chute because I completely forgot to get one of those, and I need these in order to actually get my items inside of the vault that's at my shop, because I didn't leave any way of getting items in here. Now let's just chuck a couple of these on, and then we can start filling these things up with the shulker boxes that I've got. And with those last two shulker boxes, that is everything from in here, all filled up again. And if we look at the little factory gauges on the front, we should see we've got absolutely plenty of each of the items, which is great. But has this place made any more money since I was last here? Let's find out. I'm on 15 diamonds. I'm rich. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, wonderful. With the Guardian Farm now fully restocked, the other two little things that I need to do in order to keep putting off actually dealing with that huge wall of factory gauges is to link these things up to my storage system, because currently these have their own separate storage systems, which means I can't request any of the items from them from my main workshop. And since we've connected them all now with these chain drives, even though that might be semi-temporarily, we might as well connect them to the same storage system so we can at least start pulling from them, which means I need to now replace all of the stock tickers and things that are inside of here, and yeah, with the ones, oh geez, from my storage system. So what else do I need? There's a stock ticker, the display links will need, oh, there's a cardboard package full of iron ingots there. Yeah, oh gee, what's been requested from here? Oh, you can't put things there anymore, can you? Because I've disconnected it. Oh, this could have, oh geez. I need some chain drive and some chain stat. What does that mean? Oh, it was on the telly and I heard it and it sounded important, so I say it. Okay, don't know what it means. I don't know. Nobody knows what it means, mate. Don't worry about that. Just click on that, put the blaze burner back, and it's all good. Okay, swinging back to the iron farm, we can now pop that down, which is now going to give us access to our storage system from here, which is not really all that useful. But what we can then do is then fix these stock links so that these are now connected to that. And now all of our iron should show inside of our system. Yes, it does. Wonderful. Excellent. So now all I need to do is connect this chain conveyor up there to this output one over here. That looks like a bit of a weird angle though. So let's throw another one on somewhere where we can get a better angle on it. Maybe there? Does that? No, that also looks weird. What if we shoved it up into that bit up there like that? Yes, that's not too awful. And then that to there. Wonderful. It doesn't look weird at all. It looks weird. No, it doesn't. You're looking at it wrong, mate. It looks absolutely fine. Oh well, that's that factory sorted. Now it's time to do exactly the same thing over at the copper factory. It's a gold factory. It is a gold factory and a copper factory and a zinc factory. Jeez. The problem with this one, however, is that we're actually keeping stock of all of the different items that we're making in here, including all of the raw materials that we use for everything else. So there's a lot of stock links all over this thing, and if I connect these to my main storage system and then request items from those, they're not going to go anywhere because they can't. They're just going to end up in these packages, which then can't actually go anywhere. So really, what I should be doing is linking these packages up to our chain network and then link the chain network up to our storage network. And if I do that, then there really is absolutely no point at all in having my little minecart that brings the cobble over because, yeah, then it could just bring the cobble in straight from the network, which it probably would do. See, I'm not really sure if I want to do that, but it would be very useful to be able to have access to the 20,000 andesite and granite that's in here, as well as obviously the gold, the copper, and the zinc. Okay, having thought about this for at least 30 seconds, I think the best thing to do is actually to create a secondary chain network inside of here that's not connected to the cobblestone one so that we can extract the items from the packages that are strewn throughout this place for the raw materials into our storage system, but it won't connect with this one and get all confused with our cobblestone. And then that way the little minecart still will do its job bringing the cobble here, making it not completely pointless, and I'll still have access to all of the resources. Okay, I'm partway through implementing this, and it's occurred to me I don't actually need to change the stock network on this at all. I could just add a secondary one. So I'm going to leave the one that exists in here as it is so that I can quickly at a glance see what's in here. But I'm going to just pop this down here so that I can then connect all of these stock links to that. And then if I put these stock links on the same packages as the ones that already exist, I'm assuming I can then also connect those to the network, to the other network, which is, this is my theory. I don't know if this will work. I don't know if this will just completely confuse everything, but I can't see why we couldn't have two stock networks on the same packages. And with this last frog being added to our new chain drive system and set to only send packages, that should mean that all of these items are now available in our storage system. And assuming I've done everything right, I should be able to call those packages from there as well. So let's go and find out. Okay, clicking on this fellow then, we should be able to see, yes, we've got a lot of gold in the system. We've got an awful lot of andesite, and we've got an awful lot of granite. Yes, all of the zinc blocks are showing, and it seems like the copper ones are too. But if I then ask for a lot of the zinc to come here, it should then start winging its way out of that factory, and that's going to be very difficult for me to see before it actually goes through into the mountainside. Yes, it's probably already got... Oh no, there it is. It worked. We saw it for a brief second. That worked. So now we can call and craft things from our factories. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, there are just a couple more things that I can do to procrastinate from having to build that big wall of factory gauges before I have to build that big wall of factory gauges. And one of those I've already done, which is a shulker box unloader. All I need to do is come along to here, put a shulker box on there. That'll take all of the items out of the shulker box, put them into this vault, at which point a frog on here will attach those to these lines that already go into our workshop, meaning they'll get unloaded into the system. And each one of these smart chutes has a filter on so that if I break the shulker box, it's not going to end up in the system by mistake. So that's good. The next job is a little bit more involved and requires me to have an awful lot of chain. And that's because I'm finally going to automate getting the items away from our Guardian farm and into this system here. And in order to do that, I'm also going to need more stock links. And those stock links are going to need connecting to this stock network. So let's just chuck that on there, throw that back on there. And now what we're going to do is fly once again back over to the Guardian farm. Now, because we no longer have an automated system to get the items away from this Guardian farm and over to our base or the shops, we don't need the system that's in place that automatically takes the items from the Prismarine farm over to our base and our shops. What? Yeah, well, because we got rid of the boat, didn't we? And we're not going to automate it like that anymore. And currently, the way this happens is all of the finished items end up in these vaults, and on the back of these vaults there are the packages with frogs. The frogs put all of the finished items onto this line. They then get dropped onto this conveyor. This conveyor goes along here into a post box at the end, and the post box then puts the items onto a boat that doesn't exist, and so the boat then takes them over to where they need to go and then deletes them before they get there, so I don't have any items left. So we don't need that. We don't need this power loader. We don't need any of this, and we certainly don't need this big long belt. And so a little while later, I've now reconfigured everything in here so we can access it from our main base. The only thing I haven't done is actually to extend this chain conveyor all the way to my base. It just currently goes down that tunnel where the conveyor belt was at the moment. And as you can see, there's a whole bunch of packages here that must have been called previously, because all of these wanted to go on my boat. You can see on here they're addressed to Foxy's base, which no longer exists, and because all of the vaults in this system are completely full, I can't actually rename these frogs to take the items and put them back in the vaults because the vaults are full, which means I need to get this conveyor system extended over to my base rather sharpish so that we can get all of those packages over there. And in order to do that, I've brought the chain over to this point here. As you can see, it's not actually spinning at this point because I haven't connected this one to this one over here, and we don't actually want any of this spinning because the power for these chains are going to be coming from our base. So I need to actually just disconnect this power here, put a shaft back in that I didn't bring with me. I'll just reconnect it with the gearbox for now. There we go. All of the chain drive is not connected. That's good. And what we're going to do at this very end point is, instead of carrying this on underwater and having all of our packages get wet, we're just going to bring this above ground with a little bit of a girder, a little bit of a chain conveyor, and we'll just bring that there like that, and then we'll just tidy these up nicely so that the chains are not just going through the floor. There we go. That looks a little bit better. The packages are probably still going to hit this block here. Not that it matters, but just for the sake of it looking right, we'll get rid of those there, patch up this hole here, and then all I need to do is just extend that all the way over to there. Okay, we've got the chain coming all the way over to this point here, so at this point we probably need to step up a bit, and I want to connect it with that one over there, and then that should power everything all the way over to the Guardian farm. There we go. That's all powered. Let's go and see if those packages are moving once again. Yeah, all of the chain conveyor is once again powered in here, so they're all spinning round. So we just need to give a frog over at my base an address called Foxy's base, and then we can take those items in from there. So down on the dock near our nether portal, what I'm going to do is just make a temporary vault here, add a packager with a frog on it, and we're going to call that Foxy's base, which should allow all of those packages to start coming over here. And then we want one more frog on here with a label on it to FNT storage with another frog on only SEM packages. And then we just want a lever on there so that when there are any packages in here, that will empty them out. But I don't know if those packages are going to come over here without me being over there to load them in, I suppose, even though it is chunk loaded technically. So let's just fly over there and see if we can't get those packages moving. Nope, they're still just whizzing around here. Let's just take one of those and check the address. It is definitely Foxy's base, but they don't appear to think that they can get there. Maybe the destination is too far away. I don't think that is a thing though. Or maybe the chain network is a little bit too complex. Who knows? But to test this, if I was to put that on there, is that frog going to get it? It is. And that one's going to send it out, and that's going to go where it's actually supposed to go. So this works. So why aren't the rest of the packages coming? Oh, I'll tell you why. You see, if I stick one of these chunk loaders on our little vault at the dock and get this actually chunk loaded in this area, a little bit like that, and now fly over and load those chunks, the packages might be able to detect that there is actually somewhere for them to go to. No, They can't tell that there is somewhere that they can go to. Well, that's annoying.
One eternity later.
Well, I've got some good news and some bad news. Since connecting my base over to the Guardian farm, I have not had any success so far in actually getting the items to come over here. Mainly because I think it's just too far away for the chain conveyors to realize they're connected. That's the bad news, by the way. The good news is I can actually see all of the things that are in the Guardian farm storage systems and the log parts of that as well within this. If I look up my Prismarine, I can see all of that, which still lives over at the Guardian farm. And if I look at my log situation, I can see all of the logs we've got over at the Guardian farm. So that all works. And what I haven't tried yet, believe it or not, is actually just requesting some items from here. Now, the problem is I don't know what I've actually got in this storage system actually here. So if I request something, it might come from here or it might come from the Guardian farm. One way I can tell, though, is to look at the Guardian farm, see what we've got in here, such as all of these saplings, and then see if I've got those saplings in here as well. If the numbers match, we know that they exist in the Guardian farm. 137 cherry saplings there, and if I look on here, we have 137. So there are only saplings in the Guardian farm. So if I request a sapling and then fly over so I can see things happening, are we going to see a package actually making its way across here from the Guardian farm? I'm going to guess no. Even though it's power loaded over there, I don't think it knows where the destination is. And waiting here for a few minutes, I'm not seeing any activity in terms of packages, so let's go and fly over there and see what happens when I get close. Will a package suddenly whiz out of the system and start heading towards my storage system? It will, and here it comes, and off it goes. So basically I need to be able to actually load both areas with a player in order to get my items out of there and into my workshop, which isn't exactly ideal. But if we head up into this now, we should see that we should have some saplings in the chest, and there it is. It made it. So unfortunately, my little chain conveyor system to get the items out of the Prismarine farm just isn't going to work, and that sucks. So we do definitely still need some method of transport to get the items from my Prismarine farm into my main base. The chain conveyor isn't going to cut it, so all of that work that I've just done in there to demolish all of the things that we did need in order to do that, I've got to put back in again. But I'm going to worry about that another time, because right now it's time for me to build that big old wall of factory gauges. Well, it's taken some time, and I haven't got everything I could have on here, but I've got more than I had in my other workshop, believe it or not. Everything is set up. They've all got places that they need to go in order to get turned into things, but something occurred to me while I was making this, and that is there's one machine I completely forgot to add in, and that is a machine to make casing. I haven't set up anything to do that, so we still need to build that machine. But otherwise, everything I believe is ready to go, although I haven't set any quantities for this thing yet, because I don't want it to all kick off and go crazy before I had a chance to start recording. So before we do anything else, let's go and get that andesite making machine set up. And while I'm down here, there's a couple more things I need to do, because now that we've got items in the system, we can actually start filling up our track maker. So this little gauge on here, we're going to set that we want at least 9 stacks of iron ingots in there, so that should start calling those, and we should see them making their way here in a second. And we want to do the same thing for these as well. Now, we don't need 9 stacks at a time in here, but 9 stacks a nice round number. It makes sense to me to do that. So hopefully we should see in a second, there we go, some packages coming along and start filling up these machines, which means we can start making precision mechanisms and track as well. Although I'm not actually making any slabs to make any track. That's something else I need to add to that board upstairs. In fact, I'm going to do that before I completely forget to do that. So for this, we need to add a couple more factory gauges. So let's start there on this one. We'll throw in stone slabs, and in order to get stone slabs through a stone cutter, if we throw some stone in, we get 2 slabs back. So let's just link this all the way over to stone. We'll set the amount of stone we'll send into 32. That means we'll get 64 back, and then we'll send this to FNT saw star, and then it'll go to either one, whichever one's, well, either closest or freest. From that, we can then add in our track, link that to that, and obviously set that to FNT track maker. And when making these, we just get 1 for 1, so I don't need to set any quantities. But if we want to make a stack at a time, we'll just stick a stack on there, and off we go. And this last one will be for precision mechanisms, and I'm just going to move that down onto a new line. And this, of course, needs to have gold sheet. It needs to go through our Presmech maker, and I'm only going to send maybe 16 at a time for this. I'm going to hope that we get 16 back, but there is a chance we won't, which means means I need to set this promise to expire after a couple of minutes, just in case we don't get any back. In fact, we'll send that to 5 minutes, and there we go. We can now automatically make those as well. So that andesite alloy maker then couldn't be an easier machine to make, could it really? And I think we've got just about enough room in this chunk here to squeeze it in. If I'd have moved that up a bit, that would have been convenient. So I think I might just stick it in this corner over here. We now have not one but 3 different casing makers for andesite casing, copper casing and brass casing as well. So all I need to do here is just set how many of the ingots I need in each one of these, and those will start winging their way over from their respective places, and then I can just send the strip logs to each of these, and they're all going to go through the system and then come out into this frog here and get sent back into the system. And I could have added in more rows for each one, but I think 3 pokers for each type of thing is absolutely fine. But it did occur to me there is another type of casing that I haven't catered for, and that is the train casing you get from making sturdy sheet, which I also haven't set up a machine for because I don't have any powdered obsidian, because I haven't set up anything to actually make obsidian, which you make from magma blocks, which you then make from magma cream, which you then make from blade. Yeah, basically it's a rabbit hole, and we're only going to be making those in small quantities. We can do those by hand. That's all done. Everything's ready to go. I just need to update my board. Okay, so we'll send those to the andesite casing machine. We'll send copper to the copper casing machine on that one there. And of course we want to do that 64 at a time because we might as well do that. And we'll send the brass to the brass casing machine. Again, we need to do that 64 at a time because I like things in stacks. There we go, brass casing. Done. Right, everything is now on, but there is one thing I find a little bit frustrating about these, and that is the fact that you can't add filters into factory gauges. So I've set myself up a little attribute filter that says if anything is tagged create pulpifiable, then basically that's okay. So then what I want to do is set my factory gauge on there and then put that on there, but I'm not allowed. You can only put actual physical items on there, which means I then need to decide exactly which item I want to be pulpified in order to go through there. And that means I need to come to this, find out what I've got that's actually pulpifiable, and then decide which one of these I have in the highest quantities, which of course is bamboo. Unfortunately, I do have a bamboo farm over at the tree farm, but if I didn't, then I could easily run through all of one type of my item and not have any left, and then not be able to make any pulp, even though I've got other pulpifiable things in my storage system. So I would like to see these factory gauges updated in the future so you can use attribute filters on them, so that then I don't have to say, right, if I'm making barrels or chests or vaults, I'm going to have to use dark oak because it's the thing I've got most of, because once I've made all of my barrels and chests and vaults, I'm probably not going to have much dark oak, which means I need to come back to here and switch not just 1, but 2, 3, 4 different factory gauges out to a different wood type. Not really that ideal. The same goes for making the cogs and things. We need to pick which exact wood we're going to use for that. So I'm going to use my pale oak because I've got even more of that than I have my dark oak, and certain other things require wood as well. So you need to pick whichever wood you've got most of for that until that wood runs out. So they're not perfect, but they'll do the job. So there's no time like the present. Let's get this thing in action. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to just basically say for everything I want 9 stacks. 9 stacks seems like a good amount of things to have because that's the top row inside of your shulker boxes. Now some of these aren't going to be able to create themselves because I don't have the raw ingredients in stock. But once I've selected all of these things, we'll be able to go down there and see a whole bunch of different things in action, I would imagine. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And yes, I'm going to set my sheet up to be automatically pressed as well, which is stupid because every time I do that, I come back and I've got no ingots left, only sheet. But I'm going to do it anyway and just assume it's going to work properly this time. And with this last one, that is everything set to being required in stacks of 9, which means if we go down to my workshop, we should see a whole bunch of things whizzing about getting bulk crafted. Oh yes, look, there's packages going on all over the place. We're doing pressing here in just one press apparently. The mixers have stopped mixing for I've made cardboard tube. No, I'm making shafts in the basins that are not going anywhere because they're waiting for cogs. That's fine. Oh, I didn't think about that. These basins are not set up for multiple items. These basins are just set up for one type of item. Oh, okay. Well, we've got a problem there. What else is going on in my wonderful machinery place? Not a lot over here. Not a lot over there. Nothing at all going on with the crushing. And the saws seem to be pretty dead as well. The grinding isn't doing any grinding. And the weathering and the waxing are not doing any weathering or waxing. The composters are not composting. I should have set up compost. I forgot to do that. But the crafters are actually crafting things. Something is happening. Not many things, but things are happening over here. This is good. And precision mechanisms have completely stopped because we're completely out of cogs, which we should be making. Oh, and now we're throwing everything on the floor. Of course we are. That's good, isn't it? Excellent, yes. Pop that over there instead to stop that from happening. And let's just get all of these onto here and figure out why we haven't got any cogs. And I can already tell you exactly why we've got no cogs. And that's because we're making those in basins, because you can do crafting in basins. And we're getting the sticks, but we're not getting any wood because all of my wood's at my wood farm. So I need to go and load my wood farm to get the odd G's. So let's head towards the wood farm and see if miraculously any packages decide they're actually going to start moving along these lines towards our workshop. And I'm pretty sure, whoa, there we go. It is miraculously laid in. Here we go. Absolutely tons of stuff. Well, it looks like nothing else is being called over. And it also looks like a lot of these packages got a little bit stuck on their way here. So yes, it does look like we do need to load these lines in order to actually get the packages moving. But now that I am actually loading these lines, everything is moving along and going where it needs to go. So that means I definitely need a completely different transport system to get the items out of that Guardian farm and over here. Or I need to set a bunch of things to come over here to fill up the storage system from my Guardian farm and then do a lot of AFK, which I'll probably end up having to do. Anyway, let's go see how these things are working out. Packages are moving, and yes, we are making lots of pulp. That's good news, but are we making lots of cogs? We should be seeing some wood going through into there soon, some planks, and we should also see our saws working in order to make those planks, which I can see items moving around on here. Yes, we are making stripped stuff and we are making planks. Oh, that's wonderful news. This is excellent. So in a minute then we should hopefully see, there we go, we're making loads of cogs. Look at that. Look at the cogs coming through the machines. This is wonderful. So that should mean once they get back to their destination, they should all end up inside of our precision mechanism making machine, and it should decide it's not going to just throw everything on the floor anymore. Well, isn't that a pretty sight before me? Yeah, I've just logged on Big Chicken again to go AFK over at the wood farm in order to try and encourage some of the packages over there to come over here so we can make the cogs to actually get the precision mechanisms made. But this is a bit of a problem because all of these, I believe, are gold sheet. One gold sheet. And what that means is they're all going to finally end up in here clogging up this thing. It's already got 511 in there. It won't have enough room to put the empty precision mechanisms in, which means it's going to completely back itself up. So what I've had to do is tell this that I don't want any gold sheet coming through. I only want the incomplete ones coming through so that they can all actually get processed. And once they're processed, I will try and limit how many gold sheet can go through there at once. A little bit of an oversight on my part on that one. And this is where the problem with those promises comes in. Because we've set promises for these to expire, because they might not make the amount of items that we've requested, the system's going to reset the promises or the items that have been sent every 5 minutes and then send more gold sheet over to this. So realistically, what I need to do is just say, actually, I don't want you automatically crafting any precision mechanisms at all. I'll send those by hand when I need them, because otherwise we're just going to have no gold sheet and there's going to be a constant queue over at this machine waiting for all of these things to come through. And coming back up here to fix this is where this entire system is stupid. We now have 20 stacks of track when I only requested 9. How? How have we got 20 stacks of track when I only requested 9? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you? Oh, gee, these gauges, they need a lot of work. Every time I do this, I say they need low, and we've used all of my gold. We've literally used all of my gold. Create 6, best create. Honestly, mate, they don't get better than this. Jeez. And here we go. The crafter is finally kicking into action with multiple crafting going on, creating all of those cogs for us, which should hopefully mean that our precision mechanism machine is finally going to start kicking off as soon as this frog can actually get some cogs. But I know it's going again. No, and it stopped. But it was going. That was good for a second. Anyway, as you can see, all of this is working absolutely perfectly, and that means I've done an incredible job. And I'm going to be doing another incredible job very soon when I make a system to actually get the items over from the Prismarine farm and to my base and build a monorail.